and start shedding the pounds. So in the future, you might start seeing me walking around the Capitol complex a little bit longer. You might see me in many of our amazing state parks. Plug for our state parks, best in the country, right? And you also might see me doing more walking closer to home in the Eastern Panhandle. Our fourth pillar, we want to reward healthy food choices. We need to change the SNAP system so that West Virginians are incentivized to make healthy choices, like choosing fresh produce, lean meats, and natural foods over a lot of the ultra-processed crap that barely qualifies as food, right? So, beginning today, we're asking for help to realign SNAP so that good food choices are easier to make. If taxpayers are paying for it, let's make sure it fuels health, not disease. But, and I'm being serious about this is not about judging someone's grocery cart. It really isn't. I don't want to do that. I don't think anyone here does. But it is about asking a fair question. Is the SNAP program doing what it was supposed to do? You see, SNAP stands for Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. That N is for nutrition. It's not for nonsense. If the law says the program is meant to help people get a more nutritious diet, then that should be the standard. Why should hard-earned federal and state tax dollars be allowed to ignore nutrition? Taxpayer dollars should be targeted toward nutritious foods. That is why today I'm also intending to request a SNAP waiver from the federal government to no longer have taxpayer-subsidized soda as an entitlement under SNAP. We're also going to be incentivizing healthy bundles and other food choices that can help people access and eat better foods, healthier foods. That healthy bundle and other programs, that's going to expand access to healthy food choices in this area and all 55 counties in the state. Quite frankly, I think we can do it, and we can also even save money, federal money at the same time. I'm eager to work with you and the entire Trump administration on that. Making America healthy again, and West Virginia healthy again, that's not just a slogan. That's going to be our mission. And here in the Mountain State, we are leading the charge. And that's because in West Virginia, we're not just climbing the mountains, we're moving them. Let the rest of the country take note. We're cleaning up our food, we're lifting up our families, where tax dollars are involved, we're incentivizing consumption of healthier foods, we're respecting the dignity of work, and we're living up to our name. Wild and wonderful, and now, a healthier West Virginia. So, it's my honor to be here today. I thank you all for coming. God bless you. Now, I'm going to take a moment and get ready to turn this over to his fine gentleman next to me. And I want to recognize someone who, quite frankly, has become one of the most talked about, most vilified men in America. You should be proud, Mr. Secretary, because I am of you. Because when the bureaucracy gets nervous, it sees real change coming. Secretary Kennedy has been willing to speak hard truths, take on powerful interests, and stand up for everyday Americans, even when it wasn't popular, even when it wasn't easy. He's not afraid of a fight, And that's exactly the kind of leadership we need in Washington. So today, on the heels of a major public health win in West Virginia, we are proud to stand with them. Please join me in welcoming a warrior for children, a man who refuses to back down, HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Thank you, everybody. And thank you, Governor Morrissey. I'm very, very happy to be here at St. Joseph's, and I'm really happy to be here in West Virginia. I just want to say a few words about West Virginia, because West Virginia is a state that holds a special place in the hearts of every Kennedy. In the 1960 campaign, I was living in McLean, Virginia. But my parents disappeared into West Virginia for about 6 weeks. And we didn't see them, as well as all my aunts. My uncle, President Kennedy, who was then in the Senate, was running for president. And the consensus wisdom around the country was that a Roman Catholic, could not be elected president of the United States. Al Smith had run against President Roosevelt. He was a Catholic from New York, Catholic governor, very, very popular. And when people found out that he was Catholic, there was a resurgence of the Ku Klux Klan. There were crosses burned all across the country. And he lost the election catastrophically. And people just felt, Americans felt, and the pundits all felt, that America would never elect a Catholic president. When my uncle decided to run for president, he knew that he had to win West Virginia. West Virginia had the lowest number of Catholics, less than 2% of the population was Catholic. And it was thought to be a place where there was a lot of anti-Catholic prejudice. It had voted overwhelmingly against Al Smith. It was critical to my uncle's campaign that he win this state and show the country that a Catholic could win presidency. Well, he came down to West Virginia, and his objective was to shake the hands of every person in West Virginia. And I think he came very close. And my parents came down, my uncles, my aunts met. Luckily, we had a lot of Kennedys, and they all came down, and they spent time really getting to know the people in West Virginia and understanding the issues in the state, the problems, and those things stayed with him throughout his presidency. And on election day, he won the state of West Virginia overwhelmingly. And during his presidency, he always believed that he would not be president if he had not won this state. And he never forgot that relationship and that bond that he had formed and that so many members of my family had formed with the people in the state, the affection and the warmth with which they were greeted and embraced. And it's something that now, 70 years later, everybody in our family has this very, very strong affection and bond to this state. And I've been lucky enough that I've been able to spend a lot of my career doing work in this state, in the mining country, and trying to end pollution and give people a chance to live healthier lives. I want to thank Governor Morrissey for his visionary leadership. I got to know Governor Morrissey early in the transition. We were both down in Palm Beach working on the transition in Mar-a-Lago. And we were both invited to stay during that time at Dr. Oz's house. And I said to Dr. Morrissey, or Governor Morrissey, the first time I saw him, I said, "You look like you ate, Governor Morrissey." And there was a lot of talk about getting healthy again. And I'm very happy that he's invited me to be his personal trainer. And I am going to put him on a really rigorous regimen. And we're going to put him on a carnivore diet. We're going to make him raise your hand if you want Governor Morrissey to do a public weigh-in once a month. And then when he's lost 30 pounds, I'm going to come back to the state and do a celebration and a public weigh-in with him. You're welcome, Denise. You left me an open door, so. Anyway, we have a public health crisis in this country, and unfortunately, West Virginia is leading the way. It's the highest obesity rate of any state in our country. This year, you pulled ahead of Mississippi. It has the highest rate of chronic disease in the country. And so I'm very, very grateful to Governor Morrissey for his visionary leadership in getting West Virginia to lead the way in transitioning off of processed foods. When my uncle was president, 3% of Americans had chronic disease. We spent 0 on chronic disease in this country, 0. There was no medications for it. Today, we spend $1.3 trillion on chronic disease every year. It's about 90% of our healthcare budget. And for most of my life, the Republicans and Democrats have been fighting about a healthcare plan, about treatment, really a sick care plan, about how to treat all this illness. Should it be Obamacare, the affordable health plan? Should it be public-private partnership? Should it be a single payer? These are what the big battles that you read about on Capitol Hill. The real battle is that we're getting sicker and sicker every year. And it's really just a debate about who's going to pay the treatment. Nobody has been focused on how do we get ourselves less sick. And it's like moving deck chairs around on the Titanic. No matter what you do, our country is going to go bankrupt. It's now, when I was a kid, diabetes rates in children were almost 0. Juvenile diabetes, a typical pediatrician would see 1 case of diabetes in his lifetime over a 40 or 50-year career. Today, 1 out of every 3 kids who walks through his office door is pre-diabetic or diabetic. 38% of teens are now diabetic, 50% of adults. A few years ago, it's not a mystery about where this is coming from. 20 years ago, there was no diabetes in China. Today, 50% of the population is diabetic. Why is that? They built 20,000 fast food joints in China and started selling American processed food. And it is costing us, we are now paying more just for diabetes, mitochondrial dysfunction, than we are for our military. And, financially, it is bankrupting our country. We're now spending more to service our debt, and the biggest piece of that debt is coming from healthcare. We're now paying more to service it than we are for our military budget. Within about 10 years, if we continue on this trajectory, 50 cents out of every tax dollar that you pay to the federal government is going to go to servicing the debt. Within 15 years, 100%. It's not sustainable. It's existential. If you love our country, you got to take care of yourselves. President Trump said that he wants to make America healthy again, but he wants to make it strong again. We cannot have a strong country if we have sick citizens. President Trump says that he wants to restore the American dream. But a person who is healthy has 1,000 dreams. A person who is sick has only 1. And there is 60% of our country now that has only 1 dream. which is to get better. And we need to give them a pathway to doing that. And the pathway is through food. Food is medicine. It treats us in different ways, and it treats our health. It treats our mental health. There was a recent study that showed that when they switched the diet in prisons, that violence went down to a whole food diet. That violence went down by about 70%. When they switched the diet in juvenile detention centers, the whole food diet, violence went down 100%. There's a scientist at Harvard now who is curing schizophrenia with a carnivore diet. So the loneliness, the dispossession, the crisis that we have in mental health, in suicide, in ADD, ADHD, all of these are linked, and particularly to the dyes. It's very clear the dyes that Governor Morrissey is banning, all of them are linked in very, very strong studies to ADHD and to cancers. So we're seeing an explosion in cancers in this country. We're seeing an explosion in infertility. Teenagers today have 50% of the sperm count and 50% of the testosterone of 68-year-old men. Girls are now reaching puberty 6 years earlier than they're supposed to, between 10 and 13 years old. Other countries are not experiencing this. We've seen autism rates go from 1 in 10,000 when I was a kid, 1 in 10,000, 1 in every 36 kids today, 1 in 22 boys in California. And the obesity rates have gone up to, as I said, 50% in adults, or 70% of overall obesity or overweight, from 3%. In Japan, it's still 3%, because they're not eating these foods. They have nutrition programs in the foods where they have a nutritionist in every school who's in charge of the menu, and they eat healthy foods, so they don't have these illnesses. And we, when I was a kid, we were the healthiest, most robust people in the world. And today we're the sickest. 60% of Americans, from 3% when my uncle was president, 60% today have chronic disease. And it's not happening in other countries. During COVID, we had 16% of the COVID deaths in this country. We only have 4.2% of the world's population. So we literally did worse than any country in the world. And when you ask CDC, why are Americans dying from COVID at higher rates than any place on earth when we have all the money? They said, well, it's not our fault. It's because Americans are so sick. That is their fault. And we're going to change that. But they said that according to CDC, the average American who died from COVID had 3.8 chronic diseases. So they had diabetes, they had obesity, and maybe asthma, and one other thing. And it was the chronic disease really that was killing them. Healthy kids were not dying. Healthy Americans were not dying of COVID. It was a disease that attacked the sick. And that's true with all infectious diseases. If we can make ourselves, the biggest thing that we can do for pandemic preparedness is to make ourselves healthy again. We're now 74% of American kids cannot qualify for military service because of chronic disease. So this is affecting our national security. It's destroying our economy. It is existential for this country. And we need to change it. And I am so happy that you have a visionary governor in this state and that West Virginia is now leading the way. And I want to commend Governor Morrissey not only for his vision, but for his courage, because it's very, very hard. And for these legislatures who are pushing this bill, all of them are getting calls every day from the big soda companies, the sugar soda and the fake food companies. We're not eating food, we're eating food-like substances. And I'll tell you what happened. I was involved in the tobacco litigation back in the late 1980s. And the tobacco companies were, at that time, the cash-richest companies in the world. But they saw the writing on the wall. They saw that the consumer base was turning against them. People were stopping smoking, and that they were being prosecuted and sued successfully. So they settled those lawsuits, but they also started shifting their resources to diversify their companies. And they went out and they bought the food companies. So by 1994, the two biggest food companies in the world were R.J. Reynolds and Philip Morris, tobacco companies. They took about 10,000 scientists who were all engaged in nefarious ways to make tobacco more addictive, and they put them to work making food addictive, inventing ingredients in the laboratory that would make it do things to food. For example, they found out that food that you fill up, your brain tells you your stomach is filled, in part by counting the number of times you chew. So they started adding softeners to our food so that you wouldn't chew so much. So you'd have a sense that you're unsatisfied, you're insatiable, you're never full, so that you keep pouring it down your mouth. And that's just one of the many things they did. They added sodium and sugar. Sugar is as addictive as crack, and it's almost as bad for you. It kills you just as surely, it just kills you a little slower. It feeds tumors, it destroys your body, it destroys your brain. And they added more and more sugar to make us addicted to their products. And these companies are now, just like the tobacco companies were, are flooding into the offices of your state leaders and legislatures and the governor, and they're telling him he's making a big mistake. They're telling him that they're going to stop writing checks, that they're going to run people against them, that they're going to destroy their political careers. And Governor Morrissey was telling me that he met with the soda companies this week, and they said to him, you need to be educated about this. And they said, you know, food stamps is not a nutrition program. He came in with his Diet Coke, and he said, is there anything nutritious in here? And they were like, no, of course not. But food stamps is not a nutrition program. And he said, it's called SNAP, Supplementary Nutrition Assistance Program. It's supposed to be nutrition. It's not supposed to be food-like substances that are actually poisoning us. And so, but it takes a lot of courage to stand up to these companies the same way that it did to stand up to big tobacco. But these men and women, your leaders, Governor Morrissey, is standing up for you. And we all need to stand up for ourselves and take care of ourselves. It's an act of patriotism. If you love this country, you need to start taking care of yourselves. And I also say this, that food companies all came and met with me 2 weeks ago. And they're scared of me, but they're more scared of Governor Morrissey. Because what they said, and the reason they said, well, tell us what you want, we're going to do it. And they said, but stop these governors from passing these laws, because we don't want a patchwork where West Virginia and California are banning food dyes, and we have to make special products for those states. So they're terrified of this, of what you're doing. And the message that I want to give to the country today and to all the other governors is get in line behind Governor Morrissey and apply for a waiver to my agency, and we're going to give it to you. But that's the way we're going to win this. I want to thank all of you. I want to thank the Maha moms who got me into this office, and President Trump, who has given me free rein to do anything I need to do to make America healthy again. And then I particularly want to thank Governor Morrissey and these legislators for their courage, for their vision, for their willingness to stand up to the most powerful industries in the world, to stand up for the people of West Virginia and set an example, a shining example of the rest of the country. Thank you all very much.
You know, I thought that was a wonderful speech, except for the darn weigh-in part. What is that all about? You know, I want to thank Secretary Kennedy for coming in. We're going to, just in a moment, I'm going to sign the letter of intent to ask for multiple SNAP waivers. But before I do, I want to give 30 seconds to just a minute to these amazing legislators who really have been dedicated to the cause. And so I want to start by recognizing Chairman Jason Barrett to come up, and also his beautiful wife, Summer. Why don't you come right up?
Well, Governor, thank you so much. Appreciate your leadership. And I want everyone in this auditorium here today to understand the job that Governor Morrissey is doing. He is incredibly hands-on. He is in the Capitol working hard every day for the people of West Virginia, and he deserves recognition for that. Secretary Kennedy. Secretary Kennedy, thank you so much for your leadership and inspiring a movement across this country. Our country is in debt for you for doing that. Thank you so much for doing that. When Delegate Worrell and I had our initial conversation about a food dyes bill and what we could get done, you know, I started to talk to some folks about that and getting some feedback. And the thing that I heard the most was, Jason, you're going to have to deal with big food and big drink coming after you. And my response to big food and big drink is big deal. And my colleagues and I, we took on this fight for one very simple reason. The people of West Virginia are worth it. And we're going to continue to do things in West Virginia to make West Virginians healthy again. I want to give a huge shout out to my wife, who has educated me more on this issue than I can ever imagine. My favorite Maha mom, Summer. Thank you all so very much, and I can promise you more great things are coming for West Virginia. Thank you.
All right, I'd now like to recognize the individual on the Senate who helped shepherd this through, Chairwoman Chapman. Why don't you come on up? Good friend of mine. She's done a great job.
Thank you very much. I want to give my sincere appreciation and thanks to Governor Morrissey, who is doing an amazing job and really has put us in the forefront on this issue. And I just want to thank you for your leadership. And also for Secretary Kennedy, who has put these issues into the mainstream media and into our lives. Without his leadership, most of us wouldn't even be able to know half of these issues. We do have the worst health outcomes in America, and Delegate Worrell and I are working hard in our health committees to try to make our lives better. 27% of our citizens live in a food desert, and I just want everybody to realize we're here for the children. You all are our future leaders. You're our future, and we need to make sure that we do a great job for you. So thank you very much. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being here.
Nice to see you. Thank you. The individual who really was one of the key folks in the House driving this through, the chairman of our health committee, Evan
Well, thank you. What a great turnout. I want to thank the governor. He is working hard for you and has done a great job so far. We appreciate that, Mr. Governor. And Secretary Kennedy, thank you so much for your visionary leadership. You know, I remember texting you back in January, and I said, when the secretary gets confirmed, because I knew you'd be confirmed, we're going to make West Virginia healthy. And I talked to him about that. But I'm a father of 7 children with an 8th on the way. My wife is 34 weeks pregnant. Yeah, thank you. But I know, sincere thankful to her. She's one of the original Maha moms. She just educated me on this as well, just like the senator said. She's taken these things out of our food at home, and she has led the charge here that led me to come here in the West Virginia legislature and do this. And so I promise to you, we're not done. As a House Health Chairman in the West Virginia legislature, we're just getting started. I have a big 4x8 sign in my office that says, "Make West Virginia healthy," and we intend to do so. Thank you again, Governor, and thank you, Secretary.
Thank you. And last but certainly not least, Chairman Delegate Adam Burkhammer. Adam, thank you.
Well, again, thank you for the opportunity. I do want to, again, appreciate Governor Morrissey's leadership and standing with the legislator, Secretary Kennedy for his federal leadership. But I do want to talk about my colleagues that we were able to get this done. And we did feel an immense pressure. They're in session today, still fighting some good battles, but we stood strong, and we're willing to stand strong for you because we truly do recognize that a strong and prosperous America, a strong and prosperous West Virginia starts with the health of our communities and our families. And so we are just getting started, and we're willing to fight for you, and we believe in what we're doing right here in West Virginia. So thank you.
Thank you, Governor.
Thank you.
All right. So now we're going to move on to a real fun part of the program. I'm going to ask all these wonderful young men and women to come on up. And some folks, we're going to sign our letter of intent to ask for these waivers of SNAP. I'd love folks to come on up, including the legislators, please. By the way, I think my voice can travel. Isn't it a wonderful and historic moment to have a Kennedy in West Virginia? With that, now I will be signing the intent for the state of West Virginia to file multiple SNAP waivers as I described. Well, I have some bad news for you. Time to go back to class. Hey, guys, I want to say thank you all for coming today. This has been a wonderful event, and this is just the beginning of a long journey for everyone in West Virginia. I look forward to seeing you all soon. Thanks again, Secretary Kennedy, our legislators, everyone for being here. God bless. We'll see you soon.
Make West Virginia healthy again. We saw that with Governor Patrick Morrisey and Secretary of HHS Robert F. Kennedy Jr., culminating in the SNAP signings and this agreement between the federal government and West Virginia to partner in all of this, removing the dyes and the poisons from drinks and food. Also, Kennedy really detailing so much of what the food industry has done over the course of the last few years. A man clearly on a mission, and Governor Morrisey saying once again how wonderful it is to have a Kennedy in West Virginia. If you're just joining us, of course, you can scrub back, whether it be YouTube, Facebook, Rumble, or anywhere else that we exist, your favorite social media spots, to see the entirety of the event and the speech. But it is close to 11 a.m. on the East Coast. I'm Robert McNeely. It's a joy to be with you here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live, and we see the Maha movement in full throttle, full swing, as President Trump has added this to his agenda item of making America great again. And part of that is making America healthy again. So Governor Morrisey of West Virginia, newer governor, taking office back on January 13th of this year, a Republican, focused on a number of different items, 4 specifically, that will help make West Virginia great again and healthy again. And a lot of that has to do with daily moving. So encouraging those in West Virginia to at least walk 1 mile, getting back to the gym. He is going to have a personal trainer as well, he mentioned, stating that that will be Secretary Kennedy, who will come back for weigh-ins, I guess, periodically. So West Virginia not terribly far from Washington, D.C. And the governor has his own personal goal of losing 30 pounds over the course of the next several weeks and months here. So we'll be keeping tabs with Governor Morrisey as he reaches those goals in his own life, and also inspiring those in West Virginia to be healthy. And Secretary Kennedy mentioning that he wants him to be on the carnivore diet as well, something that has probably helped many of you at home. So this is exciting to see this, a country that very focused on righting the wrongs of the food lobby, which literally put dyes and poisons into food and drink. We know that red dye 3 was banned dating back to the incoming of this administration back in January. So if you just go get over-the-counter medicine, for example, like Dayquil or NyQuil, you see those have those dyes in there, and sometimes those are needed when you are sick, and they will be fully banned coming within the next 2 years. So this administration nonstop, making America healthy again, making America great again as well. And Mr. Director, do we have any updates on that imagery of the Vice President traveling today? Oh, fantastic. Well, the Vice President today is traveling to Greenland with the Second Lady, Usha Vance, and I have a number of meetings detailing this acquisition that is hoping to take place. President Trump has been very vocal about acquiring Greenland from the Kingdom of Denmark. Of course, we've had our dear friend, the former ambassador to the kingdom, Carla Sands, on a regular basis, really detailing the strategic initiative for not only national security, but international security. Of course, the NATO Secretary General also meeting with President Trump a few weeks back at the White House, being in support of all of this taking place. Very, very important to do all of that, because if that does not happen, we'd have some problems throughout those North Atlantic waters. So important that we would have those people focus on that, our military and our brave national security team, because we need that here in the United States. So crucial and so important to the future safety of our waters and our shipping lanes, especially in the North Atlantic. And joining us now, we have Jim Paff. It's good to see you, sir. A number of different items, really for Congress to face in the coming days and weeks. And detail what some of those might be, because you've worked on the Hill, and we know that President Trump has put out executive orders releasing, of course, the FBI files on Crossfire Hurricane. Also focus on streamlining the Treasury. We have a new announcement with Senator Brandon Beach of Georgia becoming the next Treasury leader there. So what will be some of the legislation you see on the horizon for Congress to deal with?
Well, I actually don't have a huge amount of hope for the kind of legislation that I'd like to see. These executive orders that Donald Trump is putting out many of them need to be codified in federal law, and Congress does need to get on that. But the thing that's really coming down the pike that at least initially is very hopeful is both the president and Congress, Mike Johnson and John Thune, have committed to doing a rescission package. And what a rescission package is a direct attempt to pare back the funding that was previously appropriated out of the current standing budget. So that, I don't know what the size of that package could be. It could be $500 billion to up to $1.5 trillion somewhere. Elon Musk is reporting that they found $1 trillion at least already. They're on path with that for the Doge effort. And if they can embed those Doge cuts into a rescission package, which only requires a majority vote of Congress, by the way, so they don't have to worry about the filibuster rule in the Senate, then that would be a massively positive thing leading into this reconciliation package, which will get the tax cuts approved later in the year.
Elon Musk has mentioned this week that we actually will see an increase in Social Security benefits and those correct benefits streamlined, because you've seen this massive fraud, whether it's 9-month-olds or 99-year-olds that are no longer with us receiving some of these benefits because of fraud. We have agencies that are just not looking at one another. How quick do you think that will happen where people will actually be receiving more in Social Security benefits?
Well, that probably is not going to happen immediately, but it will be happening long term, unless there's something I'm misunderstanding about the process that Elon has figured out. Right now, as I have observed the program over the years, when those benefits can increase or decrease based upon current revenue into the system, and then if there are cost of living adjustments made. To do what Elon is saying can be done won't require a cost of living adjustment. It's just an adjustment because there's more money available in the system. There's a lot of fraud in Social Security, and so that what you'll get is an offset of some actual cuts of overall benefits being paid out, represented by getting rid of all the fraud. And then on the other side, there will be some increases to individuals because there's more money to provide them a larger check than what they're receiving right now. The net benefit is to the taxpayer. No one gets harmed and many get benefited, but the taxpayer is still spending less in actual dollars on Social Security because the fraud is extracted from the system.
Is there anything historically that we've seen, especially from Congress, where they have been able to streamline the size and scope of the federal government? Because even President Reagan mentioned that the closest thing to eternal life on earth is a government program. And we have been discussing earlier today on the show that in 1996, it was Newt Gingrich's House that was able to at least start that passing of a balanced budget amendment, or at least that discussion to happen. Do you think that's something that's needed? And is there something we could look historically to that could be the inspiration to see what Doge is ultimately carrying out?
Well, to answer the first question, quick historical background to clarify for your viewers what you just described. Ronald Reagan was not able to cut any government programs, but he was able to change regulations. He actually reduced regulations on the back end of the Grace Commission. The Grace Commission also suggested reforms to current government programs so that $600 hammer or whatever number they put on it back then got changed around, the whole procurement process in DOD. And so those kinds of reforms took place, regulatory reform and reform in, purchasing patterns and contracts that are made there. In the case of Newt Gingrich, there were also no government programs cut, but the revenues were able to increase and the overall amount of appropriation by program was reduced a little bit, but the big thing there was welfare reform. Welfare spending went dramatically down because of the work requirement that was put in there, which, by the way, Barack Obama rescinded later on by executive order, FYI, not by anything done actually in legislation. Now, fast forward to today, we're going to be testing how much or the degree to which Ronald Reagan's prescription is still the case. And we're doing that initially through the elimination of the Department of Education, which Trump is and Linda McMahon, the current Secretary of Education, is working to do. And I think we could do that in other programs right now, because there is a desire in the American public to pare back government. We'll see how far that goes. I'm very encouraged by how much political will there is, but that's a little background on it. And this actually would be quite historical if we can, starting with the Department of Education, eliminate some of these useless government programs.
Well, thank you for that, Jim, because it is quite interesting in the period of, roughly 25 years. You look back at those 90s where you had Bill Clinton actually saying the era of big government is over, a moderate Democrat in many ways, who was focused on balancing that budget with his rival, Newt Gingrich. So an interesting history lesson for our viewers there. Thank you for that. And is it really the case, do you believe, because of the mandate from the last election, that people really want the scaling back? They've seen too much government in their lives? Or do we have this somewhat of an addiction to overspending? Because part of this is with the credit card debt, with inflation, some things we can't control as middle-class citizens, say, in the United States because of what our government is doing, just i.e. sending billions and billions to Ukraine in that war effort that seemingly, thank God, is coming to an end, not only because the cost of it, but just the amount of millions of lives have passed seemingly for no reason, even Elon Musk touching on this. But is there really a renaissance for the recognition of small governance because the way it's hit the wallet of the taxpayer, or are we doomed to this spiraling addiction to big government bloat?
Well, the addiction to big government bloat is almost entirely in Congress. Certainly, there are some programs the American public wants. Frankly, they probably still don't want Social Security to go away or Medicare to go away if you did a poll. But I do believe that the American public wants reform in those systems. So there is some hesitance in the public, but as we've learned from what is being revealed through the efforts of DOGE right now, is that the real problem is in Washington, D.C. It's a problem of just passing spending and keeping it going because we've always done it and it meets someone's little criteria of what they want done, but also the corrupt aspect of it, where particularly since the Obama administration, and by the way, this was going on before Obama, but it got on steroids in the Obama administration, this desire to transfer government funds into the pockets of favored political actors so that they have the resources to help perpetuate your political power. And honestly, there are two major things that Democrats have done over the last 20 plus years to give them any kind of political opportunity. The first one is this money transfer to the tune of tens of billions, maybe hundreds of billions of dollars into the pockets of favored political proponents. But the second thing is the election system, which is not what you asked me about, but I think it's very critical to take note that the way we've done elections in this country during this decade, the expansion of unsolicited mail ballots, the turning away from citizenship as a requirement for voting, and expanding these elections over multiple weeks prior to the actual election day, these have favored Democrats. Without those two things that I just described, I don't think Democrats would have the kind of power in the current mix of policies that they promote that they would otherwise have. They would have actually been more like Bill Clinton, who was no conservative or moderate at heart, but he had to govern that way because the political winds would not have allowed him to do otherwise. That's a major change that we've seen in this century, and I believe we need to reform, and everything that Donald Trump's trying to do in reducing government is a fantastic first step in that direction.
I'm really glad you brought that up, Jim, because we've had the executive order take place this week when President Trump was meeting with the U.S. ambassadors regarding reforming election integrity and to truly have his ultimate goal, as he sees it, a federal holiday for voting. And maybe depending what the states want to do, a week or two before, but not these months and like 6 weeks in some cases. We've seen this in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, but also the paper balloting. I think a lot of this goes back to motor voter in those Clinton years. Is there legislation specifically that you've seen or have dealt with or would propose as an expert when it comes to Congress? What would you advise House Speaker Mike Johnson to do, or really any of those freshman congressmen who might be eager to empowering states and localities to streamline their election systems?
Well, Democrats have been complaining severely about that executive order that Donald Trump signed. Even, by the way, some more libertarian-minded conservatives have been as well. And on the libertarian-minded conservative side, I can understand what they're saying, because the Constitution states that electors, the decision on how to choose electors resides with the state, and that the federal government's not allowed to decide how that works. And by the way, in our past, it was the state legislatures in the very founding of the country who determined which electors were going to go up for president. So let's keep in mind, this system has had a wild run. That said, so that decision is in the states ultimately. But we have had laws in this country to tell states what they must do. You pointed out one of them, motor voter. Also, there were many laws and regulations that came out of the Civil Rights Act to try to fix some of the problems with elections in states that were hounding and harming in a racist manner Black people in the South. And I think that there's some appropriateness to all that to try to rejigger and fix a system so that it would be right. In this case, I do believe, and I'm not absolutely convinced of this, but it's my opinion that you do not violate the Constitution to require citizenship, proper promotion of citizenship or acknowledgement of citizenship with proper documentation before you can vote. I think Congress can do something like that. I don't know if they can decide how the elections run in terms of mail ballots or how long the elections can go. That's probably left to the states, but I would like to see some opportunities for that. But I think a big first step that I think is constitutional, and remember, the Supremacy Clause makes the Constitution above any other laws. That was one of the arguments that for some of the post-Civil Rights Act laws that cleaned up elections in the South, is that the Constitution overrides any state law. And I think a citizenship ID requirement federally could pass constitutional muster, and I think also would be appropriate. I was just opining on my X profile this week. I'm like, hey, let's just do a test. Let's just have paper ballots and citizenship verification on single-day voting and make it a national paid holiday. Let's just do that once, and let's see what the American citizens really want, as opposed to adding all these other people. There are non-citizens voting in our elections right now, and that's a problem. And I think we need to fix that. By the way, one other thing I would do, sorry to go long, but I would say I also think that we might be able to pass a law that requires states to clean their voter rolls, to do regular national change of address checks on these, and then to have requirements for how voters can cure their registration status prior to an election. So like years like right now, states should be doing that, aggressively. Start cleaning up the voter rolls right now. Start letting people know you're registered in the wrong place. You need to re-register, whatever system they would do. But I think we might also make that a requirement from the federal government as well.
Not only common sense, but Jim outlining what can be done federally. And I would agree, as someone who is, I can't say necessarily a legal expert on it. I read the Constitution. I have my pocket Constitution always on me. And it seems like there would be room for that there to regulate based on what you said. So thank you for taking us through that history for our viewers once again. And just to get a forecast of next week, of course, April 1st, some special elections in Florida, District 1 and District 6 to fill those seats. Anything that you see from exit polling or any interest in that, as there is a narrow majority for the Republicans in the House with 218 to 213 right now 4 vacant seats, 2 of those to be filled with the election on Tuesday.
Well, one might be concerned when they see the results that happened in Pennsylvania in that state legislative seat last week. That was a Trump 15-plus district where the Republican lost. But the Pennsylvania GOP got caught flat-footed. I don't think we're as flat-footed on these races in Florida. I have confidence that you're going to see them replaced with a Republican. Neither seat was a major risk to lose for a Republican candidate in a regular election, but these special elections are about turnout. And now I have some confidence that the turnout plan there is working much better than what happened in Pennsylvania last week. And I'm sure you'll bring up the Wisconsin election, but that's also going to be very, very critical, because if that state Supreme Court goes left, the Democrat-backed and Obama-backed candidate, I might add, has literally said that they want to redraw congressional districts, and they would do so in a way that favors Democrats. They claim gerrymandering in the current system. That's not the case. Wisconsin is a far more conservative state than most people realize, and most of the problems have happened because of this mishmash of Democrat governance with an every once in a while elected Republican governor. So that is a key critical race as well. The polling looks favorable, but again, this is all about turnout, and there is a lot of activity on both sides, and I think that also may see this more rationally minded conservative Republican nominee Schimmel get elected. That's an important race too, because that also will determine the makeup of the House going into 2026.
Yes, very crucial in the Badger State of Wisconsin. We've seen turning point action up there. Also, Don Jr., Charlie Kirk hitting those doors, making those phone calls. So important. Jim, we always appreciate your common sense approach and expertise when it comes to Congress and just the electoral landscape of moving into now 2026. Where can our viewers find all of your latest work?
They can go to theconservativecaucus.org. That's the word THE, conservativecaucus.org. Also, I'm posting up information regularly, both on my X profile, Jim Path, and you can go to TC Caucus as well on X and get all the information you need.
Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for the Conservative Caucus and your leadership there. Congressional expert Jim Path. We'll talk to you very soon. Have a wonderful weekend.
Thanks for having me on.
And that's an important date for everyone as you go into your weekend. If you haven't early voted yet, especially in the states of Wisconsin and Florida, you have some big ones coming up. So make sure that you get to the polls on April Fool's Day. It might be a joke when you're teasing your family or friends or coworkers, but not Election Day. That is actually happening. And there are important races for the balance of power, as Jim said. You're looking at the 1st District of Florida. That's the Western Panhandle, just south of where we are now in Alabama. And that was Matt Gaetz' seat. Of course, the 6th District near south of St. Augustine, the Northeast, a beautiful area of Florida as well. And Michael Waltz, of course, who's our national security advisor, was once there. So 2 big seats that will make up then a 220 to 213 with 2 vacancies if Republicans are successful. So very important seats. And President Trump mentioning on True Social, he has asked Elise Stefanik to stay in the House instead of going on the U.S. mission to the United Nations as ambassador. Shows how crucial that is. She'll be rejoining the Republican leadership team in the House. During this Women's Celebration Month, as President Trump celebrated many beautiful, smart women at the White House just this week as well. So he's had a jam-packed schedule, of course, going into the weekend, traveling down to West Palm Beach, Florida, to enjoy not only a working weekend, but maybe hitting the links once again. And maybe he'd be out there with Tiger Woods. Of course, a couple weekends ago, when we were fortunate enough to join President Trump, we were privileged with another club championship for President Trump. So that was fun, and I had the honor of congratulating him on the trip back to Washington, D.C. on that return victory. We're going to toss now to Governor Patrick Morrisey of West Virginia, who was just with HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., detailing Making America Healthy Again in West Virginia.
Good. Someone else here from the journal, too. Good. They told me to look out for you. All right, fire away. I still have the hat on, but you guys have fun today. This was an incredible event, and I just feel that West Virginia is honored. This is the first event that Secretary Kennedy has come in to our state for, to christen the Make America Healthy Again movement, and I'm honored that he was able to choose West Virginia. There's a lot of history with the Kennedys in West Virginia, and so I just feel honored about that. And this is the first step of a lot of big things for our state. So any questions you have?
Governor, yesterday the Secretary announced 10,000 job eliminations in his department. Fair to say some may well live it here in the Eastern Panhandle. Just any thoughts about
Look, I think that there are steps in every process. So today we're focusing on the importance of making America and West Virginia healthy again. And I know that there'll be a lot of discussions about that going forward. But I think today's event is about making America healthy again. My heart goes out to people that are affected, obviously, and we'll be always looking to do different things that can be helpful here in West Virginia. I want to put as many people to work as possible in a lot of different ways. So I know that it's a process that they're going through, because they had previous administrations just have bloated government bureaucracies, and they kept growing and growing and growing. But today, we're here to focus on making West Virginia healthy again.
Can you give us any color on your meeting with soda companies that Secretary Kennedy described?
Well, I can just tell you this. I try to meet with people, anyone who has an interest, I believe, whether you agree with them or not. The First Amendment gives people the right to redress their grievances, petition, to be able to put their position forth. So that's what they were doing. And so I think we had some interesting conversations. I think the one thing that struck me is when people are asserting that SNAP shouldn't be about nutrition. I take issue with that. If you have the nutrition assistance program, it needs to be about nutrition. And I think that's going to be an important point we'll be talking about going forward.
Okay. What kind of pressure were you under from industry, and do you expect there to be litigation? Have they
You know,
threatened that?
I don't worry much about that. I try to do the right thing for the citizens of West Virginia. So, I've served as the state attorney general for 12 years. I've had a lot of powerful billionaires threaten me before it kind of rolls off of me at this point, because I know I stand up for West Virginia. So none of that really works with me. So I'm not worried. I think that we're going to always be successful. I know that as attorney general, we had a really good batting average. I think as governor, we will as well.
Governor, I have two questions.
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit about the decision to go with soft drinks and not do candy or other products that other states are looking to? And
So
did you talk to Kennedy specifically when making that decision?
So I will say that I'm a step-by-step person, so we looked at these issues, and I view this as a longer-term process. I will step forward in terms of soda, the federal subsidy of that, and we'll look at other things going forward. But I think today what you heard is that we announced 3 different types of programs. We announced healthy bundles, we announced stopping federal subsidization of soda, and then separately we talked about work requirements. So I may come back to you over time and come with more initiatives as well, but I like to make sure I can take on the right type of things and succeed. So that's all. I would just say it's step by step, but there's a lot of meat in today's proposal and a lot of big changes, including the work requirements, which means a lot.
Did you talk to Secretary Rollins about it?
I'm sorry?
Rollins, did you talk to her about it?
I haven't. I saw her a number of weeks ago, but I haven't talked to her about all the particulars. But today was an intent to file, so we obviously have to submit the waiver. So this is the beginning of the process. So that's what we announced today. That the letter that you'll have a copy of, and we'll make sure you have that, says that it's my intent to seek waivers in these areas. And so as time goes on, we'll follow up with more details.
Governor, can you talk about the Mar-a-Lago event and that Mr. Kennedy referenced?
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, did this initiative grow out of those discussions, or how much input did Mr. Kennedy have in what you're
Well,
doing here?
I can tell you that I met Secretary Kennedy in November, and we were talking about a lot of transition issues, and obviously I was trying to help President Trump in transition and have different meetings, and Secretary Kennedy is doing the same. So I think that I was always impressed by what he stood for and his character, and I will just say that he's very passionate and dedicated, and I think he made a big difference in the election of Donald J. Trump. So there was a lot that we talked about in terms of the health statistics in West Virginia. We're at the bottom of a lot of rankings. The importance of losing weight in West Virginia. As I said before, I'm going to try to do my best to take a better step forward. And he's in really good shape. So you get inspired when you talk to people like that have made the right decisions with their health and with their food choices. And so it just started to grow from there.
And I wondered if you could also talk about kind of the cultural shift that we're seeing, where Republicans are embracing this agenda, but it seems to me that you married it with a very Republican initiative, work requirements.
Yeah.
Can you talk about that?
Well, look, it's always been my intent to make sure that we're putting as many West Virginians to work as possible, and that's what you see today. And I think for far too long, a lot of people put far too many exemptions in place to limit how many people go to work. We don't have that luxury in West Virginia. We have the lowest workforce participation rate in America, and I intend to change that. So I'm going to do everything imaginable to make sure that we're putting people to work. I feel very passionately about that. That's our top initiative in West Virginia, getting more people working, lifting up the standard of living, and obviously making sure we're stepping up as an economy to help our state reach her potential. So that's a really important issue, and so that was important for me to announce today as well.
You spoke about today, and you have it on your hat here,
Yeah.
making America healthy again. I know you wanted to focus on today. Do you have any concerns about President Trump's ability to keep that promise with these healthcare cuts paired with, problems like measles? Do you have any concerns?
Look, I think President Trump is doing so many good things for our country, and so I have complete confidence in the president's ability to not only pull things off in terms of working with Secretary Kennedy in this agenda, but in a wide variety of things. Whether you look at the number of confirmations he's had in a short period of time, it's just record-breaking. He's moving fast. I think in his second term, he's showing that he's learned so much, and he's just excelling. And I think that America should have confidence that President Trump is going to follow through on his promises. And I'm excited as a governor to work with him. I've worked with President Trump in the past. He means what he says, and then he goes out and does it. And I think that's great. That's the way we try to be here in West Virginia.
Could West Virginia handle cuts to state and local health departments?
Listen, I think we're going to work closely. Every administration comes in, there are a lot of different ideas. And what I try to do is deal with the facts that are on the ground, right? There's a reconciliation bill that's out there, and that outlines there may be changes in various programs. As those programs, as the bills move forward, we'll be analyzing what becomes real and what's not. I know I can tell you, I've heard of a lot of proposals over time, and sometimes they don't see the light of day. But we'll be ready to help protect West Virginia and help our state no matter what happens on the federal level. I think one of the challenges is for West Virginia, when you get so reliant on the federal government, you have to make sure that you're watching. I'm looking to make sure we protect our jobs here in West Virginia, but also grow those private sector starts so that we can change the balance a little bit going forward. And I think we're going to be able to do that with the many initiatives we have.
When do the personal training sessions start?
They better begin soon, because now that he's trying to get me to do weigh-ins, I was not expecting that today. But I can tell you this, that I'm excited, and I know that I was starting to get to a place where I was walking and working out, but it needs to be a top priority. And that's about most things in life. You have to make it a higher priority. And as I said, I know how hard it is, and I used to be a fairly thin guy, and I played sports growing up. I played sports in college. I was very, very active, and maybe being the AG of a state and being in these positions made it a little bit harder. But I'm going to work, and I'm going to try to make progress, and maybe, just maybe, I get to come back and see you and see a lot of people over the next year or two, and we've moved the needle a little bit, just the way we're going to move the needle for everything in West Virginia. This is our comeback. This is our opportunity to do things differently. We've inherited some real challenges in the state, but I'm going to roll up my sleeves. I'm going to take them on, and that's a good part of what today is all about.
One more question on
Yeah.
that reconciliation bill you mentioned. House Republicans have threatened to cut $200 billion in funding from SNAP over the next decade in that bill, and the president has endorsed it. So how do you square that with the argument that you and the secretary made today that food is medicine and SNAP is the way to do that?
Well, I think there are always different ways to save money, and I think that it's just a false choice to say that you can't make efficiencies in the program. So we're always looking at different ways that you can administer programs. And I know when I came in, we had a $400 million structural gap, and then programs that were continuing out into the future that weren't paid for. So what do? We roll up our sleeves, we go top to bottom to start to gain the efficiencies in the system to make it work. I think the same will be true on the federal level. That's what they're working on, and no one has ever really done that hard work. I think President Trump is doing that hard work. So I think that there are a lot of ways that we can save money. We must save money, because in the past, the appetite for spending was off the charts, just even in the last 4 years. But now there's an opportunity to change that. So one more question for folks for the Journal.
So 46% of Americans say the biggest gap between them and having a healthy diet is cost. Are there any steps being taken to mitigate those costs for low-income families?
Yeah, a couple things. One, we have some separate initiatives that are going on right now that we think are going to unveil a energy boom in West Virginia. And I've always been of the belief, especially when we started to see inflation during President Biden's term, that if you can actually have lower energy prices and broad consumption, that can be a big driver, because that impacts the price of food, it impacts the cost of goods and services. So in West Virginia right now, we have a really big economic development project related to data centers, and West Virginia has an ability to really be the leader in the country in that area. I think that there's a chance over the next 4 or 5 years where that's going to be probably the single biggest economic development initiative that we've seen in our state in decades, if we handle it right. Now, when you begin to do that the right way, you also unleash major use of your energy resources, and that's great because that affects the pricing as well. And I think ultimately that flows back down to the consumer. And if we can have lower prices of energy, that means that you can have lower prices of food, lower prices of other goods and services. And once again, West Virginia helps lead the way. All right, guys, thank you all for coming. I appreciate it. Be well.
New York Times, Washington Post.
Who's from where, just so I know?
From the New York Times.
What's your name?
Cheryl B. Stolberg.
Cheryl, nice to see you. And your name?
Rachel Devine went to Washington.
Nice to see you.
Rachel Brising.
Yeah, nice to see you. Thank you. Enjoy.
Did Mr.
Wild and
Kennedy give
wonderful.
you the hat?
Yeah, we got it from, I think, some Kennedy or other people, but I don't know where it came from. But I was happy to wear it.
But it's not.
So great insight from Governor Morrissey of West Virginia, and that's what's so fantastic about being a live desk, because you get to see this unbridled access to a number of different things happening that affect all parts of the country, including West Virginia. This great collaborative moment for Secretary Kennedy and Governor Morrissey. So we will work hard to make America healthy again. And he pledged himself that, it happens, getting to work and dedicating yourself to public service like that. He said he just put on a few pounds and wants to make himself healthy, really be that example for West Virginia. On top of the great state of West Virginia, also putting the least influx into the workplace out of all the rest of the country. So he wants to change that as well. So not only to get that moving, to address also the heroin and meth issues, but to take those dyes and those poisons out of food and to get West Virginians moving again. So a noble initiative, and we'll be checking in often to see all of that as we await coverage of Vice President Vance's trip to Greenland, along with our beautiful Second Lady, Usha Vance, and everything that's been updated in recent days, weeks, and months regarding the annexation of Greenland. So that's exciting to be a forthcoming event, possibly by the end of the term, if not before, to have Greenland. What a smart strategic move, not only for our national security, but for international security. And some of the other breaking news this week, in case you missed that coverage of President Trump with Governor Jeff Landry in the Roosevelt Room of the White House, of course, in the West Wing. He was joined by House Speaker Mike Johnson and also Leader Steve Scalise, the Majority Leader, with a number of different things. Hyundai announcing billions and billions in investments in Louisiana, Savannah, Georgia, and really throughout the Southeast that will grow thousands and thousands of jobs in that process. So some notes from what took place countering trade practices that threaten to impair U.S. national security. And this is focused on those imports of automobiles and automobile parts in the United States. This week, President Trump signed a proclamation invoking Section 232 of the Trade Expansion Act of 1962. This imposes 25% tariffs on imports of automobiles and certain automobile parts, addressing critical threats to United States national security. President Trump is taking action to protect America's automobile industry, which is vital to national security and has been undermined by excessive imports threatening America's domestic industrial base and supply chain. So the 25% tariff will be applied to imported passenger vehicles, sedans, and small trucks, also SUVs and cargo vans. These will all be impacted, as well as key automobile parts. It's engines, transmissions, powertrain parts, and electrical components. With the process is to expand tariffs on additional parts if necessary and if deemed necessary for the future. So importers of automobiles under the United States-Mexico-Canada agreement will be given the opportunity to certify their U.S. content, and systems will be implemented such that the 25% tariff will only apply to the value of their non-U.S. content. So USMCA compliant automobile parts will remain tariff-free until the Secretary of Commerce, in consultation with the U.S. Customs and Border Patrol or Protection, the CBP, establishes a process to apply those tariffs to their non-U.S. content. So the president is exercising his authority under Section 232 of the Trade Expansion Act of 1962 to adjust imports to protect our national security. This statute provides the president with the authority to adjust imports being brought into the United States into those quantities as well. These circumstances really threaten United States national security, and we know going to April 2nd, the reciprocal tariff day, that is happening next Wednesday. So if countries can't come to the table, if they can't counter the president on specific offers, those reciprocal tariffs will go into effect come Wednesday, and that is April 2nd. Thank you to our sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live. FreeTrumpBook.com. This is great for those young patriots in your life who might not be learning about the greatness of America or might have questions as to why President Trump first ran for office, with the Kids Guide to President Trump. There's also the Kids Guide to the Courage of President Trump, along with roughly 10 other guides detailing these major movements in American life, whether it be the civil rights movement, whether it be the Civil War itself, or our revolution. Why did we separate from the British Empire in order to pursue our own constitutional republic and self-governance? All of these important questions for the kids at home. FreeTrumpBook.com. FreeTrumpBook.com. A great way to bring all of those important lessons from American life to your kids at home. It's all brought to you by former governor of Arkansas, Mike Huckabee, who is looking to be the next ambassador to Israel. How exciting is that? He will just be fantastic in that role. And in this time with Free Trump Book, you only pay for shipping and handling. So a great thing to do for the young patriots in your life, or of course, your neighbor who might have their head in the sand in that process. FreeTrumpBook.com, a great gift bundle for your children if you're looking for stocking stuffers 9 months before Christmas. So a great gift at home. FreeTrumpBook.com. Thank you to Mike Huckabee and his team, and for sponsoring us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. And there's a live shot there of the White House, where earlier today, Vice President J.D. Vance and his lovely wife, our second lady, Usha Vance, traveling on Marine 2 and Air Force 2 en route to Greenland. So we'll be awaiting that movement. If you're with us earlier today, we watched Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the Director of Health and Human Services, the wonderful Secretary, and Governor Patrick Morrisey recently inaugurated into office in West Virginia on January 13th of this year, just a week before President Trump took his oath of office. and focused on making America healthy again and making West Virginia healthy again. Maybe West Virginia will be this model for the rest of the country and for other governors to sign onto SNAP agreements in order to get their staffs involved in making each and every state the best it can be. So Governor Morrissey was half joking around, but also committing to this movement throughout West Virginia in 4 parts, including walking a mile a day. He has a goal of losing 30 pounds himself, and Secretary Kennedy will be his personal trainer. He said he's going to put him on the carnivore diet, also getting him back in the gym and just moving more and really building that into your schedule. And it can be hard at times because Governor Morrissey said himself to local and national press there that he was a rather fit kid and just had more time in the past. And then, work got in the way, and being a dedicated public servant, it took up many hours and just gets harder, throughout those days and times and different patterns in your life, especially once you have a family. But important to prioritize your health in so many ways, whether it's just getting a good amount of sleep, eating the right foods, staying away from high sugar content, of course, staying away from those processed foods as well, and really getting out there and getting your steps in. So important for longevity and for your own personal health. So an amazing moment there today in West Virginia. And we've been watching President Trump with so many wins this week. Of course, we had Jim Paff on from the Conservative Caucus detailing what Congress might do to follow some of the executive orders released just this week, whether it's streamlining the Treasury. Of course, we have a new leader there very soon, Brandon Beach, the Georgia state senator, lawmaker, someone who's been really loyal to President Trump over the course of the last decade and a great leader in his own right to be at the Department of Treasury. Also, the releasing of Crossfire Hurricane, which is something we'll be diving into, those FBI files right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network Live. And as President Trump was meeting with those ambassadors in the West Wing, signing that into transparency, he mentioned that, hey, journalists, you have an opportunity to go look at these now. So maybe look through these files, see what happened to his first campaign where he was spied on by Hillary Clinton. And of course, the people that created the Steele dossier, all detailed in the plot against the president. If it wasn't for FBI Director Kash Patel in his role working with former Congressman and CEO of True Social, Devin Nunes, and of course the great author Lee Smith, the American people would have been left in the dark. This is something, as Katie Zachariah detailed on our show earlier this week, it's worse than Watergate. I mean, it's like a Tom Clancy novel to think that the deep state, both Republicans and Democrats, worked in cohesion to try to remove a duly elected sitting president with all of this lawfare. And that's why people like James Comey, the former FBI director, it could not matter in the least that he was a Republican. He was someone who was vindictive in trying to take down a sitting president. And it's all detailed there. It's right there. So we'll dive in more for any of that breaking news of what's found in the details of Crossfire Hurricane, an operation that should have never happened, with the Steele dossier and so many people's lives ruined in the process, including great people like George Papadopoulos, who was truly in the crosshairs of that big government deep state operation to take down President Trump. But God is on his side. God is with the MAGA Maha movement as we go into 60 plus days of this extraordinary administration committed to constitutional governance. And it's great to have it back, because even the great one, Mark Levin, feared on his radio program that we were in a post-constitutional era. And I even thought about that. Even the course of the last number of years, when I graduated from college, I would listen in and think to myself, oh my goodness, we really are in this post-constitutional era, with people like Barack Hussein Obama saying that he had the phone and the pen, but I'll just sign executive order after executive order after executive order going in and around Congress. So that would be a terrible situation to have just a unilateral, too powerful executive. In fact, the imperial presidency, as we once heard, but now we have constitutional governance back once again. A president through Doge who wants to streamline the size and scope of the American government, but also, think about this, getting rid of the Department of Education, bringing it back to the states to solve as it once was intended, fulfilling President Reagan's dream. And we actually have footage from President Trump's dinner last night. So if we'd like to toss that to that now, in case you missed that, of course, another big week for President Trump, but we'll go to that dinner right now.
Thank you very much. Nice looking crowd. Hello, Lindsay. Nice to see you. And you'll like it. Good evening and welcome to this magnificent iftar dinner, very special, as we honor the Islamic holy month of Ramadan. Let me begin by saying to our Muslim friends, of which I have many tonight, and I think we have many all over the world based on the results in Michigan, other places. But I just want to say hello to all of the people that supported us so strongly. Ramadan Mubarak. We're grateful to be joined by Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi, thank you very much. Deputy Secretary of State, Chris Landau. Chris, thank you, Chris. Congratulations, by the way. Deputy Special Envoy, Morgan Ortegas. Morgan. Hi, Morgan. A very good friend of mine who I just endorsed, actually, Senator Lindsey Graham. Lindsey. Congressman Abe Hamadeh. Ed, thank you, Ed. Thank you, Ed. Good job. Counselor to the President, Alina Habba, and going to be the U.S. Attorney in New Jersey, very importantly. Great job. Pastor Paula White, my friend for a long time, and somebody that's done an incredible job with faith and all of the things that so many in this room stand for. Paula White. Thank you, Paula. And a person that Paula would have a hard time not being with. I would say Jenny would be about impossible for you, right? But Jenny Korn is here, and she's been incredible, the Faith Office Director, and right out of the White House, right? Jenny? Hi, Jenny. How are you? And a great friend of mine, Mossad Boulos. Mossad, how are you? Thank you. I also want to extend a very special thanks to the hundreds of thousands of Muslim Americans who supported us in record numbers in the 2024 presidential election. It was incredible. We started a little slow with you, but we came along, and by the time that election was finished, we figured we went up like a rocket ship. So I just want to thank everybody very much for that. That was great. And in particular, I want to thank two great gentlemen, the mayor of Hamtramck, Michigan. Hamtramck, how are you, Mr. Mayor? And he's done a great job as mayor, and he's done a great job with his support of us. And Mr. Amr Galib, and thank you very much. You was such a tremendous endorsement right at the right time. Your timing was excellent. Thank you very much. And you'll be the next ambassador to Kuwait, and you're going to have a great time with Kuwait. Wonderful people, and it's a great place, so congratulations, really terrific. You're going to love them, and they're going to love you. And they're going to love you. Thank you very much. Congratulations to, as well as the mayor of Dearborn Heights, Mr. Bill Bazzi. Bill, good job, Bill. And Bill actually is going to be the next ambassador to Tunisia, and that's big stuff. Those guys, you're very upwardly mobile. You're doing very well. That's great. You're going to have a tremendous time, both great countries, and enjoy it. Every day we're keeping our promises to the Muslim community. My administration is engaged in relentless diplomacy to forge a lasting peace in the Middle East, building on the historic Abraham Accords, which everybody said would be impossible, and now we're going to start filling them out because, as you know, Biden did nothing to fill them out. He did absolutely. We had the four great countries, and nothing happened. Despite the importance of the Abraham Accords, but I have a feeling it's going to fill out very quickly. It's already, people are talking already about it. They should have had them long ago. It should have been done. We're rapidly defeating inflation by reducing energy costs and even slashing the price of eggs by 50%. Doesn't sound like much, believe me. You know, when I got here, I was in 1 week, and I was being hit by the fake news media. They were saying, egg prices have quadrupled. I said, I just got here. I didn't even know. I said, what's the problem with eggs? But the problem with eggs was Joe Biden. That was the problem. He let them get out of control. And as you probably saw last month, they went down 35%, and the quantity is so much that, I don't know, I think they're going to go down a lot further. We have a total of over 50% in a few weeks, Lindsay. I'd say that's pretty good. And nobody wants to talk about it. Now they don't want to talk about it. They talked about it when it went up under somebody else, but when it went down under me, they don't want to talk. So we have to talk ourselves. If they won't say it, we have to say it, right? I learned that a long time ago. We're fighting for parents' rights and school choice, and we're stopping schools from indoctrinating children with transgender ideology, something which the people of this room are not happy about. I know that for a fact, and it's a shame what's happened, but we're turning it around and turning it around at levels that nobody can even believe. I signed an order also, and I think very importantly, also in particular for people in this room, we're keeping men out of women's sports. Is that okay? Men out of women's sports. The Muslim community was there for us in November, and while I'm president, I will be there for you. I'm going to be there for you, and I think you know that, and our 2 great mayors understand that. I said that I would see you after, and I saw you after, and I think you're doing better than we are. You're doing better than anybody, so it's so great. I'm so glad you're here. But as we approach the end of Islamic holy month of Ramadan, we're also deeply honored to be joined by many of the international friends and partners, including the ambassador from Saudi Arabia to the United States, a very, very special woman, Princess Rima. Princess, thank you. Thank you, Princess. Great. Say hello to everybody. It's great to see you. Thanks as well to the ambassadors and chiefs of mission from the United Arab Emirates, from Jordan, Egypt, Kuwait, Qatar, Pakistan, Malaysia, Brunei, Bahrain, Iraq, Oman, Morocco, Indonesia, Algeria, Djibouti, Cameroon, Lebanon, Nigeria, Guinea, Tanzania, Kenya, the Maldives, Libya, Senegal, Bangladesh, and we have a few others. I'm sorry if I forgot, but I am going to be in big trouble if I did. But that's a pretty good group of people represented tonight. Wouldn't you say, Senator? I think so. And we're greatly honored by your presence this evening. I just really want to thank you all. It's a special group. I look forward to it. You know, we have long days, not like other people that had this position. I work long hours. And I said tonight, after making 3 calls for people running for office, they call them teletown halls, and they're not easy to do. And I said, well, now I go home and can relax. They said, no, you can't, sir. You're seeing your friends from lots of different places, and that's okay. As soon as I found out who they were, I said, all right, that's okay. But Ramadan is a season of spiritual reflection and self-restraint. Every day during the sacred 9th month of the Islamic calendar, Muslims fast from dawn to dusk, deepening their focus on prayer and devotion to God. So nice. Then Muslims all over the world join family and friends each night and sundown to give thanks to the Almighty and break their fast with an iftar dinner, just like this one. This is what we have tonight, right, Paula? I hope you like it. If you don't like it, don't complain, okay? You're still in the White House, right? We're all in the White House together, so how bad can that be? So tonight we gather with the goodwill and the gratitude for God's many blessings, and that's what it's all about. This tradition exemplifies the beautiful spirit of all 3 Abrahamic faiths, the spirit that inspires us to seek happiness and prosperity at home and peace for the entire world. We're all looking for peace for the entire world. When I was in Michigan, I met with so many leaders of faith, and I said, what about your attitude here, your attitude there? All of the attitudes and all of the things I heard, they said, sir, all we want is peace. Right? Remember, Mr. Mayor? I said, but I understand you don't mind death. They said, no, sir, we want to live. We want to live, and we want to be happy, and we want to love everybody. And I actually, it was a very inspirational period of time for me. And I want to thank you also for introducing me to so many of your friends. It was absolutely incredible. Thank you very much. To our Muslim friends, I look forward to working with each of you to achieve a brighter and more hopeful future. And I think together we're going to do great. You're going to make strides like you've never made. You have somebody in the White House that loves you. Thank you all very much. And now we'll have a little dinner. Have a little dinner. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And of course, that was last night's dinner at the White House. President Trump celebrating the iftar dinner with Muslim leaders really throughout the world. And this is a fast-breaking evening meal during Ramadan. So a very holy period of time for our Islamic friends throughout the world and throughout America. And just detailing what took place in Michigan with Democratic mayors who supported President Trump in and around Dearborn, saying that they want peace and that there were certain situations they didn't necessarily agree with him 100% on, but knew he would be the best president for all, pushing the peace through strength mantle that he has really hung his coat on. I mean, this is a big deal that President Trump is working hard for this, unlike any other of his living predecessors, and more successful with things like the Abraham Accords and working tirelessly to get that done. And then, and some breaking news there, some key congressional endorsements, including Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina. So endorsing him in his reelection efforts. And truly an exciting time for this White House. 60 plus days in, we know President Trump will be heading later today to West Palm Beach for a working weekend, but it seems as if he gets rejuvenated just a bit down at his Mar-a-Lago residence, the club, which is just beautiful and so ornate and quite a sight if you happen to be visiting West Palm Beach, Florida, to see it in all its glory. But President Trump, of course, a couple of weeks ago, winning once again his club championship and stating that it might be one of his last, if not the last. So congratulations again, sir, and thank you for that trip when we joined you 2 weeks ago aboard Air Force One to ask some timely questions and in regards to the auto pen president of his predecessor, Joe Biden. Also, some details on the tariffs, as well as we've had the United Auto Workers as well, just praising President Trump on many media outlets and including True Social, just stating that this is music to their ears. The fact that President Trump wants to make manufacturing great again in America and bring these trade practices that have really harmed the American worker. We should not be making American cars in Mexico. And there's so many times when there's lemons as a result of the regulations and the willy-nilly nature of building these in Mexico. Why not build them here with American labor, with thousands of jobs being created? And that's his goal this week, detailing all of the billions of dollars Hyundai has put into the United States and continues to do so with maintaining a resilient domestic industrial base. President Trump is taking action to end unfair trade practices that jeopardize U.S. national security. The COVID-19 pandemic exposed these vulnerabilities and choke points in the global supply chain, undermining our ability to maintain a resilient domestic industrial base. So legislation, pre-existing trade agreements like the USMCA, and revisions to the U.S.-Korea Free Trade Agreement and subsequent negotiations have not sufficiently mitigated the threat to national security posed by these imports of automobiles and certain automobile parts. These new tariffs aim to ensure that the United States can sustain its domestic U.S. policies and industrial base to meet new national securities. As a result, this will strengthen America's manufacturing base. The foreign automobile industries, bolstered by unfair subsidies and aggressive industrial policies, have expanded, while U.S. production has staggered, and this has been dating back to several last administrations. In fact, in 1985, American-owned facilities in the United States manufactured 11 million automobiles. So that represented 97% of the sales in America alone. But by last year, Americans bought approximately 16 million cars, SUVs, and light trucks. That was only half of these vehicles were imports. So it's changed a lot, and President Trump working diligently to fix that with great companies like Hyundai. Thank you to our sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live, Angel Paste. You have to experience the miracle now with the vitamin B infused Miracle Cream. It will make your dry hands into shining, glowing, star-studded events for your night on the town. And why not paint the town red this weekend with great options like the Orange Immunity Booster filled with vitamin C. Everything that Angel Paste offers is non-GMO, no chemicals, good for you, good for your hydration, especially a facial cleanser for the guys especially. So it's for girls, it's for guys. Whatever you want to do, looking at that great website, Christian-owned company. They hire veterans right in the heart of Texas, Spring, Texas, a great company outside of Houston off of the Gulf of America. So experience that miracle now. AngelPaste.com. Thank you for sponsoring us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live. And as we've seen this week, and from testimony by many nonpartisan organizations and also those in Washington, D.C. and outside of the Beltway, tariffs work. Studies have repeatedly shown that tariffs can be an effective tool in ordering to reduce or limit the threats that impair the U.S. auto industry, steel manufacturing, and other options as we look to grow this American economy once again to achieve economic success. A 2024 study on the effects of President Trump's tariffs found that they strengthened the U.S. economy and led to significant reshoring in industries like manufacturing and steel production. In 2023 alone, a report by the U.S. International Trade Commission analyzed the effects of Section 232 and 301 tariffs on more than $300 billion of U.S. imports from China. This effectively stimulated the economy with more U.S. production of tariffed goods. So that had very minor effects on the U.S. economy ultimately and brought down prices for the average American. So according to the Economic Policy Institute, the tariffs implemented by President Trump during his first term clearly showed no correlation with inflation and only had a temporary effect on overall price levels. So an analysis from the Atlantic Council also found the tariffs would create new initiatives for U.S. consumers to buy U.S.-made goods and products. Former Biden Treasury Secretary, the globalist herself, Janet Yellen, affirmed last year that tariffs do not raise prices. To quote Janet Yellen, "I do not believe that American consumers will see any meaningful increase in prices that they face." And a 2024 economic analysis found that the global tariff of 10% would grow the economy by $628 billion, creating 2.8 million jobs and increase real household incomes by roughly 5.7%. So growth, growth, growth. This is what President Trump is focused on as we await April 2nd, next Wednesday, when the reciprocal tariffs go into full effect. And that is another liberation day, as deemed by President Trump, for this great country to get off of its dependence on any foreign entity. And this is really the vision of our founders, to be a self-sustaining, self-governing nation nearly 250 years into its history. And we know tariffs have worked in the past with presidents like William McKinley, who was taken from us far too soon, but he brought unbridled wealth in 9 months to this great country using those tariffs. That's why the Blue Ribbon Commissions and committees were set up, because we had so much money here, we did not know what to do with it. And we might see that even in your neck of the woods, perhaps a Blue Ribbon Committee or school that is awarded, that came directly from this and all the money that we had. But of course, 1913 rolls around and we have the federal income tax implemented. So really what we're facing right now, what President Trump's leadership in office represents, is a going away from not only his living predecessors, the globalists Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, Barack Hussein Obama, and Joseph R. Biden Jr., but 100 plus years of a progressive movement. Really the godfather of that being someone like Woodrow Wilson, perhaps one of the worst presidents in all of human history, someone who was a racist, someone who was one of those so-called elites from New England who was entrenched in academia and Yale University and those others, and did not represent you, the American people, the middle class that has built out this great nation for years and years and years. But we are going away from that now. We are truly back into an era of constitutional governance. And for all of that America First updates and exclusive offers, make sure you subscribe and don't miss a minute of the action at rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. So subscribe there. And please like, share, and subscribe wherever you're watching today, whether it be YouTube, Rumble, Facebook, perhaps over on X. Of course, we post on Instagram as well. But whatever your favorite social media prowess, whatever that favorite app is, please like, share, and subscribe and spread the message of liberty as we are on the right side of history here on Right Side Broadcasting Network Live. And that's a live shot there of Air Force Two. Looking forward to Vice President J.D. Vance and his trip with our second lady, Usha Vance, to Greenland. Always looking into acquiring this plot of land that will be so crucial for our national security and also international security. You have to understand that many ships patrol the North Atlantic. So whether it's our ships, the UK, we'll toss it there now to a live shot of Vice President and Second Lady getting off of. Yeah, those parkas, man, that cold reminds me of my days in Alaska and growing up in Chicagoland. I am so happy to be in the friendliest village on the plains, Auburn, Alabama, where we are having spring-like temperatures today, sunny and in the 70s, as we look at that live shot of the White House, that emerald green aisle on the north portico, the north lawn there. For you, the American people, it's your house, it's your government, and we are on the right side of history with you here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live. Looking forward to that amazing trip for the Vice President and Usha Vance as they tour Greenland, what will be a military outpost that we have there with Space Force. So it will be amazing to see as this continues to divulge the plan for the President Trump and his administration to acquire Greenland, not only for national security, but international security. And NATO Secretary General is in full endorsement of this. So we'll see what the Kingdom of Denmark ultimately does, but we are sure to watch more of those meetings commence as we thank our sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live, Colonial Metals Group. Paul Stone, the CEO, has done an extraordinary job organizing his team to bring you what truly is a gift. Tangible gold and silver metals that are precious, that you can hold in your hands and take with you. Scan that QR code now. Shield your savings, as gold has only gone up by 7,000% ever since 1971, when we went off of the gold standard during the Nixon administration. freegoldguide.com/RSBN. freegoldguide.com/RSBN. Get all you need to know with a no obligation gold guide backed by patriots like Judge Janine Pirro. Also wonderful people like Ron Paul and Rand Paul, the great legislators, father and son duo who have talked about this for a long time, about hedging your bets against inflation. We are looking at a live motorcade shot of the Vice President and the Second Lady as they tour Greenland, leaving the airport there off of Air Force 2. And the snow is on the ground, but the sun is shining. Get all of your America First updates and exclusive offers right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network by going to rspnetwork.com/newsletter. You can also do that with our great sponsor, mypillow.com/RSBN. If you need any new sheets, that spring sale is going on right now for queen sheets, for their percale sheets, also fantastic, from the Giza Dream sheets. They go all the way to the Mediterranean, here to America, and they are also, of course, produced at the great Minnesota manufacturing plant of Mike Lindell, a hero patriot who has fought for free speech and electoral integrity over the course of the last few years. So mypillow.com/RSBN. 2,000 items for up to 50%. Thank you for sponsoring us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network as we look at the live shot here of the motorcade. That is Vice President J.D. Vance. Looks like he might be stopping there, perhaps to say hello to more troops on the base there. Of course, he's en route to the Space Force outlet that we have in Greenland to discuss more of this operation to acquire Greenland as our own, whether that be a territory, perhaps a future state. Right now, Greenland's going through an interesting transformational prowess. They are putting to a vote independence from the Kingdom of Denmark. Part of that question will be whether or not they want to join the United States. So this is a movement of roughly shy of 60,000 people who live in Greenland to not only declare their independence from the Kingdom of Denmark, but also to perhaps join the United States and become citizens in the long run. So we'll see how that continues to develop. Of course, we have 6 territories ourselves in addition to our 50 states, and that is something that continues to be discussed, on a national playing field. We saw that with those representatives, Democrats, who are pushing an initiative for statehood for those territories. You think of the Virgin Islands, of course, also American Samoa, among others. So we'll see where Greenland comes into the mix of all this. But we know from experts like Carla Sands, who was the former ambassador to the Kingdom of Denmark, she has detailed the fact that Denmark cannot really sustain Greenland. They can't help them. They don't have the resources, whether it be militarily or economically. We've had some pushback by His Majesty, who is saying that he wants Greenland to remain in Denmark, but it only seems as if a matter of time because the Western world is very eager about this. Even the NATO Secretary General endorsing this idea of America acquiring Greenland when he was visiting with President Trump in the West Wing a few weeks back. Of course, President Trump has welcomed 10 world leaders to the White House at this point, and we look forward to when his first international trip will ultimately be. As we know, the UK Prime Minister, Mr. Starmer, bringing a personal note and invitation by His Majesty King Charles III to invite President Trump and Melania Trump, our beautiful First Lady, to enjoy another state dinner with His Majesty. And that's something that's unprecedented, not only to have one state dinner, but now to have 2. And of course, that first one was with, God rest her soul, the former Majesty of the United Kingdom, of course, Queen Elizabeth, and her heir, her son, now King Charles III, inviting President Trump to enjoy that state dinner. So we'll keep tabs on that as well. So President Trump really showing his prowess when it comes to diplomacy, when it comes to talking to people, even those he might disagree with, bringing them to the table for peace. And we probably haven't seen it done best quite like the Russia-Ukrainian negotiations that continue to happen with the 30-day ceasefire, and Secretary of State Marco Rubio saying a couple of weeks ago that that ball is in the court of the Russians ultimately. So we hope, we pray for peace in the region, as well as many other people do, not just the Ukrainians and the Russians who've lost over 1.5 million people, but also surrounding countries like Belarus, like Poland, as something that's so important for the safety and the security of the world, and ultimately for it to come to an end, because sadly people have, those globalists, whether it be throughout the world, including the last administration, wanted to keep pushing that fight because they financially benefit from it. Sad to see something like that. but this president committed to peace through strength, and someone who is unpredictable and the bad guy should fear. We just arrested a major MS-13 leader in Virginia, thanks to the leadership of Pam Bondi as the Attorney General at DOJ. Of course, also FBI Director Kash Patel, both on hand for that raid in the early morning, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock hours in Virginia just yesterday. And that was in conjunction with local and state officials in the Commonwealth of Virginia, Governor Glenn Youngkin stating that this was not a possibility, the cooperation with federal agents just 4 years ago and into that entire tenure of AutoPen Joe Biden. So that was just something that wasn't going to happen. This guy was one of the worst hombres, as President Trump puts it. Just what he was responsible for, the manipulation, the rapes, the murders, a really bad guy. Now we see our troops at attention for Vice President J.D. Vance as he enters the room. Let's toss there now live as he's welcomed with our second lady, Usha Vance.
Hold the shit here. Nobody told me. Well, thank you all for everything you do, and thanks for having us. So please sit down, guys. Please. I want you to eat your food. Usha and I are thrilled to be here. It's a really beautiful flight, actually. You fly over some pretty cool spots. I've never been to Greenland. Apparently, I'm the first vice president to ever visit Greenland, so that's a pretty cool thing. But we're looking forward to hanging out, getting to know you guys, and understanding what you do. So I think what do we have? So we're gonna talk to the command and some of the guardians about what exactly the base does and all the important ways it contributes to national security. We're going to get a briefing, of course, about what you guys do every day, and then we're going to talk just about, as you've heard, we have some interest in Greenland from the Trump administration. So we're going to talk a little bit about that with our friends in the media. But I just want to say thank you all. Thanks for having us, and thanks for being here. Thanks for doing what you do. The colonel told me that this is a one-year unaccompanied duty station. When we were flying in, we were wondering whether you guys were allowed to bring your families here. So I know it's a lot of sacrifice to spend a year away from your families, but the mission is really important. The Trump administration, the president is really interested in Arctic security. As you all know, it's a big issue, and it's only going to get bigger over the coming decades. So thanks for doing what you do. What's the plan here? So I thought I was serving food, but it looks like they already got their food. What's the plan from here, guys? I'm sorry? Okay, we're going to get some food here too? Good, okay. All right, we're sitting right there? Fantastic. Great. Thank you all for having us. Hey guys, how's it going? Good. So, hey guys, how we doing? Please eat. Seriously, Guardian. So, where's everybody from? Texas. Okay. Yeah. A little bit cooler than Texas. Okay. Yeah, nice to meet you. What's that?
And thank you to our brave military and that outpost. As you were hearing the comments there and the discussion with the Vice President and our Second Lady, that gentleman was from Texas, so much colder in Greenland, and they're away from their families for at least a year, if not more, as Vice President Vance visits Greenland and is sharing that message with our military. The plans for the Trump administration to acquire Greenland as American territory and soil for the Arctic mission to keep not only America safe, but the world safe. We know these North Atlantic waters are also patrolled by the Chinese Communist Party and the Russian governments, as well as the UK, the Americans, and other Western allies. So these are very vital, and the Kingdom of Denmark has failed Greenland. The Kingdom of Denmark cannot sustain Greenland, so it's time for them to give that on over to the good old US of A. I saw it firsthand myself as I covered the city beat in politics in Anchorage, Alaska. They used to call it Seward's Folly. There's even restaurants named after that name. But Alaska, a key strategic outpost for the entire Pacific, and thank God we had that during the Cold War and continue to have that now as we see threats from really the only other superpower other than us, the Chinese Communist Party. So if we are to acquire Greenland, we have protection in the Atlantic, and with Alaska, of course, protection in the Pacific. But as Vice President Vance visits Greenland, with his lovely wife, our second lady, Usha Vance, the first vice president, in fact, to visit Greenland. We'll keep all tabs on that today. Here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live, of course, we'll also be watching President Trump as he goes for a much warmer location, the southern White House, the winter White House, if you will, Mar-a-Lago, that beautiful estate in gorgeous West Palm Beach, Florida. He'll fly from Joint Base Andrews today to PBI to once again have a working weekend, a big week with the iftar dinner, also those executive orders signed into place, as well as celebrating Women's History Month during this Irish American Heritage Month. President Trump nonstop, making America healthy again and making America great again. Well, thank you for joining us this morning, now this afternoon, roughly 12:21 on the East Coast, 9:21 on the West Coast. I'm Robert McNeely. It's a joy to be with you. Stick with us. We'll have another stream this afternoon with the mighty Matthew Alvarez as he covers everything going on in your country today, whether it's inside or outside of the Beltway. Some important things happening tonight as well. Stick with us for primetime coverage as the next governor of Florida, Byron Donalds, launches his campaign officially. Of course, he has the endorsement of President Donald Trump to succeed Governor Ron DeSantis in the free state, the Sunshine State of Florida. For everything America First, for all breaking news, and for your go-to live desk, we are on the right side of history with you, the American people, here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live. Stick with us in the next stream, but for now, we'll say goodbye and good day. God bless you. Thank God it's Friday. Make sure that you have March Madness on. Enjoy the weekend, and stick with us here for afternoon and primetime coverage live at Right Side Broadcasting Network. For everyone and my colleagues here at RSBN, I'm Robert McNeely. God bless you. We'll see you soon.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Hello, this is Mike Huckabee. President Trump said he wants to take back the White House and teach our kids to love our country. That's why my team created a Kids Guide to President Trump. It'll teach your kids all about President Trump's accomplishments and his vision for America. And right now, I want to give it to you for free as part of this free gift bundle.
Get your free gift bundle featuring The Kids Guide to President Trump, a free kids magazine, and the Great Again video lesson by visiting freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live Show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
I hear every day about the products you all wish MyPillow carried. Well, guess what? We probably do. Slippers, bathrobes, pet beds, blankets, mattresses, sleepwear, loungewear, duvets, comforters, pot holders, aprons, oven mitts, and so much more. And they're all on sale. For example, get our best-selling standard MyPillows for only $14.98. Body pillows, $29.98. 6-piece bath towels or kitchen towel sets, just $29.98. Multi-use MyPillow 2.0s with pillowcase, $9.98. Save $40 on our Spring Percale and Giza Dream bedsheet sets. Any size, any color, and so much more. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save up to 80% on all MyPillow products. And I've never done this before. When you spend $100 or more, you're going to get 2 standard MyPillows absolutely free.
And welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network Live. I'm Robert McNeely as President Trump swears in Alina Habba. She will be the acting district attorney for New Jersey. And you might recognize her from the campaign, having been a legal counsel for the administration, especially between 2021 and 2025, really being that chief spokesperson for President Trump up against all of that lawfare and all of those ridiculous cases that came from not only the Attorney General of New York, but DAs throughout the country. All of those pretty much null and void and done now for the most part, but she will serve in this role as acting attorney for the District of New Jersey, so her home state. A person who graduated from Kent Place School in 2002 and attended Lehigh University, actually worked in the fashion industry for a period of time, but then went to the legal profession. So someone who has been an outspoken supporter and personal friend and special counsel to President Trump, and currently also a counselor to the president there at the White House. I really enjoyed her video when she found that studio that the last administration had produced, and that's where you saw the fake Oval Office where the AutoPen president would present whatever it was he was talking about. I don't even think he knew what he was talking about, but thank God we have President Trump in office and great leaders like Alina Habba, who will be overseeing this in the meantime. So we have a swearing in ceremony there at hand for you as President Trump does that before he heads down to West Palm Beach, Florida, to enjoy a working weekend, of course, at the beautiful resort and estate of Mar-a-Lago. Lots happening today. If you were with us during the earlier broadcast, of course, Secretary of Health and Human Services Robert F. Kennedy Jr. joining Governor Patrick Morrisey of West Virginia to make West Virginia great again. So 4 pillars there focused on the health of West Virginians, whether it's simply walking that mile a day, getting involved in outdoor activities, perhaps in intramural sports, or even going back to the gym, making that commitment. He will also have Bobby Kennedy as his personal fitness secretary, if not personal trainer. So that's great to see that. And Bobby Kennedy saying he'll have the governor on the regimen of a carnivore diet, as well as other things with the goal of losing 30 pounds. They're going to have weigh-ins as well. And another part of that platform, the governor mentioning with media after that meeting and the signing of the staff to the SNAP's prowess with the Department of Health and Human Services. He will also be partaking in not only the walking, but getting West Virginians back to work as well. Apparently, the least productive state in the sense of the amount of work being produced there. So he said this is a big part of making America healthy again, not just getting the poisonous dyes out of the food and drink, but also getting people active and fit, but also getting a great job and a mindset that they can do that there and achieve that in West Virginia. Of course, America, the land of opportunity, as we await President Trump swearing in Alina Habba personally as the United States acting attorney for the District of New Jersey, her home state. And so much has gone on at the White House this week. If it was the iftar dinner that we caught last night, of course, some primetime programming right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live. That is the fast-breaking the Ramadan. So this meal, very holy for Muslim Americans. And many were in attendance, from those in Dearborn, Michigan, who helped put President Trump over the threshold to win the Wolverine state, and many of them Democrat mayors as well in the surrounding areas endorsing President Trump's campaign just last year, because they said although they may not agree 100% with the president on everything, they knew he was the peace through strength president who could ultimately bring dialogue and an end to the conflict in Israel and Gaza. Of course, that was perpetuated and started by Hamas and Houthi terrorists in Palestine. So we've seen those strikes recently happening just 2 weeks ago on the enemy, and President Trump seeking that peace through strength by not only going after radical Islamic terrorism, but also really building out those promises that happened in the Abraham Accords. Traditional enemies and people who did not get along for a long time, people President Trump bringing together, including many members of several different Middle Eastern nations just last night for the iftar dinner. So thank you to our sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live, freetrumpbook.com. Get yours now. Brought to you by the team of Mike Huckabee, the future ambassador to Israel. Hey, Senate Democrats, let's get to work and confirm these great ambassadors that President Trump met with this week in the West Wing, including the former governor of Arkansas, Mike Huckabee, and the current governor of Arkansas, his lovely daughter, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, doing an extraordinary job as the youngest governor in America. But the free Kids Guide to President Trump and the Kids Guide to the Courage of President Trump available to you now, among other topics for the young patriots in your lives, or even that goofy neighbor next door who can't tie their shoe or mow their lawn, and perhaps they have their heads so far into the sand they're not focused on daily politics and our history. So freetrumpbook.com can help solve that problem. All you have to do is pay for shipping and handling. So what a great deal that is. And with this gift bundle right now, prepares you for Christmas, just 9 months away, with their free ornament as well. So freetrumpbook.com, freetrumpbook.com, great for any celebration, or even if you have an Easter basket bundle, maybe a great thing for those young patriots at home. freetrumpbook.com. Thank you for sponsoring us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Of course, President Trump has been nonstop this week. He mentioned at the dinner last night that he did many phone calls and endorsements for several candidates coming up to the 2026 cycle. And if you are in the sunshine-free state of Florida, his home state, President Trump, his adopted home state, where he'll be headed to this afternoon via Air Force One from Joint Base Andrews to Palm Beach International. We know that the 1st Congressional District, once held by Mr. Matt Gaetz in the Northwest Panhandle, just south of Auburn, Alabama, that's a big race coming up on Tuesday. And of course, the 6th Congressional District race as well. That was held by Michael Waltz, our national security advisor, on the northeast side of the state, right near St. Augustine, the oldest municipality in America, dating back to the 16th century when the Spanish founded it. So a beautiful town if you have not been. Big for golf as well. The World Golf Hall of Fame is located there, along with many beachfront, beautiful properties, wonderful restaurants. So take a visit down to the northeast coast of Florida when you get a chance, as well as visiting, of course, our White House. You see it on the screen there, where President Trump will swear in Alina Habba as the next acting district attorney of New Jersey, her home state. So that will be exciting to see that as well. She continues her role as counsel for the president, and you might recognize her from the campaign trail, and for 4 really tough but incredible years, and he could not have done it with great legal counsel like Alina Habba, who was his chief spokesperson when it came to all the lawfare and all that nonsense we saw push through the courts. And we're seeing it continue to today. This president, 100 years, if you look at all the injunctions that took place, roughly he has 67% of that happening to him. So this guy has been under fire on a daily basis ever since he took that golden escalator with our wonderful, beautiful First Lady Melania Trump at Trump Tower in order to make America great again, to really stand on the principles, the 20 promises that became policy for the Republican National Committee back in July, the Fiserv Forum in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, when President Trump once again, for the 3rd consecutive cycle, accepted the Republican nomination for President of the United States. But truly what he is the independent populist who stands in the breach, who says enough of this, who since he was my age, think back to 1987, for those of you watching now who are around then, remember the Oprah Winfrey Show? She was once his best friend. And it was detailed in Letters to Trump, some of those great picture books that you can get detailing the history of our journey with this president, but also his personal journey. Oprah wrote these great letters. Donald, thank you for coming on the show again. My gosh, if we ran together, we could solve all these problems. But sadly, she went a deep state globalist route. She's bought and paid for by the far left, and it's okay if she has those certain opinions, but it makes you wonder, based on all of those personal notes to President Trump years and years ago, before he was as involved in politics as he is today, maybe something changed her mind, and I wonder what did ultimately. But as he said, she used to enjoy the turkey sandwich at Mar-a-Lago, and a couple of slices of key lime pie. Always a good option to go to, and I love key lime pie myself. I might be enjoying that this weekend because it is delightful and delicious as we wait for President Trump to swear in Alina Habba to be the next attorney in the Garden State of New Jersey, her home state. And we are loving that sunshine that is blessing this administration and that beautiful White House, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. And if you have the chance, please visit this summer. We saw that Melania Trump has reopened that to tours of all kinds. I believe that started last month and will continue to do so. I've gotten a tour of the first level. This is back during the Bush years, almost 20 years ago, when you could only access it post 9/11. And per the rules, the president had to be outside of the White House. So always great to go in there, and you might get a surprise visit from the president himself. So get all America First updates and exclusive offers on the right side of history right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. The easiest way to do that is go to rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. That's where you can sign up to catch all of the wonderful productions of the writers here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live. And then, of course, also donate if you are so generous to do so. We're citizen journalists here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, so you would go to rsbnetwork.com/donate or RSBN. You can text those letters to 801-801. Either way, please like, share, and subscribe to get all of the endless content here that covers you as your new live desk. That's what we do. We were known as the Rally Network, and we crushed that back in the fall. Millions and millions of new subscribers and watchers and viewers, and we were honored to bring you the 2024 campaign unlike anyone else really on the campaign trail. Unbridled access to those thousands and thousands, and it was so much fun to talk to you, the American patriots, who would fare the heat, who would fare snowstorms, who would fare the rain, all to get a glimpse of their favorite president. And we were right there with you, talking to you about the issues that you were passionate about, the issues that brought you to this political journey known as MAGA, known as MAHA, known as common sense at the end of the day. And we're getting a live shot now of Vice President J.D. Vance. If you watch the first stream, he's up in Greenland with our second lady, Usha Vance, on this special mission, and this outlet is run by Space Force. We know that it's going to a vote with the people of Greenland to have their independence, to declare that roughly an island of 60,000 people who no longer want to be affiliated and have ties to the Kingdom of Denmark. We know from the expert analysis of former Ambassador Carla Sands, a regular guest here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live, stating that the Kingdom of Denmark does not have the financial prowess nor the military ability to keep Greenland safe and secure. The people recognize that on their very icy island, and they know that they need the United States involved one way or another. And so we'll see if that vote of independence also brings a vote to join the United States. One way or another, President Trump is committed to the annexation of Greenland to join our great country. And whether that is simply as a territory, perhaps there will be discussion of it becoming a state as well. Of course, we have 6 different territories and those delegates ongoing. We'll toss that there to the Vice President and Second Lady entering the command center.
At ease, please. Thank you all. Good to see everybody. Let's have a seat and have a briefing and learn exactly what you do here, Colonel. I will say that the Colonel was kind enough to lend me her office for a few minutes so I can get my bearings, and I'm gonna embarrass you, Colonel. So it turns out that Colonel Myers here did the polar bear plunge and got a certificate that the temperature never reached above 41 degrees. And let it be known that this task of questionable sanity was accomplished despite near freezing temperatures, the threat of collapsing icebergs, and lusty seals. So I want to hear about those lusty seals in this briefing here.
Yeah, so every July we do a polar bear plunge where we actually jump into the ocean, go in a few feet, spend a couple seconds and come out. Some of us do it twice or 3 times. And then you could also do it at the waterfall and a few other places. And for it, you get a certificate for your stupidity.
So to get the certificate, how long do you have to stay in?
You just have to go in, but you have to go all in.
You have to go all in?
All in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Man, you guys are tough up here.
It's awesome.
All right. Thank you, reporters. Get out of here so we can talk about this stuff.
And it seems like we lost that footage there. You know, being a live desk, this is what happens with live TV. Sometimes you just have feeds go out. They're also in a very remote area, as Vice President J.D. Vance was mentioning there, that the temperature stays pretty cold there, 41 degrees this last week. And the colonel that he was speaking of there at the command center doing a polar plunge, so a very brave soul to jump into those cold and icy waters. We've experienced just a little bit of that down south here this year, right after the inauguration when I came back to Auburn, Alabama. They don't remove any of the water out of my pool, so it froze over. I've never seen a frozen pool before, something very unfamiliar as growing up in Chicago. If you're brave enough to have a pool in the Chicago area, they usually drain the water beforehand, but you don't usually have to do that down south. So when I see those temperatures and I saw those parkas, makes me glad that I am in Auburn, Alabama. And although I love the people of Anchorage, Alaska, it's a lot like Greenland. It is cold most of the year. But what's really neat is if you travel up in the summer, you get a 24-hour practically summertime. So really something unique to see, especially those beautiful northern lights. As you saw the pins of the American flag and the Greenland flag on the being of Mr. J.D. Vance, our 50th Vice President, the first Vice President who is a Marine Corps veteran, who spent time at Quantico yesterday in Virginia with Marines, and just the morale, it's good to see it back. Someone who is so tried and true to his background and the amazing story that is Hillbilly Elegy, that truly in this country, if you can envision it, if you work hard and you're willing to serve others, it's a boundless opportunity. Someone who graduated high school, went right to the Marines to serve after the terrible events of 9/11, who was in Iraq, who survived that conflict and met the love of his life after graduating from The Ohio State University and attending law school in order to really build a career that many in his small town did not have the opportunity to do. And someone who has overcome just about everything. And it's an amazing story. You should read his autobiography. And he is now the millennial Vice President of the United States at 40 years young, the third youngest Vice President to be in that role. So J.D. Vance doing an extraordinary job as Vice President, and someone who in the CPAC straw poll last month, if you were watching, is the overwhelming favorite to become the nominee for the Republicans in 2028 to be the next President of the United States. So we'll be keeping a close eye on his endeavors and where he might find himself in the next few years as President Trump swears in Alina Habba in the coming moments to be the acting attorney in New Jersey. So much happening there. On a rolling basis, this president is nonstop. We saw him last night at the iftar dinner, if you caught that wonderful coverage here in the prime time. That is a ceremonial dinner. It's the fast-breaking meal out of Ramadan, a holy time for Muslims to really scale back on the pleasures in life and to reflect upon coming closer to God in the meantime. Very similar to the season of Lent, which many Christians are celebrating at this time, leading up to Easter as well. So many in attendance from various different countries, many who were involved in the Abraham Accords, including Bahrain and the United Arab Emirates. So that was probably the biggest success for peace in years and years and years, probably the most significant for the Middle East since the Carter years with the Israel and Egyptian agreements, the Camp David Accords, if you remember that. We'll toss it live now to the Oval Office, President Trump and Alina Habba taking this new role as acting attorney in the Garden State of New Jersey.
Do the honors, please. Thank you.
Father, we come to you in the name of Jesus, and on this very divine appointment of Alina Habba, we thank you that you have chosen her before the foundations of the earth. I ask that you would give your wisdom according to James 1:5. And as she moves into this new season and this divine appointment, that she will protect the innocent, that she will always rule righteously, that she will stand in your peace and reign in truth and justice. I secure her family, her life, her calling, and her purpose We thank you for President Trump. We thank you for this opportunity for all secure this in the name that is above all names, the name of Jesus. Amen.
Thank you very much, Paula. Before we begin, we have a little announcement. It's just going to be put out over the wires that Skadden Arps, the highly respected firm, Skadden Arps, Slate, Meagher, and Flom, announced the following agreement regarding a series of actions that were taken by Skadden. And it reads, number one, Skadden will provide a total of at least $100 million in pro bono legal services during the Trump administration and beyond to cause that the president and Skadden both support. This is something we both support in relation to the following areas: assisting veterans and other public servants, including members of the military, law enforcement, and on and on. Number two, Skadden will commit to the mission of providing pro bono legal services to a wide variety deserving organizations and individuals. Skadden is committed to funding no fewer than 5 Skadden Fellows. That's a scholarship fund that they've set up. And number three, and again, we're going to put this out in much greater detail, that Skadden affirms and commits to merit-based hiring, promotion, and retention. Again, that will go on for a little while, and you'll read that. And Skadden will not deny any representation to clients, such as its members or members of politically disenfranchised groups who have not historically received legal representation from major national law firms, etc. So this is going out now, and I'm instructing my people to release it. And this just was announced, so you can you'll get it in. This was essentially a settlement, and you'll be able to read that in great detail. We appreciate Skadden's coming to the table. As you know, other law firms have likewise settled the case, and it's a shame. What's gone on is a shame, but we very much appreciate their coming to the table. But we're here for right now a different reason. It's a very important one, because today we're thrilled to swear in our interim U.S. Attorney for the District of New Jersey, Alina Habba. Congratulations, Alina. And I want to just congratulate, along with your husband, Greg, and your children, your wonderful parents who I've gotten to know over the years, great parents and a great family, so congratulations. And to Luke, Chloe, and Parker, that's great. You're proud, right, of your father and your mother, right? Both. Not just your mom, right? Your father, too. He's done pretty well. He's a good guy and very successful man. I also want to thank Attorney General Pam Bondi. She's been incredible, by the way. She's, I don't want to brag, but I've been watching her for the last couple of weeks, and she's been incredible. Thank you very much, Pam. And a couple of others who have been really outstanding. Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick. Thank you, Howard. Thank you very much. And I think I see Scott there. He has been, this is somebody at the Treasury. Nobody's going to outfox Scott, right? Nobody. And he's waiting for Liberation Day, right? Which is April 2nd. We wanted to do it April 1st, but that has some negative connotation. And I see Sebastian Gorka there. Thank you, Sebastian, very much. That's very much. Kevin, thank you very much. We have great people. Susie Wiles, most powerful woman in the world. Who's just rated the most powerful woman in the world. If you think about it, I guess it's true when you think about it. Anyway, thank you, Susie. And Director Kash Patel. Where's Kash? Kash is fantastic. Fantastic. Thank you, Kash. So Alina is a proud New Jersey native. She was born and raised in Summit and now lives in Bernardsville with her family. Beautiful area of our country. After a career leading a successful law practice in the state, very successful, Alina joined my legal team several years ago and helped spearhead the effort to defeat the corrupt and grotesque weaponization of our justice system. She was very effective at doing it, and I want to thank you for doing it. You took a lot of abuse And now they're all sort of apologizing. So anyway, but we appreciate it. Great job you did. Thank you for allowing her to do it, because your life wasn't made any easier, was it? Huh? They even came after him. They didn't come after the kids. They would have waited about a year or two. You're very lucky. You're very lucky. But through her work, Alina became a nationally recognized warrior for the fair, equal, and impartial rule of law. She also served as a key member of my successful 2024 campaign for president. You saw her doing a lot of explaining and doing it very well. And upon my inauguration, she joined the White House as senior staff. She was a senior staff member as the counselor to the president, and she counseled me very well. Alina has been named to the Super Lawyers Rising Stars list every year since 2014, and also earned a spot on the top 100 lawyers in America numerous times. As a young person, it's very unusual to have achieved that. As U.S. Attorney for New Jersey, Alina will work tirelessly to weed out crime and corruption and restore law and order to the Garden State, as we call it. It's the Garden State. It's a great place. I think it's highly underrated. It's a great place to be and to live, and we all love it. Under the last administration, violent crime in New Jersey, however, rose more than 60%. And under the last administration, violent crime throughout the country rose at levels that are higher than that and unacceptable. And we're bringing it down, and we're getting rid of a lot of bad people. They're being taken out. And we hope this court system that's become so active all of a sudden in trying to protect some very, very bad people of crime, they have to stop. They have to let us do the job. We were elected to do the job. They shouldn't be interfering in that. It's a very sad thing that's gone. Nobody can even believe it. They'd rather have them stay in our country. These are murderers in many cases and people about as bad as we've ever seen. And they have to let us do the job. They have to let Cash and Pam and everybody else do their job. Alina will take on the violence and the law-breaking in Newark, however, and Camden and all parts of New Jersey, and she'll be as good as it gets because there's a lot of bad things happening there, too. She'll stop the graft and corruption in Trenton, and she'll persecute human traffickers, gang members, illegal aliens, and criminal cartels to the fullest extent of the law. And between Pam and Alina, you don't want them after you, I can tell you. I watched Pam 2 days ago talking about what was so unfair to a patriot, what was happening. And she said, we're watching you, we're looking for you, and you're not going to get away with it now. You did very well. I think a lot of that stuff has stopped. They watched and they said, who needs this, right, Pam? So thank you very much. Really amazing job that you're doing. So, Alina, I want to congratulate you now. I will ask Pam, our Attorney General, to come up and do the honors of swearing in. And this is a great day for law enforcement in our country. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand. I do solemnly swear.
I, Alina Habba, do solemnly swear.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any
Thank you so much, President Trump. Thank you, Pam Bondi. Thank you, more importantly, to every person in this room. There are so many people that I won't even try to start naming them. I would not be standing here today if it was not for the man to my right. If, as a person who's a first-generation American with parents that came in legally, I would like to say that I do not ever, ever take for granted that every dream that I ever could have imagined, I have surpassed because of this administration, because of President Trump. 4 years ago, he entrusted faith in me as his personal attorney, and I have been on the journey of a lifetime every single day for that. But I have also been with him through some very dark days when I lost faith in our justice system, when I saw things that I never, ever thought I would ever see. And from being outside the courtroom steps, defending him and defending our great nation, I saw the most resilience I've ever seen in my life. This man kept fighting for America, and I'm just so honored that now I get to fight for the state of New Jersey. I will do a good job, sir. I will clean it up, and we're going to make New Jersey great again. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have any questions, please?
Mr. President, Canada's Prime Minister says that they will be implementing retaliatory tariffs. You said if that were to happen, that you would be responding with large-scale tariffs. Will you be following through with that promise?
Well, absolutely, but we had a very good conversation. Mark called me today at 10 o'clock. We put out a statement. We had a very, very good talk. He's going through an election now, and we'll see what happens, but we have Liberation Day, as you know, on April 2nd, because, and I'm not referring to Canada, but many countries have taken advantage of us, the likes of which nobody even thought was possible for many, many decades, And, you know, that has to stop. We're going to end up with a very good relationship with Canada and a lot of the other countries. Some we probably won't. It won't be so pleasant, but I think most countries are agreeing with me. They actually, many of them have actually apologized. They said, look, we have taken advantage. And I don't blame them as much as I blame the people that stood, in this case I can say the men, because so far they've been all men, haven't they? But the men that sat right there and behind the Resolute desk, mostly the Resolute desk, you know. I don't know if you know, you have a choice of 7 desks. The Resolute is the one I like, but some chose other ones, but they sat right behind a desk right in this location. And they let our country be hurt very badly, but I didn't do that. So, but we had a very good talk, the Prime Minister and myself, and I think things are going to work out very well between Canada and the United States. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Mr. President, how are the talks with India on tariff going on, and what is the expectation from India? How much do you want them?
Well, as you know, Prime Minister Modi was here just recently, and we've always been very good friends. India is one of the highest tariffing nations in the world. You know that. I know. Thank you for shaking your head, but it's brutal. It's brutal. They're very smart, and he's a very smart man and a great friend of mine, actually. And we had very good talks. I think it's going to work out very well between India and our country. Very, very well. And I want to say you have a great Prime Minister.
Mr. President, there's been a very serious earthquake in Burma, Myanmar today, with up to several hundred killed.
Yeah.
The military regime there has asked for help from anybody.
Yeah, we're going to be helping. We've already alerted the people. Yeah, it's terrible what's happened. It's helping. We've already spoken with the country. Okay, please.
Mr. President, yesterday you asked Representative Stefanik to stay in her seat. Can you explain your reason for that? And did it have anything to do with the tight polling in the Florida district that former Representative Waltz held?
Well, I think we're doing, I think we had, as you know, we have a few elections going on. And she is phenomenal, number one. She is a friend of mine, and she was going to go to the United Nations. And I said, look, there's a lot of room for doing that or something else. But she's very popular in her district, and I didn't want to take a chance. I don't even know who else is running. I assume somebody else would have been running. But if she runs, she can't be, you never want to say can't be beaten, but I think can't be beaten. She's very, very well-liked and very smart. And I said, Lise, would you do me a favor? We cannot take a chance. We have a slim margin. We don't want to take any chances. We don't want to experiment. And she polls like I do. I won her district, as you know, by a lot of points. And she also does very well there. When it comes to Florida, you have 2 races, and they seem to be good. It's a Trump plus 32 area. The one thing is they're spending like $12 million, and our candidate doesn't have that kind of money, spending much less than that, like maybe 1/12, about $1 million, a little bit more than $1 million. So the airwaves are blanketed And you never know what happens in a case like that. I won it by 32 points, and it's very, very strong. It used to be Democrat, but when I came along, they liked me for whatever reason. You'll have to explain that, but they liked me, and we're way up. But you don't know what happened. Second district, who seems to be in pretty good shape, but likewise, he's being outspent about 5-1. So we don't want to take any chances. So I went to Elise and I said, Elise, do you mind? Very highly rated person, you know, she was a real leader. And she will be again. I spoke with Mike Johnson. They're going to put her in a high leadership position. But will you mind staying in Congress? Because we don't want to take any chances. And it's as simple as that. It's basic politics. It's politics 101. She's very popular. She's going to win. And somebody else will probably win, too, because we did very well there. I did very well there. But the word probably is no good. So I really appreciate her doing it. She's doing me a big favor when she does it, because she was all set to go to the United Nations, and she would have dealt with Putin and Zelensky and everybody else, and she would have been very effective. But we really don't want to take any chances because it is tight.
Mr. President,
go ahead, please.
Thank you, sir. You and your team apprehended a top 3 leader in the violent gang MS-13 yesterday, just 30 minutes outside of Washington, D.C. What has made you and your team so effective in finding, locating, apprehending, and deporting these violent, illegal migrants?
I love this guy. I wish more people would ask questions like that. But thank you. That's very nice. I appreciate it. And they have been. All you're doing is being fair with you when you ask a question in that way. Pam Bondi and Kash Patel and all of the rest of law enforcement. I think we have to include ICE and Border Patrol, you know, Paul of Border Patrol, the whole group from Border Patrol. They're so incredible, and it's, you know, dangerous stuff, hard stuff, and it's really an unforced error, because these people were allowed into this country. They shouldn't have been in this country. They would have never been in this country. We're getting rid of some of the worst criminals in the world. They came out of jails and mental institutions from all over the world. But Pam and the whole group, and Kash, who's here, and it's so good to have him. I see him all over. He's working 24 hours a day, but the job they've done is incredible. And they caught one of the worst criminals in the world, I guess, in terms of evilness. You don't get any worse than the MS-13 guys and the Tren de Aragua guys. It's you could flip a coin. It's a rough group. And, you know, the big thing is they have to be able to do their job. I know I was watching it on television like you, and I saw the home that he lived in a good area, but boy, they had a lot of weaponry in there, right? Highly sophisticated, really brutal stuff. So I appreciate the question, and I just want to thank Kash and Pam and the whole group for doing a fantastic, and the local law enforcement who's been so terrific. Even first responders. So I want to thank everybody, and thank you very much.
Mr. President, I want to say, first of all, happy Women's Month. You do so much for women by, first of all, keeping men out of women's sports, and you platform so many.
That was an easy one. That was crazy.
You platform so many great women, like your Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles. You also have Caroline Levitt doing a great job as press secretary. Now Alina will be joining as well. Since Democrats seem to struggle answering this question, I wanted to ask you, what is a woman, and why is it important that we understand the difference between men and women?
Well, it's sort of easy to answer for me, because a woman is somebody that can have a baby under certain circumstances. She has a quality. A woman is a person who's much smarter than a man, I've always found. A woman is a person that doesn't give a man even a chance of success. And a woman's a person that in many cases has been treated very badly, because I think that what happens with this crazy issue of men being able to play in women's sports is just ridiculous and very unfair to women and very demeaning to women. And that's got to be about a 94%. I read today it was a 94% issue. And I watched the other day, a congressman, a Democrat congressman, fighting for the fact that men should be allowed to compete essentially in women's sports. And I say, I hope they keep that going, because they'll never win another election. That's a big deal. But women are basically incredible people, do so much for our country, and we love our women, and we're going to take care of our women. Yeah.
What was your reason for pardoning Trevor Milton?
highly recommended by many people that was taken advantage of. He did a business deal like in Utah, as I have it, and I think he was exonerated, and then they brought him into New York, where he had a rough road. I mean, he was exonerated. It was a big celebration. Again, I don't know him, but I was. They say it was very unfair, and they say the thing that he did wrong was he was one of the first people that supported a gentleman named Donald Trump for president. He supported Trump. He liked Trump. I didn't know him, but he liked him. It was in Utah, and they went after him. They went after his family. They went after his businesses. And he was, I believe, exonerated, and then they went after him again, and they brought him this time into Manhattan, and he had nothing to do with Manhattan. And they got him, and I said, that's unfair. There are many people like that. They support Trump, and they went after him. You don't realize this is a vicious group of people that were in this office before us. This is a vicious group. They're violent. What they were doing to people, and you could go story after hundreds and even thousands of stories, and they went after this man. And when I heard about it, I said, nope, not going to happen. They destroyed 5 years of his life. He fought for 5 years of his life, and he did nothing wrong. And he's a good person. And basically, I had these fantastic recommendations about him from people that you know very well, all top-of-the-line people. They thought it was a horrible thing. There are many such cases, by the way, many such cases.
Should Americans buy cars now if they want to avoid higher prices?
Thank you, Mr. President. Have you spoken with Vladimir Putin about buying weapons from Iran and from North Korea?
Not about specifically that, no, I haven't.
Well, that seems to be an issue that you want to make important is...
Well, I'm making all issues important. You got a lot of important issues. You also have the children issue that's important. You know, a lot of children are living in Russia right now. That's a horrible situation that would have never taken place if I was and the country is being decimated. But, you know, they're losing 2,500 on average young men, mostly men, almost in all cases men, actually, but young men every single week, 2,500, and they're not from our country. They're from Ukraine and they're from Russia, but it's human lives, and if we can get it stopped, and I think we're making progress. But there's a lot of ill will between the parties.
Should Americans buy cars now if they want to avoid higher prices? And then just to follow
No, I don't think so. I think you're going to have a country that's going to boom. I just spoke to Tim Cook of Apple. He's investing $500 billion in the United States, which he would have never, he told me, I would never have done it if you lost the election, and I would have never done it if there wasn't a tariff system that is a incentive for people to come. And remember, there are no tariffs. All you have to do is do your work right here. If you have your company here, if you build your product, make your car, or whatever it is you're making, no tariffs. And we're going to have, I think, Scott, I would say we're close to $4 trillion, even going close to $5 trillion. Now, we haven't had that for years. If you add up years, they haven't invested like that. And here we are in 2 months. We think we're up to close to $5 trillion of investment. They're going to build car plants. They're already building. Many of them have already started. And if you build a car in the United States, and one thing that I just spoke with John Thune about, I just spoke to Mike Johnson about, Speaker, we're going to do something that has never been done in this country before. I'm very proud to say it was my idea. And so sometimes a simple idea, they say, how'd you think of that one? It's so simple, it was never done. If you buy a car in the United States that's made in the United States, if it's manufactured here, when you borrow money, if you borrow money, you have interest payments, we're going to let you deduct the interest payment for income tax reasons. And I think that's going to more than pay for itself. I think people are going to be, they've never had a deduction. You know, deductions are supposed to be for like rich people, and it's unfair to have that. But rich people are, I think I know more about deductions than any human being on earth. But, you know, the truth is that people that are middle-income people that buy a car and actually have to borrow money, they're going to now get an interest deduction on their car if it's made in the United States. If it's made someplace else, that won't take place. But car companies, as you know, are already expanding and building new plants. They've already started. And I think you're going to see numbers. Howard, you're seeing it, and Scott, you're seeing it. You're going to see numbers the likes of which you've never seen before. Yeah, please go ahead.
The vice president is in Greenland right now. Do you have plans to expand U.S. military presence in Greenland? Is that?
We get along very well with Greenland. We get along very well with Denmark. We've always had a good relationship. Denmark does a lot of business in the United States. We don't do so much there, but they do a lot of business in the United States. And I think they want to see, I think everybody wants to see that work out. We need Greenland, very importantly, for international security. We have to have Greenland. It's not a question of, do you think we can do without it? We can. If you look at Greenland right now, if you look at the waterways, you have Chinese and Russian ships all over the place. And we're not going to be able to do that. We're not relying on Denmark or anybody else to take care of that situation. And we're not talking about peace for the United States. We're talking about world peace. We're talking about international security. And right now, you look at it, you have warships all over the place going through right along Greenland. We're not going to let that happen. We cannot let that happen. Or if it's going to happen, we have to be protective of our country. And more important, really protection not only of our country, of the world. So Greenland is very important. In modern day weaponry makes Greenland 100 years ago, less so. But also,
would you like to visit Greenland?
If you notice, also some of those, you could call them roadways, okay? They're water roadways. But some of those areas are opening up, and they're opening up icebreakers out there. They're opening them, and by just nature, they're opening up, and they're headed right into China, right into Russia. And we have no choice. The answer is he's there with his wonderful wife, Usha. They're there right now. They landed a couple of hours ago, and they will represent us well. But Greenland's very important for the peace of the world, not us, the peace of the entire world. And I think Denmark understands it. I think the European Union understands it. And if they don't, we're going to have to explain it to them.
Would you like to visit Greenland?
Iranian drones are attacking Ukraine every day.
I'd say
Iranian drones are attacking and killing Ukrainians every day. Why aren't you doing something about that?
Well, we're going to see what happens with that. I'm getting reports on that, and we're looking at a report. You're right. They make a lot of drones. Iran makes a lot of drones. They make very effective drones, too. They do very effectively at some things, but Iran is very high on my list of things to watch. And as you probably know, I sent them a letter just recently, and I said, you're going to have to make a decision one way or the other. And we're going to either have to talk and talk it out, or very bad things are going to happen to Iran. And I don't want that to happen. Big preference, and I don't say this through strength or weakness. My big preference is we work it out with Iran. But if we don't work it out, bad things are going to happen to Iran. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Guys, let's go. Come on, guys.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone.
Quickly,
Thank you, everybody.
Let's go, guys. Thank you. Let's go.
Thank you guys. We'll just wrap up more stuff as fast as possible. Thanks.
Yes, again.
And there you have it. Alina Habba, the next acting attorney for the Garden State of New Jersey, President Trump holding that swearing-in ceremony with the Attorney General, Pam Bondi. And of course, there's a live shot there of the space base, Pituffik Space Base, specifically for the Space Force. Its outlet in icy Greenland, as Vice President J.D. Vance enjoying time at Space Command, along with the wonderful troops there, taking some pictures with his lovely wife, our second lady, Usha Vance. And I'm excited about this. This is probably the thing I'm most excited about in the next few weeks and months. And my goodness, those parkas, it makes me so happy to be living the friendliest village on the plains, Auburn, Alabama, where I normally don't need to wear that, as I did growing up in the Chicago area. And of course, when I was reporting all the way up in Anchorage, Alaska, that was quite an experience. But as Alaska was not truly Seward's folly, as people have put it over the years, it became a strategic outpost not only for our military, but for global trade. And it helps us dominate the Pacific against enemies and threats like the Chinese Communist Party, but also Greenland would serve the same way for the Atlantic. If we are to secure that, we perhaps have, along with that beautiful dome that President Trump wants to replicate that the Israelis do as well, I mean, we'll be safe. We'll be sea to shining sea with really no worries at hand, including a closed border, including the ending of fentanyl trafficking and human trafficking, as we saw Secretary of State Marco Rubio this week in Guyana, and of course, Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem in Colombia and El Salvador, really detailing everything we're working towards to stop these evil trades that harm Americans and harm people, some of the most innocent, sadly, throughout our world, as Colombia and Honduras are just two of South American countries where exporting of human trafficking happens with so many young children. And it's just an awful thought. If you've seen great films like The Sound of Freedom, we are becoming more and more aware of the evils that are out there, not only thanks to this new media, but also thank you to President Trump and his commitment to peace through strength. It's part of the agenda, as well as that Make America Healthy Again movement that is really serving so many across our great country, including today with the governor of West Virginia, Patrick Morrisey. He said he's going to do this diet. He wants to lose 30 pounds in the next few months, and his personal trainer is going to be none other than our Secretary of HHS, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. So that'll be exciting to see. A carnivore diet, walking a mile or two a day, hitting that gym, doing some intramurals, even as you get older in age too, or even if you're younger, why not go out and golf? It's a great way to get some activity, as President Trump does. I hope he gets to hit the links again this weekend. Just 2 weekends ago when we were with him, he won his club championship, and sadly it might be the last one he enjoys, but seemed to have a lot of fun with that. And even the commander-in-chief, the leader of the free world, needs that R&R every now and again. What you're looking at live there is the Department of State, and it will be Tammy Bruce, the State Department spokesperson, who will be getting to that momentarily on all of the updates going on throughout travels this week. And isn't it great to have a cabinet who has so many media personalities or people who are good with media, with any given role that they had, whether it was Pete Hegseth, our SecDef, doing an extraordinary job in protecting the American people, recruiting more numbers for our military, and doing PT with them. He was actually at the Manila American Cemetery honoring the fallen of 17,000 there, and doing some PT with troops as well. But of course, he was a great morning show host and really got to address so many of these issues with the American people and learn more because of his career. Also a decorated veteran in his own right. Or Kristi Noem, who was the governor of South Dakota and really qualified so much for that DHS post, because South Dakota actually home to many of our strategic bases and a nuclear stockpile. So something that she knows well. Also, Secretary Burgum, when he was governor of North Dakota, mentioned that many of those stockpiles there in the Dakotas, and that they would sit in those high-level intelligence briefings with people of both administrations. So this cabinet, perhaps the best ever assembled of Republicans, Democrats, and independents alike, focused on making America wealthy again and making America truly strong again, focused on not defaulting, focused on that national debt that's growing day by day, and reducing your credit card interest that is part of the reason why things are so high and the inflation was through the roof during Autopen Biden, because they were making bad policy calls, whether it was intentional or whether it was just an ineptitude. I mean, they were truly one of the worst administrations in American history, and so much so even the great Bill O'Reilly mentioning that in his roll call of the greatest presidents and the worst presidents. Joe Biden, number 2 on that list, and it went against his own rule of not wanting to name necessarily modern presidents, say, in the last 25 years, because history still has to determine some things over the course of that, and sometimes you see things, see the forest through the trees when you have the luxury of time to look back upon certain policies enacted by certain administrations. But I think it's clear cut that an administration that bloated the bureaucracy, skyrocketed our debt, put 88,000 IRS agents into place, that botched exit from Afghanistan, leaving 13 young service members dead. Just an atrocity to watch even residents of Afghanistan, those citizens trying to get onto our bombers as they were exiting, and then to leave millions and millions of military equipment, tanks and planes and secrets all left there for the Taliban government, now for the Chinese to have moved in on that. Thank God that President Trump is back in office. Thank God that we are making the moves that will end up depleting the power and prowess of the Chinese Communist Party, whether it be in South America or all the way to Bagram Air Force Base in Afghanistan. President Trump knows how to handle these situations, and he does it with a robust military, ever increasing and ever growing, in order to protect this great nation. And perhaps Tammy Bruce will touch on some of those developments that have taken place with the Peace Through Strength agenda just this past week. Thank you to our sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live, angelpaste.com. Experience the miracle today at Angel Paste, whether it's those vitamin B's in that beautiful miracle cream, which you can see on your screen there. I've tried some of this on the network, and my dry hands went to glowing, beautiful, wonderful, and refreshed. And there's nothing more awkward, especially when you're in a sales meeting and you shake hands and someone notices that you have the dry, cracked hands, and it's just, oh, it's not good for anyone. But if you look at the orange options, the immunity, vitamin C is infused in that, so it can help keep you nice and healthy during these sick months, going from winter to springtime, and then to summer. Sometimes you can get those colds or those flus. This protects you from that. And for the guys, the all-natural facial sprays, and it will have you ready for a night on the town. We hope you paint the town red tonight and into Saturday, as it is Friday night in America forthcoming, but this afternoon, roughly 1:45. Thank you for joining us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network and angelpaste.com, a Christian-based company hiring veterans committed to you and the American people. Why not spend your dollars where it matters with great patriots who you can trust? angelpaste.com. Thank you. Out of Spring, Texas, off of the Gulf of America. And have you had a chance to see that Gulf of America, that big, beautiful, bold body of water, which it makes a lot more sense now that it's called by its proper name, because we are on the continent of North America. Just to the south of us is South America. We live in the Americas, and we are America. We are the superpower. We are the best country in the Northern Hemisphere. Heck, we're the best country in the world, but we are making it safer and stronger again, and making sure that our education systems and our health systems and that your federal government truly are working for you, the American people, once again. And it's great that we could celebrate this month of March as we come to a close with the Irish American Heritage Month and Women's History Month. And President Trump honoring that. You can see that through his Truth Social if you subscribe to that wonderful platform at Real Donald Trump, at Real Donald Trump. Check out the latest of what he has to share. And we do that with our Trump Truth sections on a regular basis here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live, and the White House now on Truth Social as well. You can find them at White House. So go to at White House and you'll be set and ready to go with all of that goodness and all of those wonderful updates from 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, the official address in Washington, D.C., the residence of President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump. And as we are waiting a U.S. Department of State daily press briefing, this will be with Tammy Bruce. We're thankful that you are here with us, the American people, watching Right Side Broadcasting Network. Of course, we are on the right side of history with you for commentary, opinion, also deep analysis into the Beltway and outside of the Beltway. If you have an America First story that you are longing to share, or perhaps there are big government issues or just jerks that are serving in your municipality and you want us to know about it, please feel free to reach out to us at feedback@rsbn.tv. That's feedback@rsbn.tv. We'd like to hear about all those stories that are affecting your neck of the woods and everything going on in your corner of this great country. And we know so much happening here this week with Hyundai pouring billions of dollars into the American experiment with Steel manufacturing and automobile production, it looks like it will be an all-time high. And these tariffs definitely work for President Trump and this administration as we await April 2nd, just next week, will be Reciprocal Tariff Day, another liberation day here, according to President Trump, and we are excited for that here at Right Side Broadcasting Network to see all of this wealth pouring back into the United States. Of course, Vice President Vance is also live in Greenland. We've been going back and forth on the earlier stream and right now to his comments as he's been meeting with troops at the space base up there in cold and nippy Greenland. And we will have some commentary from him once again. And there is the seal of the Vice President of the United States. When that is up, it means he is going to talk momentarily to our troops. And he has been a highlight this week at Quantico Base in Virginia, doing some rounds of shooting and enjoying some lunch with our troops there as well. A fan favorite, wearing that hat, once a Marine, always a Marine. So good to see that mentality back in the White House, serving those who serve us. And he is the first Marine veteran to serve in the role of the vice presidency. And perhaps one of the youngest, well, not perhaps, he is. He's the third youngest vice president to sit in that role at 40 years young, and we at the network are eagerly awaiting his political future because as politicos, not that deep state magazine, but rather fans of the process as we are here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, you're always engaged and wondering what is next for the rising star, J.D. Vance. This is a gentleman who dominated at business. He postponed college, used the GI Bill, served as a Marine in Iraq and Afghanistan. This is after 9/11, those brave souls who voluntarily chose to do that. His story, Hillbilly Elegy, worth a read, worth watching that movie and that story about, his mother who was deeply addicted to drugs and his mama, his grandmother who raised him. J.D. Vance living the American dream, and you can do the same. You can break the cycle of destitute that might befall an area code or might befall your neck of the woods here in America. And really, regardless of your background, regardless of sexual orientation, skin color, your chosen place of worship, you can rise above whatever that might be. And it's not easy, but it's those challenges that shape us into who the people we are today. And there's no greater example in the American ethos right now than that of J.D. Vance, who is serving so well and so selflessly, and I think proved, especially during that debate with Governor Tim Walz on the campaign trail, that he was truly the best choice to be the next vice president of the United States. Donald Trump knows how to spot talent. There's no question about that. Whether it was on The Apprentice or whether it was building the Trump Organization empire into a real estate juggernaut. Look at what they've done now, Don Jr. and Eric, especially with the golf. And I mean, it's just world class if you stay at one of these beautiful Trump buildings in and around so many beautiful cities throughout our world. They know a thing or two about money, and he mentioned it going up against that crooked Hillary Clinton. Oh, what a piece of work she is. I mean, still commenting on a number of different things. I mean, she actually had the gall to laugh during the inauguration when President Trump said, we're changing the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. Well, the joke's on you, Hillary Clinton, because you will never be president. And it makes me so happy and joy-filled, and I smile every day knowing that you will never ascend to the American presidency because you are someone who has harmed so many lives in the process of public service. I say it in quotations because you and your husband became rich off of it, and sadly so many of these politicians do, and it is now time for accountability. The people who were investigated have now become the investigators, and many of us are eagerly awaiting to see how those problems and the spy fair that took place with Crossfire Hurricane, with the Steele dossier, with the Hillary Clinton campaign literally spying on Donald Trump's campaign back in 2015 and 2016, how that narrative will ultimately end. As we know, many deep state activists, whether Republican or Democrat, did their best to unseat a duly elected president of the United States that we might be able to forgive in this situation, but we remember, we're aware of those snakes that were involved in our government and this deep state beast that is coming to an end. It's such a glorious time to be in America and to have seen the last few years. I mean, look back at 2021. At this time, roughly 4 years ago, so many of us banned from Twitter, Facebook, different social media outlets. This was prior to Truth Social. This was when, Parler and Getter were trying to get on up there, and they're doing a great job as well, in some cases with new ownership. But look at all of the free speech that has come onto the internet once again, and with Elon Musk acquiring X, lending a hand and an arm and really a leg to everyone fighting for freedom and the Constitution in the 21st century. So how quick things can turn for the better when you remain in that fight, when you remain willing to draw that line in the sand and saying, this will not come to be. You will not pass this line. You will not push people down. We will dialogue and have free speech and have more understanding. President Trump and Vice President Vance committed to that on a daily basis as we await his remarks after meeting with military members up at the Space Force base in Greenland. And these are some of the best, as Vice President Vance and Usha Vance, our lovely second lady, sat down to lunch with them. We heard some of the audio talking to members of the military here in Greenland and mentioning that some are from Texas and from around the country. This assignment pretty tough because it's cold up there, but also the fact that many are away from their family for over a year. And that can really play games with your mind when you're away from your loved ones and missing those monumental moments and those big holidays. And there's no one better than those who choose to wear this uniform voluntarily to defend the United States and in turn really the safety of the world, because so goes America, so goes the world in so many cases, but with a new and bold approach. Our founders warned us of entangling alliances and things that will ultimately hurt us, and this was the problem with the last predecessors, the living presidents. President Trump is the antithesis to their globalism and their stands that ended up hurting America, whether it was through NAFTA, whether it was through the Iraq War, and other engagements that did not seek to serve us, but rather served others and actually harmed us in the process. And that's why Secretary of State Marco Rubio has been clear-cut and answered questions yesterday in Guyana when making those great deals over energy and military with our newfound friends in South America, that any policy that does not serve America first and that does not serve a peace through strength agenda given by the American people and the mandate that they voted for, putting President Trump back in office way back in November, then we simply won't pursue it. That's just where it stands. It's clear-cut, it's straightforward, it's easy to understand, and it makes me look back on the Clinton administration, the Bush administration, of course the Obama and Biden administrations, and how willing and able they were to just punt American sovereignty out the window. And it was terrible to watch that. It was terrible to watch our military members suffer in engagements that were not just. It was sad to see them die, as Elon Musk mentioned this week with Russia and Ukraine. How can you tell parents, how can you tell spouses, the Gold Star families, that their child or spouse or whoever it may be, their family member, brothers, aunts, uncles, that they died for this? For what? For nothing. And for a stalemate that has cost the lives of over 1.5 million Ukrainians and Russians. It's a lot of explaining to do in the past administration. There's a lot of explaining to do with the 13 lives that were lost in Afghanistan with the botched exit. And that's why President Trump took that stand, came down that golden escalator, and said, enough is enough. We need to seal our border. We need to start fighting for the American dollar, fighting for higher wages. And that's what we saw in the first term. That everyone, regardless of in the upper class, middle class, lower class, regardless of background, regardless of socioeconomic status, everyone was doing better just 4 short years ago when President Trump left office. And then we've had 4 years of Mr. Otto Penn Joe Biden, who told House Speaker Mike Johnson I didn't sign that, Mike. What are you talking about? When it came to green energy and other things. And the speaker saying in their first meeting together, you know, Mr. President, yes, you did. We can go to our secretary and see those documents. It's like, Mike, I didn't do that. So clearly cognitive decline that we had to put up with, and it's a miracle that nothing worse happened, but so many people's lives changed because of the COVID pandemic, because of the failed leadership of Joe Biden and his comrades. But I'm just happy that we're living now in 2025 on this Friday, March 28th, a beautiful day in America, springtime, as we're coming to a close of really my favorite month of the entire year, Irish American Heritage Month, brought to you by none other than President Donald Trump. And his celebrating not only women, not only the Irish people, but really everyone, especially at that iftar dinner last night. If you saw some of our primetime coverage with Mr. Matthew Alvarez, focused on this wonderful dinner that breaks that Ramadan fast. And it's traditionally celebrated in the evening. Iftar, very similar to Lent, which Christians practicing around the world right now, leading up to Easter. And of course, Paula White, the faith coordinator, the leader there, who we saw say a beautiful prayer before Pam Bondi, our Attorney General, swore in the newest acting attorney for the District of New Jersey, Alina Habba, just earlier today. So if you're looking on with us now, we are awaiting Vice President Vance making remarks in Greenland. It is about 5 minutes to 2 o'clock on the East Coast, still morning on the West Coast. So good afternoon and good morning to everyone viewing us throughout the great US of A and maybe perhaps internationally. So it would be nice taking a moment on YouTube, Rumble, wherever you're watching from, and whatever stream you're watching on. Please comment and share where you're watching from today. And make sure that you go to rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. That's where you can watch unbridled access to just about everything President Trump, Vice President Vance, of course, the 119th Congress, inside and outside the Beltway. With our triple screen here, we are awaiting Tammy Bruce, the Department of State spokesperson, who has been knocking it out of the park in every way, shape, and form. And that's again why this administration, so clear-cut, so conscientious of being transparent with the American people. As White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt mentioned on her first press briefing, this was a few weeks ago, that we will be the most transparent administration in history. They have Podcast Row. They take questions on a regular basis. You saw President Trump take questions in the Oval Office after the swearing in of Alina Habba. That's always great to see. He is very forthright with the press, and Caroline Leavitt put it simple. There is no better spokesperson for the White House other than President Donald Trump, and we see that on a daily basis. Someone always willing, ready, and able to work. You know, I really wonder what his work schedule is. I think it's countless hours on a daily basis. I mean, some easily over 100 hours a week and into the weekends. President Trump is nonstop. And Don Jr. and, of course, Kai Trump, his lovely granddaughter, who is a golf superstar, mind you, just talking about, they were out in the golf course recently and they just were reflecting on the 2024 campaign. And Don Jr. said President Trump did back-to-back all-nighters. So I think he was up 48 hours straight. Then the following morning, so going over 48 hours, did a morning show. And then he went to take a nap finally. I mean, this guy at 78 years young is non-stop. So get all of those America First updates at your favorite live desk, Right Side Broadcasting Network Live, and exclusive offers at rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. We bring you not only that unbridled access, but great writers here at the network who bring you stories every day that are breaking and that you might not see and or hear on the other networks. So important to stick with us there. And if you are so moved, please feel free to donate by going to RSBN at 801-801. Text RSBN to 801-801. Thank you kindly for your generosity. It helps us citizen journalists to stay engaged with all of those stories inside and outside the Beltway for you, the American people. Visit rsbnetwork.com/donate. We are very grateful for your support here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live. And as you know, we are a live desk here, your go-to live desk with some excellent analysis, commentary, opinion, but also we give you all of that straight shot to speeches, to different hearings, to everything going on inside and outside the Beltway. So make sure you tune in every day for the latest on this beautiful administration. And we are just about at 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. There's Vice President J.D. Vance. He is making remarks in Greenland with our brave military at the Space Force Base. They've enjoyed some lunch together, a tour of the base. It looks like it's cold outside, about 41 degrees, maybe less, with those big parkas. In fact, I think it actually is less because you can see their breath as they're talking outside. And it's a memory that literally chills me to the core. I'm glad to be living in the Southeast United States because I grew up in the cold weather, and I also served some time in Anchorage, Alaska as a city beat reporter covering all of those ice-worthy stories. It's almost as if you are living in the real-life Frozen. And so I know what that's like up there. So Greenland, very similar to Alaska with the temperatures and also the importance for military strength and prowess against any enemies, foreign and domestic. This will help patrol those North Atlantic waters to keep us safe, really to keep the world safe. And we know that NATO Secretary General was echoing President Trump's concerns of accessing and obtaining Greenland in real time. Very important for the future of this nation and for international security and stability. So they are working overtime in order to make sure all of that happens. We also await a press briefing from Tammy Bruce, the spokesperson for the Department of State. I'm sure she will highlight these very successful trips this week for Secretary of State Marco Rubio in Guyana, also for Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem as she visited Colombia and also El Salvador. So these amazing groups, these amazing cabinet members coming together for the safety and security of the American people. And we see that on a daily basis with this new administration, roughly 60 plus days in office, fighting for the well-being and the future of these 50 United States, 6 territories, and maybe a 7th added in the near future, maybe another state, perhaps the great state of Canada. They have a new governor, Mark Carney, who is apparently having good discussions with President Trump. It's good to hear that because this is someone who might have that far left woke mind virus, but President Trump stating on True Social, I can pull up right away for you that President Trump had a very good meeting with the new prime minister, stating that, pull it up real quick for you this moment, that they were able to have a nice bilateral discussion over the phone. He had just finished speaking roughly 2 hours ago with Prime Minister Mark Carney of Canada. It was an extremely productive call. We agree on many things and we'll be meeting immediately after Canada's upcoming election to work on the elements of politics, businesses, and all other factors that will end up being great for both the United States of America and Canada. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So good to see that the new leader, the Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney, and President Trump having productive conversations on a plethora of topics. And again, President Trump has been zero focused in on this issue with Greenland and Canada, 2 separate issues, but both talking about them coming into the fold of the United States of America. And it's just a fact that we spend billions and billions of dollars protecting Canada, also protecting their development, and they also don't have nuclear weapons. They can rely on us. They're part of that NATO treaty. An attack on one is attack on all. So they have a pretty good deal in the setup, and we know that their dairy farmers, their tariffs very unfair to those in Minnesota and also Wisconsin. Some of those deals going all the way up north to 22% on our cheese and different dairy, the milk as well. And that doesn't end up serving us here well in America. So President Trump being very aggressive on these things as he continues to work for the clarity and energy and strength of this great nation. So we await Vice President Vance making remarks in Greenland today. A very cold day in Greenland when, I guess, what day is not cold up there? Probably a great place to visit in the summer, as Alaska was, where you get more of the moderate temperatures. You probably still need a jacket or a coat, but rarely does it get up, over that 70-degree mark. But lots of sunshine, lots of day during the course of the summertime in Alaska and Greenland. Got to see that myself. And of course, the northern lights during the wintertime. So visible, so beautiful. When I was on a trip actually from Anchorage directly to Chicago O'Hare one time, I was going over Alberta. And I just could not happen to sleep on a flight. I'm a pretty good sleeper on planes, trains, and automobiles for all that know me. But on this night, I just could not sleep. And I'm glad that did not happen. On a red eye back to Chicago, I looked out my window and the northern lights were just dancing throughout the sky. And then it makes you really feel small in a good way. The beautiful creation that God has really bestowed upon us here on our planet. And we need people like President Trump, like Vice President Vance, and this extraordinary cabinet you saw earlier today in the broadcast, Secretary of Health and Human Services leader, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in West Virginia, talking about how important it is to not only get outside, but to get rid of these dyes, these poisons in our food, to walk at least a mile a day, to get on that carnivore diet, to be all natural, organic, and to really fight back the expensive nature of those healthy foods being available here in the United States. So it's inevitable when you throw on these tariffs that work, the proof is in the pudding, it will bring more wealth to this country. In turn, you scale down inflation. In turn, you also make sure that the cost of groceries, of gasoline, of energy come down so that middle-class Americans especially can feel that relief. We've seen how Bidenflation and the terrible policies of the last auto pen 4 years really harmed the American people. Of course, we see their Second Lady, Usha Vance, coming into the room. So that might mean that J.D. Vance, our 50th Vice President, is right around the corner to continue addressing troops on his visit to the Space Force compound all the way up in Greenland. They left early this morning, about 6 in the morning. Parkas ready to go. Nice and cold from Joint Base Andrews, but much colder up in Greenland. And of course, the lapel being adorned by Vice President Vance earlier when he was having meetings and lunch with our military. And these are some of the best and the brightest. These men and women in uniform, specifically on this mission, have spent a year or more away from their family members. And that takes a toll on the psyche. That takes a toll if you have the one who mentioned to the Vice President, I'm from Texas. It's cold up here, but it's worth being here in order to defend the American people and all of our interests worldwide. And we will be getting more of an update on just that, the amazing America First policies. But we will go straight to the Vice President right now live in
Please, at ease, have a seat. We're going to be talking for a long time. I heard you guys love speeches, so I've got about 90 minutes of prepared remarks here. I want to thank you all for being here.
USA!
There we
USA!
go.
USA! 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 USA!
So, I want to thank our guardians, our airmen, and everyone else for the warm reception in a very, very cold place. I think it's probably the coldest place I've ever been, but you guys managed to do a great job despite the weather. I want to bring a message for President Trump. He's grateful for your service, grateful for what you do up here, and just wanted me to tell you that he's proud of you and he thinks about you. And of course, the same is true for everybody that's flanking me up here. We're thrilled to be here because the mission that you guys do is so important for the United States. It's important for our national security. And today, everybody that I met to a person was professional, was kind, was knowledgeable, and was dedicated to our country. You're a great credit to the United States of America, even though you are very, very far from home. I met some Texans and some Floridians today, and I thought to myself, man, you guys have really signed up for tough duty here in Greenland, but it's a beautiful place. It's a striking place, a very harsh place. The colonel showed me around, but a very beautiful place. Even in right now, I guess we're still, at least here in Greenland,
in the heart of what is winter, because winter, I guess, lasts about 9 months here in Greenland. So I want to thank our reporters for following us around today and covering what we're doing. We'll take some questions from the reporters, but before we did that, I wanted to give some of my special guests an opportunity to say a few words. So we, of course, are thrilled to be joined by Juliet, our National Security Advisor's wife, and by my wife, our Second Lady, Usha. And flanking me here on my left is Chris Wright, our Secretary of Energy, Mike Waltz, our National Security Advisor, and my dear friend, Senator Mike Lee from the great state of Utah, who I joked earlier, I told Mike I'd give him a ride to Utah, and we ended up in Greenland. But I want to, because each of them care about this territory and care about the mission of the American military here in Greenland, for various reasons, touching each of the areas that they focus on, I thought it would be worth hearing from each of them for a little while. So, Chris, if you would say a few words about the importance of energy. Thanks, Chris. Here we are.
I will. Let me echo the Vice President's comments to thank you for your service to our country, wherever it is, whatever it takes. And I think we see right here in this beautiful air base in the high Arctic what energy can do. We can make a tough high Arctic environment a beautiful place to live, a comfortable place to live, all sorts of scientific instrumentation, military mission to monitor what's going on in the world. None of this was possible not long ago. President Trump was elected to re-energize America, to take the beauty that you've seen up here and make that a thing of pride and ambition again. Not shaming of energy, not trying to stop its growth and its prosperity, but to re-energize it. So energy makes the world a beautiful place to live. It makes us comfortable and have long, opportunity-rich lives. I'm thrilled and proud to be part of this administration with President Trump and Vice President Vance. Thank you all for your service. I'm honored to be here.
Thank you, Chris. Mike?
I guess when we flew in, it did look a little bit like Utah in the wintertime. Only there are substantial portions of this land that are always covered in ice, and it doesn't change. I really enjoyed talking to a number of you a little while ago as you were telling me that when you're deployed here for a year without your family, without your spouse, without your children. That is emblematic of so many of the sacrifices that so many of our armed services personnel make. And my conversations with our airmen and guardians this afternoon reminded me of the fact that the American people are indeed in good hands. They're in your hands. What you do here makes us safer. And when we're going about our business, our day-to-day lives at home, we don't have to worry about the things that you worry about because you're doing it for us. Thank you so much for that. And I look forward to learning more about what you do here and about the future of the United States and its interaction with this amazing land in this part of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, and I just wanted to take a minute and thank you all to the airmen and women, to the guardians who are keeping us safe day in and day out. You are continuing a tradition of the U.S. military's presence in Greenland since World War II, a 1951 defense treaty, and President Trump is absolutely serious with the Vice President and with his team about the Arctic and the security that the Arctic brings and that you bring to the Western Hemisphere. This is about shipping lanes. This is about energy. This is about fisheries. And, of course, it's about your mission, which is keeping us safe and monitoring space, monitoring our adversaries, and making sure the American people can sleep safely in their homes day in and day out. So thank you for roughing it. Thank you for being without your families. I bet every one of you are going to pick somewhere in, I don't know, Florida or the Bahamas or something for your next duty station, I would think. But this is also, I mean, what an incredible adventure. I have yet to meet a veteran. My wife is a veteran. I am as well. And, of course, the Vice President. I have yet to meet a veteran that says, wow, I regret my time in service. Instead, they cherish it the rest of their lives. So appreciate this moment and this adventure that it is, and the American people thank you. The President Trump thanks you, and I know the Vice President and the Second Lady thanks you as well. And it's just really an honor to be with you today. Thanks so much, VP.
So thank you, Mike. And let me say just a couple of other things, and then we'll take some questions from the reporters. So, number one, I think a lot of Americans wonder, why does Greenland matter so much? Why does the mission of this base matter so much to the American people? And I learned a lot about that today myself. Of course, you can read about it in a book, but I saw it up close and personal. And if, God forbid, to my fellow Americans, if a missile was fired from an enemy country or an enemy submarine into the United States, it is the people here before us who would give notice to our brave men and women further south in the United States to let people know what was coming and, God willing, to try to shoot it down and prepare for it. That's one of the things that we do at installations like this. We know that Russia and China and other nations are taking an extraordinary interest in Arctic passageways and Arctic naval routes, and indeed in the minerals of the Arctic territories. We need to ensure that America is leading in the Arctic, because we know that if America doesn't, other nations will fill the gap where we fall behind. So what you guys do is so critically important. I think a lot of Americans, certainly I, didn't realize it fully until President Trump started talking about the importance of our Arctic mission, about building upon it and ensuring that America can lead in the Arctic for the next generation. And now I want to talk about, of course, the interaction and what Denmark, I think, has done, and sometimes in partnership with us, but let's be honest, what Denmark over the last 20 years has failed to do in some cases, because we know that unfortunately this place, this base, the surrounding area is less secure than it was 30, 40 years ago, because some of our allies haven't kept up. As China and Russia have taken greater and greater interest in Greenland, in this base, in the activities of the brave Americans right here, we know that too often our allies in Europe have not kept pace. They haven't kept pace with military spending, and Denmark has not kept pace in devoting the resources necessary to keep this base, to keep our troops, and in my view, to keep the people of Greenland safe from a lot of very aggressive incursions from Russia, from China, and from other nations. Now, President Trump, as he says all the time, and as a lot of people recognize, is a president of peace. We want to have good relationships with everybody. That includes, even to the extent possible, the Chinese and the Russians. But part of having good relations is showing your strength when you have to. And unfortunately, the story of Greenland over the past 20 years when it comes to security is that we've underinvested in the infrastructure, we've underinvested in the security architecture, and we've underinvested in the brave men and women who are doing a very hard job, as Mike said, to keep all of us safe. That has to change. Now, when I pointed out a couple of weeks ago that in some ways, with all due respect to our Danish allies, they had not kept pace, there was a lot of criticism from Denmark, a lot of attacks at the Trump administration, at the president, at me, at others in our administration for saying the obvious, which is that Denmark hasn't done a good job at keeping Greenland safe. And one of the things I heard was, well, what about the many Danes who lost their lives in the war on terror fighting alongside the United States? Well, look, we obviously honor the sacrifice of our Danish friends in the war on terror 20 years ago, just as, for example, the French honor the sacrifice of Americans in Normandy 80 years ago. But recognizing that there are important security partnerships in the past does not mean that we can't have disagreements with allies in the present about how to preserve our shared security for the future. And that's what this is about. There is no amount of bullying, no amount of obfuscating, no amount of confusing the issue. Our message to Denmark is very simple. You have not done a good job by the people of Greenland. You have underinvested in the people of Greenland, and you have underinvested in the security architecture of this incredible, beautiful landmass filled with incredible people. That has to change. And because it hasn't changed, this is why President Trump's policy in Greenland is what it is. It's consistent with the first Trump administration, where you saw significant investments in Arctic security, and it will continue over the next 4 years under President Trump's leadership. And let me finally, before I kick it over to the media, make one comment about the people of Greenland. The colonel here, the base commander, who came here first as a second lieutenant, and I guess, Colonel, this is your second duty station here, and we're proud of you and proud of all of you guys who are serving and helping keep us safe. You know, I heard a lot about the respect that our American troops show for the local Greenlandic population, the way that we make and create shelter for hunters and dog sledders, the way that we found ways to turn over traditional tribal land to some of the local populations in order to ensure that they're able to live in accordance with their values. We respect, as the President said in his State of the Union address, we respect the self-determination of Greenlanders. Excuse me. We believe in the self-determination of the population of the people of Greenland. And our argument is very simple. It is not with the people of Greenland, who I think are incredible and have an incredible opportunity here. Our argument really is with the leadership of Denmark, which is underinvested in Greenland and underinvested in its security architecture. That simply must change. It is the policy of the United States that will change, and I'm proud to be able to stand here with so many brave Americans to better understand the security mission and better understand what you guys do each and every day. For that, I'm grateful for your service. I'm even more grateful. I love you guys. I'm proud of you guys, and President Trump stands behind you and will for the remainder of his administration. Thank you all. God bless you. All right, now we'll take a few questions. Both you guys have your hands up. Whoever can go first. Red scarf, go first.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Do you have any plans, are there plans to expand the U.S.'s military presence in Greenland beyond this base?
Well, are there immediate plans to expand our military presence? No, but are there general objectives that we want to accomplish that will certainly require us investing more resources, investing in additional military, icebreakers, investing in additional naval ships that will have a greater presence in Greenland? Absolutely. And we know that's necessary because we know, as Mike talked about and certainly I talked about, there has been an expansion of the security footprint and the security interest of Russia and China. They're doing what they believe is in their interest. The United States must do what I know is in our interest, which is to make sure that Greenland is safe. If Greenland doesn't have self-determination, if the people of Greenland have their future controlled by the Chinese Communist Party, it's not going to make their lives better off, and most importantly, it's going to make American and world national security, world security, much, much weaker. We in some ways need to wake up. We need to wake up from a failed 40-year consensus that said that we could ignore the encroachment of powerful countries as they expand their ambitions. We can't just bury our head in the sand, or in Greenland, bury our head in the snow and pretend that the Chinese are not interested in this very large landmass. We know that they are. They've taken steps to put Greenland in ridiculous debt traps to invest and exploit the resources here. And we know that they're sending a lot of military resources here. Yes, over the medium term, the United States will meet that challenge. We will put our own resources here. We already have a lot of great resources here, but we know we're going to have to do more to counter some of the nations that we know that we're competitive with. Sure.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice President. And the President said today that we have to have Greenland. By being here today, are you also conveying that message that the U.S. is very serious in its desire to acquire Greenland?
Well, the President said we have to have Greenland, and I think that we do have to be more serious about the security of Greenland. We can't just ignore this place. We can't just ignore the President's desires, but most importantly, we can't ignore what I said earlier, which is the Russian and Chinese encroachment in Greenland. We have to do more. Now, what the President said in his State of the Union address, and he was very clear about this, is we respect the self-determination of the people of Greenland, but my argument again to them is I think that you'd be a lot better coming under the United States security umbrella than you have been under Denmark's security umbrella, because what Denmark's security umbrella has meant is effectively they've passed it all off to brave Americans and hoped that we would pick up the tab. We're simply saying to the people of Greenland, when the President says we've got to have Greenland, he's saying this island is not safe. A lot of people are interested in it. A lot of people are making a play. We know that America cares about the security of this island for the sake of the people of Greenland, but also for the sake of the national security interests of the United States of America. So our message is very simple. Yes, the people of Greenland are going to have self-determination. We hope that they choose to partner with the United States because we're the only nation on earth that will respect their sovereignty and respect their security, because their security is very much our security, as these brave Americans show.
John Parkinson with ABC News. Thanks for bringing us along on this historic trip. I wanted to ask you about last week's news with the Atlantic. We've had a couple questions on Greenland. I feel like you've answered that. But I did want to ask, did you express your concerns to the president that you were opposed to the Houthi strike? And also, what did you mean when you asked, or when you said in that thread that the president wasn't aware that his directions for Yemen were inconsistent with his message on Europe?
Well, I didn't quite say that. I think that's a slight misunderstanding of what I said. But we've talked, of course, in the American media about Signalgate, as I called it, for the past week. And here's what I told the president and the entire national security team is that, yes, it is in the interest of the United States of America to preserve navigation. Yes, it is in the interest of the United States to kill terrorists who are preventing navigation in the Red Sea, but we got to make sure that we do it right. We have to be careful. We have to make sure the timing is right. And of course, what that leak revealed, I think, is a private communication between the president's senior advisors about how best to prepare the American people for what we all thought we had to do, about the right timing of when we should do something, and of course, surfacing the strategic questions that we needed to decide and brief the president on so that he could ultimately make the decision about what we would do. What I saw in that Signal chat, and of course what I've seen in the president's senior national security team, is that sometimes we all agree and sometimes we all disagree, but it's important that we all have an honest conversation amongst ourselves and with the President of the United States about what we think is the best interest of the national security of the United States of America. I support the president's decision to strike the Houthis. I always supported the president's decision to strike the Houthis, and I support the national security team having the argument about how best to serve the American people. Go ahead.
In your security briefing today, did you see specific threats coming from China and Russia, things that you did not know about before? Are we talking battleships, icebreakers, any type of military equipment, or is it economic?
Well, I don't want to get too specific, but yes, we know that the Chinese are very, very interested in this island. We've seen some of the economic pressures that they've tried to place on Greenland. We know that they're increasingly engaging in military training and military interest. Part of that is justifying taking a further interest in Greenland and some of the surrounding territories. So we've seen very strong evidence that both the Chinese and the Russians are interested in Greenland. And why wouldn't they be interested in Greenland? It's a beautiful place. It has incredible people. It has its geographic placement makes it very important for the national security of the United States. But for world security, what we have to recognize is that if the Chinese and the Russians are going to pursue their national interest, we need a president who's going to pursue the American national interest, and that means ensuring that Greenland is safe.
When can we expect an update on the internal investigation into that Signal chat leak? Has that investigation concluded, and what are the findings?
I think we'll get an update soon. Look, we take it very seriously. We all accept that a journalist should not have been invited into the chat, and members of the administration, including my dear friend Mike, have taken responsibility for it. But I find the American media's obsession with this issue very, very interesting, because I happen to remember about 4 years ago when American military leadership made a catastrophic error that got 13 innocent Americans killed in Afghanistan and had about $80 billion of military equipment turned over to one of the worst terrorist organizations in the world. And for years, the American media ran cover for a Biden administration that refused to fire any generals or even launch an internal investigation that was meaningful and substantive about what happened. And now the same American media that covered for the Biden administration after the untimely death and the unnecessary death of 13 brave Americans is really, really interested in forcing the President of the United States to fire someone because of a Signal chat, That is not honest behavior from the American media. And if you think you're going to force the President of the United States to fire anybody, you've got another thing coming. President Trump has said it on Monday, on Tuesday, on Wednesday, on Thursday, and I'm the Vice President saying it here on Friday. We are standing behind our entire national security team. Yeah, go ahead.
The tariffs. There's been some retaliation, some signals at least in the media that Canada's going to respond. Some of these others are going to respond to the president's tariffs. What's your message for Americans that are going to see costs increase on auto manufacturing, new cars, that kind of thing? Is it Buy America, or what's the message going forward there?
Well, let me say a couple of things. First of all, for the Canadians, and we have many dear friends in Canada, and of course we love the Canadian people, but the Canadian leadership threatening retaliatory tariffs against the United States, as President Trump often says, they just don't have the cards. There is no way that Canada can win a trade war with the United States. What President Trump has said is that he wants to level the playing field. For decades, Canadian leadership has forced American farmers and American manufacturers to play by an unfair set of rules. All President Trump has said is that we're done playing by an unfair set of rules. If you're going to do something to our industries, then we're going to do something back to your industries. That's how you protect American manufacturing, and that's how you protect American jobs. Now, what I'd say to the American people is look, the president ran on this, and he said very clearly that we're done being the piggy bank of the entire world. For 40 years, in the same way that our European friends, I think, have neglected international security, for 40 years, a lot of our friends all over the world have used America as a piggy bank. They have used us to absorb all of their excess economic production. And what does that mean for Americans? For Americans, that's meant manufacturing jobs declining. That's meant middle-class wages going down. That's meant whole towns that have been hollowed out by empty factories, and that means an America that is less safe because our manufacturing isn't as powerful now as it was 30 years ago. I've got all these brave Americans in front of me and a few behind me too. We want to send, if God forbid we have to send Americans to war, we want them to have weapons, the best weapons in the world that are manufactured in America and not in China. The way you do that is to rebuild the American manufacturing sector. The days of America being the piggy bank of the world, the days of closed factories, the days of people not being able to get a middle-class job in this country, they're over. And yes, that means we're going to have to fight back even against some of our friends and their unfair economic practices. But the long-term consequence of this is going to be higher wages, more manufacturing, and more economic security for the American people. We'll take a couple more questions.
Russia, has the U.S. agreed to those conditions that the Kremlin said were needed for that truce in the Black Sea? It included lifting sanctions imposed on Russian banks. Trump said this week that you were still looking at it.
Well, there are a couple of different statements that are floating around out there, and some of them I think are mistranslations, and some of them are not totally clear what is even being asked for. But the president has said, and he's right, that I think we feel very good about where things are. We trust but verify. We make sure that what we're seeing from one party is met by the other party and vice versa. But I think that we've made an incredible amount of progress. We have to remember that this war started under Joe Biden's administration. It has led to an unbelievable amount of death and destruction. And for the first time in almost 4 years, thanks to President Trump's leadership, we have an opportunity to really achieve a peaceful settlement. The president's going to fight every single day to make sure that happens. And of course, we'll keep you guys updated as we continue to make progress. I do think if you look at what we've talked about, we've obviously got this energy infrastructure ceasefire. We've got a Black Sea commercial ceasefire that I think is almost done. And once we get there, we'll work on the next stage of the ceasefire. Yeah.
The president has previously not ruled out military force when he's talking about taking over Greenland. But your rhetoric today is more about encouraging the Greenlandic people to vote for independence. Do you think the rhetoric has changed about that, or what's your message there?
No, I don't think it's changed at all. Look, the president has said clearly he doesn't think that military force is going to be necessary, but he absolutely believes that Greenland is an important part of the security, not just of the United States, but of the world, and of course the people of Greenland too. It's very simple. I think the president's been very consistent here. From his State of the Union, from his inaugural address, and every public statement that he's made, this territory, Greenland, really matters for the security of the United States. It's extremely vulnerable right now. And if the people of Greenland were willing to partner with the United States, and I think that they ultimately will partner with the United States, we could make them much more secure. We could do a lot more protection, and I think they'd fare a lot better economically as well. This has to happen. And the reason it has to happen, I hate to say it, is because our friends in Denmark have not done their job in keeping this area safe. They just haven't done it. It's very simple. For all of our friends in the American media who attack the administration for pointing out the obvious, what is the alternative? To give up the North Atlantic? To give up the Arctic? To China, to Russia, and to other regimes that don't have the best interest of the American people at heart? We have no other option. We need to take a significant position in Greenland to keep the people here safe, but to keep our own country safe too. We'll do one or two more. Yeah.
Trump said this week the U.S. would go as far as we have to go to acquire Greenland. In that same vein, on that question, are there plans that have been drafted to use military force to take over Greenland?
Well, what the president has said, is that we need to have more of a position in Greenland. We need it, again, for the safety of the American people. And what we think is going to happen is that the Greenlanders are going to choose through self-determination to become independent of Denmark, and then we're going to have conversations with the people of Greenland from there. So I think that talking about anything too far in the future is way too premature. We do not think that military force is ever going to be necessary. We think this makes sense. And because we think the people of Greenland are rational and good, we think we're going to be able to cut a deal, Donald Trump style, to ensure the security of this territory, but also the United States of America. I'll do one more question.
You spoke about economic interests, how the U.S. could develop Greenland more economically. Could you speak a little bit more about that? I know Secretary Wright is here. Have you guys spoken about energy? Senator Lee is here as well. Just wondering what those discussions have been like.
My point actually is that other countries have explicitly gone after Greenland, and I think with a mind towards economic exploitation. Sometimes asking Greenland to get itself into terrible economic debt traps that would make the people of Greenland not self-determined and sovereign, but to mortgage their future to hostile foreign countries that don't have their best interests at heart. That is not what the United States of America wants to do. What we want to do is to protect the security of this territory because it matters for us and it matters for the people who live here. All right, guys, thank you all. And let me just say one more final word to the Guardians, the Airmen, the other service members gathered here. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart, it is incredible to be a vice president who has served just as our NSA, Mike Waltz, has served, to know the sacrifice that comes along with it, and to see that there are still incredible young Americans willing to put on the uniform and serve this country. You make America a better place, and you make an honor to serve as your vice president. God bless you guys. Thanks for having me.
An absolutely great speech there by the Vice President, J.D. Vance, in Greenland. As we have a shift change here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, Robert McNeely, of course, our host, holding down the fort throughout the day with awesome coverage as we continue into the afternoon, and even later today in a separate broadcast for the great Byron Donalds, as he has a rally in Florida announcing his official run for governor of the state of Florida. So we'll have that a bit later as we're looking at the State Department live right now. In the meantime, President Trump, of course, you may have seen on Air Force One now, and President Trump's Truth Social account and his X account posting a video about Greenland. Take a look.
In the cold silence of the tundra, a bond was born, not from treaties or trade, but from blood and bravery. While Germany controlled Europe, the Nazis set their sights on the Arctic. Greenland became an unwitting combatant, and the United States stepped in, not to conquer, but to protect. In 1943, nearly 1,000 American soldiers with 4 chaplains set sail from New York to Greenland, carrying with them hope, duty, and a quiet fear. But their ship was torpedoed by a Nazi U-boat, and the frigid waters of the North Atlantic became a grave. Those 4 chaplains gave up their life vests, giving their lives so that others might live, to protect America and Greenland. Their sacrifices helped win our freedom and we will never forget. Together, Americans and Greenlanders stood as sentinels at the top of the world. But today, Greenland faces new threats from Russian aggression and Chinese expansion. Our shared legacy lives on in every joint mission, every Arctic patrol, every partnership forged in the shadow of melting ice and rising tensions. This is not just history, it is destiny. Now is the time to stand together again. For peace, for security, for the future, America stands with Greenland.
Powerful, powerful stuff there. President Trump just posting that, or his team at least, on Truth Social and on X. So that being seen by a lot of people right now, literally posting that within the past 10 minutes, as we saw the Vice President, J.D. Vance, there speaking in Greenland. So we do see on the right side of your screen, that is a live picture at the State Department for a State Department press briefing here on this Friday, March 28th. At 2:40 Eastern Time. 2:40 Eastern Time, you'll see that change. There you go, 2:40, as we continue our live coverage. After this State Department coverage, most likely we'll be ending the broadcast for the first broadcast of the day, or actually now the second, I believe. Then we'll be starting at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll be looking at a great event happening in Florida. Byron Donalds, the congressman of Florida, announcing officially today his run for governor. He actually announced that on social media, but he's holding a rally, a hometown rally, in Bonita Springs, Florida. That's coming up a bit later. We'll have live coverage from Florida. Quite awesome. I'm trying to connect the dots just as a journalist. No one has told me this, but President Trump is on his way to Florida a little bit earlier in the day. That's quite interesting. He's headed to, according to the schedule, Palm Beach, Florida, which is 3 hours, 15 minutes from the west side of the state, Bonita Springs. Who knows if we may see an appearance? I have no idea, no intel on that, just kind of looking at the interest there, because we know President Trump endorsed Byron Donalds for governor. So if there's an appearance, great. If there's not, still great, because Byron Donalds, of course, would do a great job as the governor of that great state, Florida, the free state of Florida, and beautiful beaches as well. Moments ago, we see there President Trump exiting the White House on his way to the South Lawn there to get aboard Marine One, on his way to Joint Base Andrews. So what we can do in the meantime while we're watching that and we're waiting for the State Department is if there is any press opportunity there, sometimes the president walks over to the media, and if he does that in this case, of course, we'll go to that, which was literally moments ago. A great job by our production staff here at Right Side to be able to handle and juggle all these videos going on in real time and then replay it for you right here on RSBN Live at 2:42 Friday, March 28th. It looks as if the president will go directly to Marine One right now. Let's just take a live listen in. It's always cool to hear that helicopter, so let's go there real quick. We'll do is we'll stick to the State Department if needed. And I wanted to get to an email from a viewer that read some things or sent some things to us moments ago. She said, "Hello, Matthew and Robert. My name is Betty Meal, and I'm a resident of Litchfield, New Hampshire. And I just want to let you know that I really enjoy watching you both every day with total and complete coverage of President Trump and all of the news and events that are happening every single day, and that you tell the truth and no lies or fake news like liberal mainstream media does. I have been a huge fan of RSBN for the past 10 years, and I enjoy every minute of your coverage, and you both do an excellent job. Your entire staff is awesome, and keep up the great work. I would be honored," again, this is Beth Meal from Betty Meal, actually from Litchfield, New Hampshire. She says, "I would be honored and thrilled if you would mention this email on your next news show. I hope that our favorite president, President Trump, will be listening that day, and I would love it if he knew what a huge supporter I am of his and the whole entire MAGA movement. Thank you both so much, and I look forward to hearing from you, and please feel free to email me back." So we'll be sending an email back to her in a bit. Keep up the great work, and God bless you, and God bless President Trump and his entire MAGA movement, and God bless America. Thank you, Matthew and Robert. Betty Meal, that from an email that was forwarded to us from some of the great people that run the network here at Right Side. So awesome to see that email. It's great to see those kind of emails come in, of course. So Betty, thank you so much for watching. From Robert and I both, and from all of us here at Right Side, thank you for being a viewer at the network. And if you'd like to send an email as well, just go to feedback@rsbn.tv, and maybe we'll start reading some emails. That was kind of on the fly, but she did say it would be great if we could read it during one of the news shows. So there you go. Again, we'll have to email her back and let her know about that, and at least maybe send her the clip of what just happened there. 2:44 Eastern, we did see the president moments ago on his way to Marine One, so it looks like he wasn't going to talk to reporters at that moment. So on his way, of course, already at Air Force One, at Joint Base Andrews, headed to Florida. Speaking of Florida, at about 5 o'clock, we'll have a live event here on Right Side for Byron Donalds, as he will be holding a hometown campaign kickoff rally as he is running for governor of the state of Florida. So we'll have that in its entirety. And of course, we know Byron Donalds as a congressman in Florida, a person that is through and through a MAGA patriot, somebody that stands up for the common sense America First agenda that President Trump stands for and what we the people voted for. So that should be a great situation for hopeful Governor Donalds of Florida in the future. So we'll see how that goes, and I'm sure we'll be monitoring that race as well. So until then, that's the State Department. Again, this will be the press briefing, and it looks like they're getting started at any minute right now. They might be giving them a 2-minute warning to everything, as Tammy Bruce is the press spokesperson for the State Department. So let's go there now. I'm not sure what's going on, but they are zooming in, so I can't see it from this distance. But let's go to the State Department.
2 hands are up. Yeah, so I got in. It was like 4 in the morning. Welcome aboard, everyone. Thank you very much for being here. Certainly, we are all interested in the Vice President, his remarks. Today's going to be slightly different. It already is a little bit. I was on the Secretary's travel, of course. Many of you were as well. Raise your hands if you were on that lovely travel experience through the forests of the world. 1. Yeah, all right. Got home about 4 in the morning. And so don't take advantage of me. Had a few hours sleep. But yes, so it's been an unusual day, and I wanted to do this because, gosh, nothing's happened. So I thought we'd just have simple chats today. But it's different in that there are several large issues, which I believe all of you would be interested in, mostly, that are significant. And so we're going to move in that regard. And I've got a bit of an announcement for you as well. But several things, of course, are on our plate. So it is an experiment. Thank you for working with me, and I appreciate you being here, obviously, to say the least. All right, so we did just return from a highly successful trip in the Caribbean. This was Secretary Rubio's second trip in our hemisphere. From day one of this administration, American leadership has been back in our region. We are standing with our partners to ensure mutual prosperity, security, and progress. In addition, the United States sends our deepest condolences to all affected in Burma and Thailand by the earthquake that struck this morning. USAID has maintained a team of disaster experts with the capacity to respond if disaster strikes. These expert teams provide immediate assistance, including food and safe drinking water, needed to save lives in the aftermath of a disaster. The United States is evaluating the need for assistance based on requests and dynamic reporting. We are also united in support for the people of the Republic of Korea as they face devastating wildfires that have caused loss of life and destruction. We have not forgotten the Republic of Korea's unwavering support during the wildfires in Los Angeles and Hawaii. Just as they stood with us, we stand with them. As the Office of the Secretary also announced today, the Department of State and the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, have notified Congress on their intent to undertake a reorganization that would involve realigning certain USAID functions to the department by July 1st, 2025, and discontinuing the remaining USAID functions that do not align with administration priorities, I should say. In the words of Secretary Rubio in his statement, foreign assistance done right can advance our national interest, protect our borders, and strengthen our partnerships with key allies. Unfortunately, U.S. aid strayed from its original mission long ago. As a result, the gains were too few and the costs were too high. Thanks to President Trump, this misguided and fiscally irresponsible era is now over. We are reorienting, I should say, our foreign assistance programs to align directly with what is best for the United States and our citizens. We are continuing essential life-saving programs and making strategic investments that strengthen our partners and our own country. This is yet another promise made and delivered to the American people. Finally, the United States announced important steps to disrupt the complex schemes Hezbollah uses to conceal its illicit behavior and acquire revenue to fund its malign activities. Today, we sanction 5 individuals and 3 entities for ties to U.S. designated, with ties to the U.S. designated Hezbollah. The United States is taking decisive action against anyone involved in facilitating Iran's oil sales at any stage of the supply chain. Today's designation supports the President's policy of maximum pressure on Iran and its terrorist proxies. And now, I'm open for questions. Now there are all the hands. Dare I say, Matt Lee, who doesn't even, he's kind of got a pen, he's kind of raising it. But yes, go ahead, sir.
Thank you.
My
Thank
pleasure.
you. And you know, I got you. I don't know how you got back at 4 o'clock. I got back at 3:30.
Well, there you
I
go.
got home.
We will not discuss transportation and domiciles.
I
but
guess
go
the
ahead,
traffic.
sir.
I guess the traffic was worse for you than it was for me. Anyway, I have 2. They'll be both very brief. One, I think you can answer quite quickly because the Secretary addressed it on the plane last night on the way from Suriname to Florida, and that is about the Yale project on the Ukrainian children taken to Russia. What exactly has been restored, even if just temporarily? Can you give us a dollar amount? And then I just got one more also.
Yes, and I'll repeat what the President said. There should be a transcript up with these gaggles that happened in the back of the plane with our bullpen. And he was asked about, there was a very misleading tweet, I think, from a reporter saying that funding had been reversed and restored. The Secretary noted, no, it hasn't been. But I can tell you exactly what has occurred, and something, in fact, has. So, first of all, a couple of things here. And we've already talked about, of course, the data. That was a main concern. We know that the data was protected and available. But for those who are thinking that there was a reversal of the decision to terminate support for the Conflict Observatory, funding is being provided for a short period while the Conflict Observatory implementers ensure the proper transfer of the critical data on the Ukrainian children to the appropriate authorities. It is part of the standard closeout procedures for terminated programs. So this is not a reversal of funding. It's not a restoration. It is part of the closeout dynamic that we've realized in the process of closing it out about what needs to happen to finish that process. Also, as we learned about the more specific requirements of the closeout, we provided then updated guidance to the implementer. So this is what has occurred. As part of the foreign assistance review directed by the Secretary consistent with the Executive Order 14169, the award supporting the Ukraine Conflict Observatory was paused effective January 25th. Following a review, the U.S. Department of State terminated the award on February 26th. So when we think about the nature of, very good example of what was fake news, based essentially on something partially accurate, but this is the fact of the matter. There is no reversal of funding. It has not been renewed. This is a closeout procedure that required funding to move to make sure the data that was retained, that exists, is moved to the proper authorities.
So how much is it, you know? For how long?
No, I can't speak to the amount of money. It's going to be an amount of money that facilitates the goal of that closeout.
Okay,
Matt,
and then well, hold on, wait.
I beg your pardon, Matt. I beg your pardon. Go ahead.
Thanks. I'm just trying to get some more fidelity on the number of foreign students' visas that have been revoked. There's been some back and forth, and it's a little nebulous.
Sure.
If you have not the exact figure, I'm sure, because it's a fluid situation, but
it's one of my new favorite words, because that is somewhat correct. We know that, of course, there's some things I've said, I think, regularly on the issue of visas, is that we don't speak about specifics, right? We tend to also not provide statistics, and I think that's also important. So I'm not going to talk to you about numbers, because also it does continue to change. As we talk about numbers and everything else, we're looking at a framework where it gets us closer to the specifics for individuals, which we don't want to do. Of course, it's a big story. It's something also that's important when it comes to the larger story of the revocation of visas and why that's happening. But the Secretary also addressed this a couple of times on the trip. He was asked about certain numbers of visas that were revoked. He said he didn't know, but that we'll revoke the visas of whoever it is that fits within the category of what it is we're deciding is going to get your visa revoked, which is illegal activity, essentially. And I do know that from our own conversations here, that, here we go, the department, I can say this specifically, revokes visas every day in order to secure America's borders and keep our communities safe, and will continue to do so. Because the process is ongoing, the number of revocations, as I've noted, is dynamic, and the department generally does not provide statistics on visa revocations, and generally we're not going to add anything at this time. But clearly, this is a process that we're committed to and is part of making America safe again. It's within our right, it's within the right of every sovereign nation to make a determination who will stay in this country, who'll be allowed in this country, and the Secretary, of course, has been very clear on this. What we can also say is that we have zero tolerance for non-citizens who violate U.S. laws. Those who break the law, including students, may face visa refusal, visa revocation, and/or deportation. Also, all visa applicants, no matter the visa type and where they are located, are continuously vetted. So we are looking always at your status in this process. We also are looking at the security vetting. It runs from the time of each application through adjudication of the visa, and afterwards during the validity period of every visa issued, to ensure that the individual remains eligible to travel to and be in the United States. The Department of State will work closely, continues to work closely with the Department of Homeland Security, which enters into this process to administer and enforce U.S. visas and immigration laws. A lot of this may have been unknown to people who have visas because we haven't had to discuss it before, but I think that should answer your question. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I want to follow up on the same topic. I want to go back to the detention of Turkish students.
All right, so what we're going to do is I do want to stay within a certain block so that we don't go back and forth, because there's, again, a number of larger issues, and that includes this issue, the U.S. aid issue, the visa issues, the announcements made today. We have sanctions on Hezbollah, which are important to discuss. So, Andrea Mitchell. Yes, ma'am. We'll come back to you. Okay, we'll come back to you. Absolutely.
I want to ask you about U.S. aid,
yes, ma'am,
disaster relief, and about the children.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. For the disaster relief, can you tell us how, or when the disaster relief teams might be mobilized and ready, how soon that might take place? Have requests already come in, to your knowledge? And has the reorganization of U.S. aid affected our ability in these instances to assemble a team and mobilize them quickly?
Well, from conversations through the last, since early this morning, what I can tell you is that we wait for formal requests, so that has not, at least maybe in the last 5 minutes, but coming up here to the podium, we are waiting any formal requests. We are ready. Obviously, we are watching what is transpiring. It is, for all of us who watched September 11th unfold, there's video, I'm sure you've seen it, of a major skyscraper just, it gives all of us the chills. So we are, we've obviously telegraphing that from this podium, and we are ready. I can tell you that, again, through, as I've said before, regarding the nature of the reform and the reviews that have gone on, that we are ready to move now. So there has been no impact on our ability to perform those duties, those requests for aid, if and when they come in.
And to just follow up
Yes, ma'am.
on the children and the broader question about war crimes and investigations which had been undertaken with coordination with the State Department, understanding that the data have been preserved.
Correct.
But does that mean, can we infer from that investigations will not be conducted by this government of war crimes going forward, in either the crime of kidnapping or the war crimes that were undertaken, Bucha, Mariupol, all these other places?
I've cautioned always for us to not place a whole host of issues attached to something starting or stopping. And that, our work and our commitment to the world is on display every day through certainly Secretary Rubio's commitment, the nature of who he meets with, what he's done when it comes to summits, negotiations, bargaining, the issue of working for ceasefires. It has been a hallmark and remains a hallmark and will be, I have to say, a hallmark of this administration and of Secretary Rubio's tenure here. So it would be wrong to say that, in fact, that signals some kind of end to our work on these issues. In fact, manifesting through the conversation with President Trump and President Putin, it was a central part of that conversation that was discussed between those two men. And I think that shows you where it's placed now and where it will continue to be placed. Well, here's what I do know, which may speak to that a bit, is that the data is not being transferred to a storage facility. It's being transferred to the appropriate authorities. And I think that can tell us that the nature of the trajectory of this data, but also I can't speak to what then moves at that point once it's been transferred. I have a tiny feeling that with all of your investigations and questions, that we will continue to get the details of what happens next.
I'm talking about the crimes that are now underway today, tomorrow, next month. Is it anyone in this government investigating, anyone that, to your knowledge, at the State Department or connected to it, investigating crimes current and future since the data that has been collected?
Well, first, I'm not going to discuss the details of what the State Department is doing when it comes to its investigations, when it comes to contemplations or negotiations or diplomatic decision-making, whether on any level with any situation, any case that's involved. But what I can point to, I think it's safe to point to, is this nation's history of being involved in making sure that the right thing gets done. There are a number of other entities of which, of course, we are involved, including the United Nations, and, of course, other Europe, or the nations of the civilized world. So I would, same with whether it's aid, this argument that we are stopping our aid and we're out of of caring about providing foreign aid. Of course, that's not true. And because one grant dynamic has stopped in this country at one university, that is not the determiner of the nature of the work of the State Department of the United States. That's unfair, frankly, and moves people into this idea that everything is contained in one moment when there are thousands of moments and work going on around the world, but certainly including the nature of what the State Department's doing under the direction of Marco Rubio, when a commitment of the State Department to solve these problems, to stop carnage, to find justice. We want to be safe, secure, and prosperous for ourselves and for our neighbors. So that would not be an accurate conclusion based on this one particular grant. Yes, ma'am. Yeah,
Thank you, Tammy. I just want to follow up on the earthquake response. The president said about an hour ago, we are going to be helping. We've already alerted the people. And you're saying, of course, you're waiting if and when those requests come in. So for the disaster response teams. So just wondering if you could clarify, is the State Department going to be doing anything else to help? Are there financial resources that are being devoted to these impacted countries? And then can you also just say what governments you are in contact with?
Well, again, the president, as you noted, had made some comments regarding that, which is terrific. Again, another indication that while the State Department does work on all these issues in general, of course, the president's going to make decisions about where we go and who we assist. When it comes to what we are waiting for here or looking for here, it could be different than what's happening at the White House. And of course, I would refer you to the White House for further information in that regard. Very specific messaging, though, this morning from the State Department, with what I was watching internally, and to me, is that we are ready, and we stand ready, and we will be ready when the requests emerge. And that's what I know, and that's what will happen. Yeah. All right. Yes.
Just staying on USAID or USAID.
Sure.
Today, USAID Foreign Service officers received a reduction in force notice. This is hundreds of officers who are based abroad for USAID. Can you confirm that all Foreign Service officers' positions will be terminated now and that they will all be coming home? And do you have, or will there be transparency on how much it's going to cost to bring home hundreds of USAID Foreign Service officers home, including their families, those, as you know, that have been based abroad and have their whole lives integrated into different countries abroad? Some of them have been working abroad for many, many years.
Yes. The Secretary has mentioned throughout this process, I've mentioned to you, that with any major change, there's going to be disruption. This particular review and project to assess the nature of waste and fraud and abuse and whether or not these programs and the grants align with America's priorities has been public news, worldwide news. We've discussed it openly. We've seen what's happened. And so it's something that I think most people, we've been waiting for this conclusion. It has arrived. I can't speak to the number of people who will not be a Foreign Service officer at this point. I can't say if it's going to be every single one. There'll be a point where I don't have to speak about fluid situations and things that are changing and moving every day. But of course, this is it's a restructuring essentially. And there's going to be, from one statement made, that there'll be from USAID, and a statement about the last mission, if you will, is that like any restructuring, there will inevitably be disruptions. From Secretary Rubio down, we are committed to ensuring that USAID personnel remain safe and that the agency's ongoing life-saving aid programs remain both intact and operational. And it's something that we're committed to. There are periods of time for blocks of individuals to come home and to be separated. But it's dynamic when you're looking at such a reorganization that's going to happen. We will, I'm sure, with this being a public story, have more information every day. And when that's possible, as I seek it out, I will bring it to you. All right.
On the RAF,
Sure.
This note also said that employees will be separated from the Foreign Service effective from the 1st of July. Does that mean that they are not guaranteed an opportunity to apply for jobs inside
Well, no,
the
that's
State
not true.
Department?
There will be jobs that then can be applied for by those who have been separated. I can't tell you how many of those will exist, or even the structure of what that is, but there's been a very specific note that for the jobs that then are open, these individuals, or at least some of them, will be able to apply. So that will be part of it as well. Yes, Daphne.
Thank you. On what you said on the response to the earthquakes, I just wanted to clarify, is that the Disaster Assistance Response Team, the DART, that you're referring to?
DARTs. Yes, it's the DART system.
Okay, great. And how quickly would that team be able to get on site given the contract terminations and the cuts at USAID? Will they be able to respond as quickly as they've been able to in the past?
Well, from what I'm told is that what's been happening at USAID has not affected our ability to employ the DART system as we always have. When it comes to where they are and in that particular location, I can't give you a timeline, but clearly, as said repeatedly, we stand ready, and there's an understanding of what the situation is, and that certainly has not been impeded whatsoever. All right. Oh, yeah, yes, absolutely.
Yeah, and I was also got home at 4 a.m.
Thank you very much.
A lot of the embassies that he's been visiting have also big USAID missions and local staff that are
Yes.
hired for them. So in this reduction, are all the local staff also being fired as you downsize?
Well,
USAID?
the messages I've seen and the guidance I've received is about Foreign Service officers. So I can't speak to where the local staff there fits within that framework. But so if they're not Foreign Service officers, but each mission is in a different dynamic. So I would, I can't speak to that at this point.
And one other question on another topic, Carrie Lake is talking about firing about almost 700 journalists at VOA. For those who are visa holders and from countries that where it might be dangerous for them to return,
yes.
What's the State Department doing, like, to give them time to apply for asylum, or what kind of programs are in place to help people like in that?
Yes,
position?
I mean, this is a recurring question. It's an important one, and it's good for people in this situation and other situations. The visa dynamic for people involved in this situation is no different than everyone else who has a visa. That if you're here on a work visa and your job ends, some people have gotten another job on that framework and have then reapplied and have gotten a visa for that new job. If that's not going to happen, of course, there's like a 30-day period of time for you to take action about going home, going to your home country, or not. But then you would be here without a visa illegally. If you are from a country and you cannot return because of fear of what will occur to you if returning to that country, you can apply for asylum. This is true for everyone who holds a visa, who loses that visa, and believes that they would be in trouble going back to their home country. That is an option, and that is something that they can do as well if that's a case that they face. All right. Sir, right there in the
Thank you very much. So,
thank you. Thanks for your patience, everyone.
Sticking with USAID, one of its crucial functions was getting humanitarian supplies into Gaza during the conflict there and during the ceasefire. Now, the last tranche of funding that it paid to the partners in the region was end of January. So there's a kind of block here. Will state be taking over this type of function come July the 1st? And what is going to happen for the funding for the partners applying that humanitarian relief in Gaza in the interim?
Well, we're at a state where Congress has just been notified that this transition is happening. I can't speak to the decisions that will be made once that decision occurs through USAID as it exists and how it moves into state. So that's the process that's happening right now. So I don't have something for you on that. But we also know that dynamic is very complicated, as we've talked about every day, importantly, and it remains complicated. And of course, aid can immediately move through that situation through all of our regional partners, people who are concerned. If Hamas were to release its hostages and lay down its arms, how many times does that need to be reminded? Because that's the solution. And when that does occur, as we saw with the first element of the ceasefire, is that the region cares about this, the nations in the region, the world cares, the United States of America cares, to where its leadership is involved in this as a main North Star of what needs to be solved. All right, yes, ma'am, in the blue, in the blue.
Can I follow up on
No, we're moving on. We'll see what we can do here.
Thank you. Going back to the detention of Turkish student Rümeysa Öztürk, because I want to get a clear understanding of why she was detained and on what grounds her visa was revoked. So Rümeysa's lawyer, family, and friends deny the claims made by the administration that she violated the U.S. law. Her lawyer states that Rümeysa has not been accused of committing any crime, and they say she was detained solely for writing an article criticizing Israel. What is your response to that? Was she detained just because she wrote an article expressing her views?
I will not, as many of you already know, I will not speak about something that's in the courts, that's being adjudicated, so that's not going to happen here. I can point to Secretary Rubio's remarks about this on the plane to the reporters as we were returning home last night is that the DHS, which manages this framework, clearly felt that she had committed crimes that required her detention. And now that will be adjudicated in court, but it's a framework that we would not be commenting on in any regard, regardless of the situation or whom it happens to. As you've noted, it is playing out in court with representatives, and that's where it's going to be.
Is there any possibility that you might make this evidence about her public?
I am not here to comment on what's going to happen in a courtroom or the people who are involved in that court case. It's not my position. It certainly is beyond my purview, and we're going to leave it there. Yes, sir, in the middle.
Thank you, Tammy. Yesterday, Secretary Rubio spoke about his meeting with Turkish Foreign Minister and the theme of that meeting earlier this week. My question is that have they talked about the peace process between Turkish government and the Kurdish fighters in Turkey, and the peace process between Kurds and Turks? Is it something, the matter of your concern?
Here's what I think we know, and again, the Secretary spoke about this a little bit also on the plane. He enjoys speaking to the press, and that is helpful for us when it comes to transparency and the American people knowing what's going on. I, of course, and I know why you ask, and everyone wants to know, but I'm not in a position where I'm going to speak about the nature of a conversation between the Secretary of State of the United States and the Foreign Minister of Saudi Arabia or anyone else in a position in any country where there's discussions about any kind of dynamic involving governance and the choices that those governments make. What I can say, of course, as we know, is that Turkey is an ally, a member of NATO, and the conversations we have are often and deal with issues that are of importance to both countries. So I'm going to leave it there. So yes, sir, with the glasses in the back here.
Thank you. Sergey Yumatov with TASS News Agency.
Uh-huh.
So my question is on Russia and Ukraine. When do you expect the next round of consultations between the American and Russian delegations to occur?
Well, we know, of course, that we have our teams that have returned from the last Saudi Arabian technical framework of what they were working on there. The Secretary has noted in some of his comments that now we have to take a look at what's been accomplished and what we need to be doing, and we will decide at that point about how we proceed. All right? All right. Yes, sir.
Can I move to Lebanon?
Yes, certainly.
Thank you, Tammy. Ahmed Hazim, Al Jazeera. Today, there was some missiles fired in northern Israel from Lebanon. Israel retaliated with airstrikes and artillery in the south and even in the capital, Beirut. My question is that the ceasefire agreement, in it, there is a mechanism for reporting violation or alleged violation of the agreement itself, the ceasefire itself. This mechanism is led by the United States, will include France, UNIFIL, and both parties have to report any violations to the cease agreement. Was this mechanism implemented in this incident?
Well, I can say a few things about this, including Israel is defending its people and interests by responding to rocket attacks from terrorists in Lebanon. As part of the cessation of hostilities agreement, the government of Lebanon is responsible for disarming Hezbollah, and we expect the Lebanese armed forces to disarm these terrorists to prevent further hostilities. The reason that any attacks have happened is because terrorists launched rockets into Israel from Lebanon. That is a violation of the cessation of hostilities. It is a violation of the ceasefire when terrorist groups, when armed groups, shoot rockets into Israel. Whether it's Hezbollah or whether it's Palestinian groups like Hamas, it does not matter. Israel has to respond as the United States would have to respond, or any other country would have to respond in this kind of situation. We stand by Israel, of course, and it's a dynamic that also continues to unfold, but I think it's pretty clear that this is the responsibility of the Lebanese armed forces to disarm the terrorists who are prevented, in order for us to prevent further hostilities. Yes,
Can I have a follow-up?
Thank you very much. Several human rights organizations and the media reported that many civilian activities have been arrested in Iranian Kurdistan for participating in Nowruz celebrations. Have you received any reports on this matter? and how would you to describe human rights record in Iran at this time?
Yes, we are aware of those reports that the Iranian regime has been arresting Iranian Kurds for participating in those celebrations. The regime is one of the world's worst violators of human rights, oppressing the Iranian people to maintain its grip on power and curtailing their exercise of fundamental freedoms. In Iran, the freedom of expression, peaceful assembly, and religion are completely ignored. The regime unjustly executes more people than any other country, persecutes members of religious and ethnic minority groups, and uses tactics like arbitrary arrest and torture and other violations to intimidate political opponents and squash dissent. We will continue to support and defend the human rights of the people of Iran against the regime's continued human rights abuses and authoritarian repression. All right. All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Tammy. Very quick question. Axios reported yesterday that a new U.S. proposal was submitted to reignite the ceasefire talks and so on. Can you share with us anything about the status of this peace proposal that was submitted by the United States? Is it gaining traction? What is next?
Yes, I can't speak to that today, but we are, again, next week returning we're going to have a Monday briefing, and I have a feeling you might have another question, and I will be answering your question tomorrow, but we'll do that.
Can I follow up on...
No, we're going to Daphne here, but yes, thank you.
Just on the Panama Canal, today China's...
The Panama Canal, all right.
Sorry.
Yes. No, it's all right. No, it's okay. We're here. We're good.
Today, China's market regulator said it will carry out an antitrust review on the Hong Kong's CK Hutchinson's proposed sale of 2 Panama ports to BlackRock to, as Beijing said, protect fair competition and safeguard public interests. What is the U.S. response to that move by Beijing, and what's your message to Panama, which has an audit pending over the company's concessions to operate those ports?
All righty, so we are aware of the comments made by China. It's also no surprise that the CCP is upset at this acquisition, which will reduce their control over the Panama Canal area. We are also glad to see U.S. investors acquire a controlling stake in the Panama Ports Company, which owns and operates the ports of Balboa and Cristobal at either end of the Panama Canal. So we would refer you to BlackRock and CK Hutchinson for more information about the agreement itself. And we refer you to the government of Panama regarding its role in ensuring that the sale complies with Panamanian laws and regulations. So yes, we're aware, and it's not a surprise, certainly. All right, yes, pink jacket.
Thank you. Back to Turkey. Is there a confirmed date for President Erdogan's visit to the White House in April out of Foreign Minister Fidan's meeting with Secretary Rubio on Tuesday?
Not that I'm aware of, but again, the White House may have more information on that for you.
They are not very responsive.
In the white shirt here. You just sat down, sir. One moment, please. In the white shirt, please.
Thank you very much. On Georgia.
I'm sorry.
On Georgia, if I may.
Okay, sure.
Georgia. Thank you very much. Have you had any communication with the ruling party in Georgia? And if so, could you share what type of communication exists between you now? You know that the situation in Georgia is very difficult. The Georgian people and the international community do not recognize the election results. Peaceful protesters have been arrested, as well as an independent journalist who's currently in jail. Okay. So, given these circumstances, what is your perspective on the situation in Georgia?
I do want to answer that, and as a result, we're going to take that back, and we will have an answer for you. All right? All right. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I can. I'm sorry to jump to another region, but I wanted to ask
It's everywhere. There's news everywhere.
South Sudan.
Sure.
Do you, the State Department, have any comment on the situation there, which is on the brink of plunging back into the civil war? The vice president was put under house arrest. The situation is pretty dire. So I was wondering if the U.S. State Department has any comment on that.
Well, of course, there's been news on this, the dire situation, I think, throughout the area. And then, whether it's North Darfur, et cetera. So we are concerned about a number of issues that are unfolding. And that, too, I'm going to have to get some updated information on, because what I'm seeing here is I'd like something new, some updates there. So we'll have that. We'll bring that back for you for sure. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, Jahan Saibali from ARY News, Pakistan.
Okay.
For the last few months, we have seen a rise in terrorist activities in Pakistan. Hundreds of civilians and security officials lost their lives. And Pakistan is a partner country, recently handed over the most wanted terrorists to U.S. authorities. And these all terrorist networks are based in Afghanistan, TTP, Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and Pakistan is kind of war against terrorism. So how you guys see this kind of situation, like all those terrorist networks established and working under the umbrella of Taliban?
Well, it's a dynamic where we're aware of certain problems, human rights issues, etc. But again, we seem to be in a series here of things that I want to take back on this. So I'm going to take that back. If you don't mind, we're going to go on.
Okay,
what I do want to discuss here, sir, and if someone has, I want to discuss the Hezbollah sanctions that we have going on as well. I know that many of you might be interested in that as well. But let's go on. I'm not going to start to try to direct what we're saying.
I have one more.
Let's go on. Let's go on here. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, there was I was about to ask about the Hezbollah. You can talk a little bit about the sanctions and also the Lebanese foreign minister with the Syrian one signed an agreement for the border in Syria between Syria and Lebanon. If you have also something on that.
Yes, yes, we do. So first, let's start here with Hezbollah. The United States is designating 5 individuals and 3 entities pursuant to Executive Order 13224 as amended for ties to U.S.-designated Hezbollah or individuals designated through this action. The action advances President Trump's maximum pressure policy on Iran and its proxies. We will continue to disrupt the complex schemes Hezbollah uses to conceal its illicit behavior and acquire revenue to fund its malign activities. And the United States, will take decisive action against anyone involved in facilitating Iran's oil sales at any stage of the supply chain. We are exerting maximum pressure on Iran and its terrorist proxies under the President's maximum pressure policy to disrupt Iran's destabilizing activities. The Department of Treasury is designating, again, 5 individuals, 3 entities for supporting a sanctions evasion network affiliated with Hezbollah's finance team. This action is part of the United States' effort to deny Hezbollah access to revenue and to cut off the terrorist group's access to the international financial system. Today's designations support the whole-of-government policy of maximum pressure on Iran and its terrorist proxies, such as Hezbollah, as detailed in the National Security Presidential Memorandum 2 of February 4th. The United States, use all of its tools to disrupt activities of individuals and companies supporting Hezbollah. The United States is committed to working with partners to disrupt terrorism and terrorist financing worldwide. All right. Yes, sir. And this will be it. This will be the last. So make it good.
I'm going to go back to the very first question.
All right, sure. Make a good circle.
The issue of Ukrainian children. The president was asked about Ukraine just a couple of hours ago, and he did highlight the issue of Ukrainian children.
He did.
It looks like this is something he cares about. To deliver on the president's stated goal, even if this funding will run out of this very particular program, can you assure us that you will be supporting alternative programs, at least, to deliver on that?
Well, I think the biggest, most amazing program can be the most powerful man in the world caring about the resolution of the issue. That is something that nothing can match. And that's what we have now. And you are correct. I think it's clear for anyone who listens to President Trump that he is a serious person, addresses issues that matter to him directly, that he knows will make an impact on the quality of people's lives. That is the Trump effect. And the fact that he is successful in the choices he makes and that he is relentless in making them work has an impact on the resolution of those issues. As far as what mechanisms he will use, I don't know. He's the President of the United States. He's the best deal maker in the world. And those children matter to him. And it matters that issue is resolved like it does to every decent human being on this planet. President Trump represents the notion of that outrage and the desire to solve the problem in the process of getting to the end of this horrible carnage that has gone on. So yes, I can't tell you what mechanism he would choose. We do know that he's chosen a Secretary of State who feels as passionately about the resolution of these issues as he does. We are going to continue to see that unfolding, and it is, while horrible issues we're facing, it is an exciting time because we have leadership that are tired of the status quo, want results, care about people, and are going to do what it takes to get results. And that's what I have for you today. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you also on Monday. We'll see you on Monday. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it.
Well, live from the State Department right there, you saw Tammy Bruce addressing a number of questions of a number of topics from across the globe and any domestic issues as well there. So it is now the bottom of the hour, about 3:30. So that will conclude our broadcast for during the day. Now tonight at about 5 o'clock, it may be actually now 6 o'clock, but we do know that we'll be having our coverage from Florida for Byron Donalds having a rally there, a hometown campaign rally for his governorship bid there in that state. So he's going to be having that official rally today. We'll have live coverage from Florida. That's Bonita Springs for that live coverage. Looking forward to that coming up here. Again, 3:30 Eastern. Let's thank a few sponsors. Colonial Metals Group. All you have to do is go to freegoldguide.com/RSBN. You'll get some great information there. An info kit, all for free, about gold and silver. Just go to freegoldguide.com/RSBN. Also, mypillow.com/RSBN as well. If you're looking for a lot of great products, more than 2,000 products, you can see that right there on your screen. More than up to 50% off. Pretty good percent off of some great products there. I know a lot of you guys have a lot of the products. My family and I, we have them too. And it's always good to get fresh products or even other ones that we don't have. Obviously, we don't have all 2,000, so there's plenty to buy at mypillow.com/RSBN. All right, we will see you guys a little bit later for Friday evening coverage of the great Congressman Byron Donalds of Florida, who is now putting his hat in the ring for the governorship of Florida. So he'll have a rally in Bonita Springs a bit later. It looks like we may be starting at 5 p.m. Eastern or 6 p.m. Eastern. Just check your, as they used to say, your local listings. But check your Rumble and YouTube and all over the place for the specific start time of that. We'll be getting that here soon. As it's 3:31 Eastern time for all of us, including Robert McNeely, who was here throughout the day, and myself, Matthew Alvarez, and everybody behind the scenes here at the network. Thanks so much for joining us. We'll see you a bit later tonight.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed, so join us and be part of the right side of history.
Hello, this is Mike Huckabee. President Trump said he wants to take back the White House and teach our kids to love our country. That's why my team created a Kids Guide to President Trump. It'll teach your kids all about President Trump's accomplishments and his vision for America. And right now, I want to give it to you for free as part of this free gift bundle.
Get your free gift bundle featuring the Kids Guide to President Trump, a free kids magazine, and the Great Again video lesson by visiting freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
Hey y'all, it's Silk.
from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
I hear every day about the products you all wish MyPillow carried. Well, guess what? We probably do. Slippers, bathrobes, pet beds, blankets, mattresses, sleepwear, loungewear, duvets, comforters, pot holders, aprons, oven mitts, and so much more. And they're all on sale. For example, get our best-selling standard MyPillows for only $14.98. Body pillows, $29.98. 6-piece bath towels or kitchen towel sets, just $29.98. Multi-use MyPillow 2.0s with pillowcase, $9.98. Save $40 on our Spring Percale and Giza Dream bedsheet sets. Any size, any color, and so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save up to 80% on all MyPillow products. And I've never done this before. When you spend $100 or more, you're going to get 2 standard MyPillows absolutely free. I hear every day about the products you all wish MyPillow carried. Well, guess what? We probably do. Slippers, bathrobes, pet beds, blankets, mattresses, sleepwear, loungewear, duvets, comforters, pot holders, aprons, oven mitts, and so much more. And they're all on sale. For example, get our best-selling standard MyPillows for only $14.98. Body pillows, $29.98. 6-piece bath towels or kitchen towel sets, just $29.98. Multi-use MyPillow 2.0s with pillowcase, $9.98. Save $40 on our Spring Percale and Giza Dream bedsheet sets. Any size, any color, and so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save up to 80% on all MyPillow products. And I've never done this before. When you spend $100 or more, you're going to get 2 standard MyPillows absolutely free.
Drop that beat. Trump's your president. He's your president. He's your president. Trump's your president. He's your president. He's your president. Just so you know, the storm is already over. That's right. And in these states, all of our lives matter. Including yours. We are one race, and that's the human race. And the only color President Trump sees is green. Ching-ching. And he wants you to have some of it. Trump's your president. He's your president. He's your president. Trump's your president. He's your president. He's your president. Trump's your president. So get over it. Stop crying like a baby and a little bitch. You mad, that come off. That is him trying to tell you that Trump's a ball. He's a baller. A shot caller. I hope he builds that damn wall if he taller. Build that wall. Build it tall. Protect us all before this country falls. Trump's your president. He's your president. He's your president. Trump's your president. He's your president. He's your president. Now you can go around acting like that Trump. Take a look in the mirror. You just got strong. So you take a pen and draw a line in the sand to make the truth between you and him like you the man. So let me tell you something that you really need to know. A lot of your fans search for Trump, so maybe you need to go. So tell the NFL they should stand up and still a kneeling on the flag trying to pull us up. And they can take a knee and kneel during halftime, but don't do it on our watch time or our dime. It's sad that you had to use racism to make a connect, but with our rhyme, we're just keeping you in check. Ooh, y'all. Trump's your president. He's your president. He's your president. Trump's your president. He's your president. He's your president. Hello, Diamond. Part 2. Now we don't care if you black, white, or pinstripe. If you are a Republican or Democrat. If you are a liberal or conservative. If you are gay or straight. If you are an American citizen. In case you don't know. In case you forgot. In case you suffering from amnesia. Guess what? Trump's your president. He's your president. He's your president. Trump's your president. He's your president. He's your president. So take a look around and what do you see? The same old bullshit staring back at you and me. The Senate, the Congress, the Democrat side, some in the Republican camp, it's all the same guy. To all the haters, the race baiters, the agitators, and the demonstrators. Even the ones that want to leave cause they're really whack. Pack your coat, pack your hat, don't you come back. And when the president decided to drain the swamp, to benefit people even if you're in a dump. More taxes, more money, jobs from overseas, immigration enforcement, no more freebies. Believe that and don't forget it. Trump's your president. He's your president. He's your president. Trump's your president. He's your president. He's your president. Trump's your president. He's a baller, baby. He's your president. He's your president. And he's gonna win again. He's your president. He's your president. It's about time that you melted down snowflakes. Take a seat, listen up, sip it up, put some tape. Trump's your president. He's your president. He's your president. Because Trump is the man with the master plan, and all he wants to do is make America great again. He's your president.
Oh, yes, Trump is your president, you all. He's my president. He's all of our president. And I'm so excited, you all, that President Trump is the president of the United States of America. You can go to TrumpShowPresident.com. That's TrumpShowPresident.com. Yep, you can go there and download a song, use it as a ringtone, or you can add it to your playlist. Whichever one fits best for you is what you can do, okay? All right, TrumpShowPresident.com, you all. Welcome to the Diamond Silk Chit Chat Live Show. I'm your host, Silk, and you're my co-host, my Diamond Dream Team. And as Diamond would always say, it takes a team to build a dream. So I want you to stop what you're doing right now. Be sure to like and share this broadcast, this podcast. Share it everywhere and let them know that Silk is on the air. That's what I want you all to do. You all don't forget to download the Vocal app, the Lindell TV app. It's 2 different apps and it's absolutely free. Download the apps is what I want you all to do, you all, so we can stay connected, updated, and informed. Shout out to everyone joining me there on the chat lines. Yes, in the chats. Let me know where you're coming in from. Let me know where you're coming in from and where you're watching the show. Hey, baby. Hey, baby. I see Northern Virginia. Yes, I see Kentucky. Yes, North Carolina. I see you, darling. Alabama. Yes, I see you. I see you, Louisiana. Yes. Hello, darling. Welcome to the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live Show. And you all let me know where you're watching the show from, okay? What state are you watching the show from? What country are you watching the show from? Just let us know where you're watching me at, okay? All right. Shout out to Lindell TV, RSBN Network, Blessed News Network, Diamond and Silk Media, yes.com. Shout out to each and every one of you all that is allowing the show to be streamed on your platform. I truly, truly do appreciate it. Yes, I truly do appreciate it. Now, I am understanding that my first guest is on the line. She's going to be joining us by phone. So I want to go ahead on and just stop right now and get directly to her. Yvonne Saint-Cyr, I believe is her name, her last name. I'll have her to pronounce that last name. You know, they got these names spelled all different kinds of ways, you know. But anyway, she's a political hostage who served 15 months in prison. You all was released to a halfway house on January the 13th, 2025, and was pardoned by President Donald J. Trump 7 days later, you all, on January the 20th. So joining me by phone right now, Yvonne, I have her right here. Please bring her on. Hello, Yvonne.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing just fine. Sweetie, I thought you was going to be audio. Okay, it's good to see your face. It's good to see you. Welcome once again to the show, and welcome home, dear. Welcome home.
Thank you. I'm glad to be home. I can see you.
Oh, I know you're glad to be home. Now, what did you do? What did they say that you did to have to go to prison for 15 months?
Actually, my sentence was for 30 months. And originally, they charged me with 2 misdemeanors, and I refused the plea deal. So then it came back with 4 misdemeanors and 2 felonies. And the felonies were aiding and abetting. Who I aided and abetted, I'm not sure. But that was the 2 felonies and why my sentence was 30 months.
So you served 15 months in prison, and then you had to go to a halfway house?
Yeah, so I did my normal time. I didn't get out for President Trump. I got out because that was my time served. I actually finished the program in October, but they didn't have any space for halfway house. So the halfway house came back and said that I couldn't come back in October, but I could leave in January. So I was there till January. And I had been released to the halfway house, was there a week when Trump was inaugurated, President Trump was inaugurated. And that night I was on the phone with my husband, soon to be ex-husband, and they came and released me and said, pack your bags, you're going home.
Okay, now, did you harm anybody? Did you injure anybody?
No, ma'am. Even the FBI agent that, nope.
Go ahead.
The FBI agent in my trial, because I took it to trial, and he testified, and he said he watched over 22 hours of video of me, and not one time did he see me push anybody, hurt anybody, break anything, do anything. The only thing they had me was at one point I was yelling.
Okay. All right. So I guess for the Democrats, it's such a crime to yell, but they can get out in the streets and burn down businesses, burn down homes, throw bricks through windows, and yell and scream like fools out there. Let me ask you this. Did the FBI, did they break into your home?
No. So when I was arrested, I had just got home from lunch with my mom and sister, and they must not have had a warrant for my house because they only searched my car, and they basically arrested me getting out of the car, which is crazy because it was 2 misdemeanors, and I had FBI, U.S.
Move your camera
Marshals.
so we can see your face. There you
I
go.
had
Go ahead.
FBI, U.S. Marshals, Boise State Police, or Idaho State Police, Boise City Police. It was like 20 cop cars for 2 misdemeanors. I mean, it was crazy. I was only charged originally for the full year. I didn't get charged with the 2 felonies until 2022. So it was nuts.
Had you ever been to prison before?
No, I served in the Marine Corps for 16 years. So I was a Marine, and then I got out in 2003 and came home.
If you don't mind me asking, you don't have to answer it. You know, I'm 50. Oh, God, I think I'm 54, 53 or 54. How old am I, honey? I'm 54.
I'm older than you.
Okay. How old are you? How old are you?
I'm 57. I have 12 grandbabies. Number 13 is on the way.
Okay, all right. That's crazy. This is really, really crazy. And see, this is why President Trump team is going after the individuals that broke the law. These people actually broke the law to charge you with all of this stuff, and there was no evidence of this. And then for you to be locked up, basically falsely in prison and held hostage, you know, this is crazy. So now you said you was on the phone with your husband, soon to be ex-husband, whenever you got the word. Why is he your soon to be ex-husband? He just couldn't hang in there with you?
Well, we've been together for 25 years, married for 23. And when I was incarcerated last year, he came to see me on my birthday. And a month later, he was in a relationship. And 2 months later, he was moving in with her.
Okay, so he couldn't contain himself.
Nope. Guess not.
That's so what the Biden regime actually did is broke up homes. That's more proof that they broke up marriages and broke up homes. And you know, and then
my husband and his girlfriend broke up our marriage, but yes, that it didn't help that Biden incarcerated me. But I mean, I probably should have saw this coming anyways. So it'll be his loss, not mine. So I'll get through this.
That's another one of my deals. You know, I think that, you know, if he truly loved you, he would be there with you and waiting for you and standing there with you. So maybe that's proof that he really truly didn't love you. Maybe he was there 25 years for something else. I mean, I just don't know. But it's a doggone shame. As far as monetary, how much money have you not how much money? Let me just say it like this. Have you lost any money? And I know that you have in all of this. Is it a whole lot of money that basically has been?
Well, we lost our house right after I got arrested, so we lived in a camp trailer, and so I basically came home homeless because he moved the camp trailer. So in Idaho right now, there's so many people. The cost of living, people are built or they've sold, but they live in RVs until they can buy because it's so expensive. So I have nowhere to park my trailer, so I'm renting a room from a lady. And I just started working last week. I finally got a job. So I'm literally starting over late 50s. It's crazy to think. Yeah.
Do you have any children?
They're all grown, thank goodness.
You have children. Okay. All right. All right. That's sad. That's sad to know. That's really sad to know because a lot of people, their livelihoods have been just basically destroyed. People starting all the way over in their 50s because of what has happened. And you need to be made whole. You need to be made whole some kind of way. I don't know if you can get your man back, but you can at least get some type of some of you, like your home or something. They need to make sure that they compensate you for all that you've lost For all that you've lost in the middle of this, you need to be compensated. So now, when you was released, who picked you up?
Because I was going home already for my halfway house, the BOP did my arrangements, and so I didn't get picked up from prison. Troy picked me up from the halfway house. At that point, we were still talking. So,
This
he
is
picked
your
me up that
soon-to-be
night.
ex-husband. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the question I was going to ask was, where's the first place that you went when you was released? But see, you was in
I
a
went and spent
halfway
the night.
house, and you was back and forth.
Yeah, so I left the halfway house and I went to, because it was late at night. I was staying with my sister when I first got released. I went to my daughter's and just slept on the couch that first night.
Mm-hmm.
So
How
I just
did you
wanted to get out of
feel?
the halfway house.
I understand, honey. How did you feel whenever you found out that President Trump had pardoned you all, pardoned the J6ers?
I knew President Trump was going to do it. I've known he would keep his word. I've known he was going to get elected. My sister got a little nervous that morning when he didn't do it in his inauguration speech. I told her, I said, just wait, it'll come. That week was, like I tell everyone, that week was some of my highest highs and some of my lowest lows. So it was a roller coaster for me, because at the same time I'm getting pardoned, I'm also going through that with my husband. So it's been, it's been hard. And getting out of prison, I mean, you're never going to be the same. The things that I saw, the things that I experienced, I'll just never be the same.
Yeah, especially with you being in the Marines, it's a little different. It's a little different, when somebody take your freedom from you and for you to be there for nothing. You there for nothing. That's your life gone. That could have been with your grandchildren. If President Trump was sitting here right now, what would you say to him?
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. I totally understand.
Getting our life back. And we're not done. I know the truth is going to come. I know there's more to be done. I'm just trying to be patient.
Yeah. And that's what we're going to have to do. That's what it's going to take, is patient as we unravel this web of lies, as we unravel what they've done to you all, what they've done to us, what they've done to this country. It's a doggone disgrace what they've done to you, Yvonne. And how do you pronounce your last name?
It's Saint Cyr. So he has it spelled cry, but it's actually C-Y-R. So Cyr.
C-Y-R. Yeah. Yeah. I thought that's how we sent it over. Okay.
Yeah,
Saint Cyr. Okay. All right. Saint Cyr. All right. So we'll get that right. I just want to let you know that we're going to continue to pray for you.
Thank you.
Pray for your the blessings that to be bestowed upon you, and for whatever the locals have stolen from you, that to be restored back to you is what we're going to pray for. I want to say thank you so much for coming on to share your story. I'm glad that you're home. I'm glad that you're out. I'm glad that you have a job. We have a lot of J6ers right now that can't even get a job, because even though President Trump pardoned them and they have that pardon, you still have people that will not hire them, and they still got this stigma on them as white supremacists or domestic terrorists or what have you. So I'm glad that you do have a job, but continue to pray and steadfast and be patient. All right.
Thank you.
God bless you, Yvonne. Thank you.
God bless you.
Oh,
Thank you.
Wow. Yes. Oh, wow, you all. That was so sad. Whew. That was just really, 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 really sad. Okay, you all. I'm just gonna keep it real. But let me just take 1 minute right quick, you all, to run down my sponsors, because I still got to pay the bills around these parts. Still got to pay the bills, okay? So listen, you all, don't forget that the show is sponsored by MyPillow, MyStore.com, MyPillow.com, MyStore.com. Use promo code Diamond, promo code Trump1, because Trump did win, all right? He did win, okay? All right. You all, the show is also sponsored by PatchStat.com. That's PatchStat.com. You can go there and get the LifeWave patches. Remember, it's a patented technology, you all. It's like your body regenerator, you all. No plugs, no sockets, no expensive machines is necessary. If you're looking for a job, a job, guess what? You could be your own boss in this particular business by joining my team at patchstat.com. When you go to patchstat.com, you'll see the website come up and you see the word join, Join. Click on join and sign up underneath one of those whatever option is there for you to sign up under. Okay, and look over everything. You can get the patches for wholesale pricing as well, you all. Okay, the patches can be for wholesale pricing. You can be part of the team and you can make some money. Yes, you can. You can make some good money. All right, become your own boss. The show is also sponsored by diamondandsilkstore.com. That's diamondandsilkstore.com. Get the Diamond and Silk bobblehead memorabilia, still 50% off. Don't forget the Trump bling pin, bling bling. Yep. And the Diamond and Silk signature pin right here. All right, the Diamond and Silk signature pins we have there at the Diamond and Silk store.com. Don't forget about Dot the Artist. You'll see the button there. Go there to Dot the Artist. He have a large selection of amazing alternatives medicine, okay? Alternative natural medicines. All right. And don't forget to visit Dr. Stella if you're in need of ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine. Visit Dr. Stella. And special thank you to everyone that's made a contribution to the show, the Diamond Silk Chit Chat Live show. And if you would like to become a one-time contributor or a monthly contributor, guess what? You can go to supportdiamondandsilk.com, supportdiamondandsilk.com. If you have any questions, send them to diamondandsilk@gmail.com. All right, you all. Let's go ahead on and get this here show on the road. You all, we talking about pimped out Zelensky. Pimped out Zelensky. Yes, I'm looking at my time because I got so much ground to cover. I'm going to try to get through it. I'm going to try to get through all of the ground. Yeah. I'm going to try to get through all of the ground, okay? All right. Pimped out Zelensky. Yes. He's Zelensky, you all. He has been pimping himself out like a hooker or a hoe. Yeah, I ain't talking about no gardens too either. No, I ain't talking about no hoe out there that you get out there in the garden and the grass and all that. I'm talking about a hoe, a straight up prostitute. Yes. That's what he's been doing. He's been going around, you all, begging for money to fight his endless wars. Yeah. Where the outcomes pretty much ends up as death. Yeah, for innocent people. They just put in all of these people. I heard him on the video talking about the American people. You're gonna have to send your sons and your daughters and all of that to fight the war and all of this stuff. Now his little ass, it's gonna be a lot of words like ass being said tonight. Okay, I just want y'all to know. Okay, but his little ass, if he have any children, their little asses, they're not out there on the front line. They're not out there. But he want to sit back. No, you're gonna be bringing your people. This Americans is gonna have to. For what? Now during the Biden regime and the Obama administration, Zelensky knew how to swindle them out of billions of American tax dollars. Yeah, he did it. Yeah. Now in my heart of hearts, and in my opinion, and I can say allegedly, a lot of it was done as money laundering. Yeah, as money laundering. Now the other part might have been to fight a war that they done created. Yeah, that they done created. See, but under President Donald J. Trump, okay, you get peace under President Donald J. Trump, or you get nothing at all. America is tired. We're tired of our American tax dollars being squandered, being laundered, and just being wasted, on killing human beings. Yes. We're sick and tired of that job. We're sick and tired of it. Now, what happened, you all? I woke up the other morning to the video clips of what was going on there in the White House. there. President Trump and J.D. Vance, you know, they basically was shutting this little punk all the way down. Yes. Calling out this pimp who's been pimping himself out like he's a pimp daddy. Yeah, for years. That little, let me calm down now. In case you all missed this heated exchange, okay? I wanted to show the entire thing so that you can understand what happened. You know, a lot of times there was a lot of clips, and everybody was looking for the whole thing. So I got the whole thing, you all. It's about 10 minutes, but I want y'all to sit back and look at this exchange between this little joker, and President Trump and J.D. Vance. So, producer, can you please play clip 1?
Both of them, you'd never have a deal. You want me to say really terrible things about Putin and then say, "Hi, Vladimir, how are we doing on the deal?" That doesn't work that way. I'm not aligned with Putin. I'm not aligned with anybody. I'm aligned with the United States of America and for the good of the world. I'm aligned with the world, and I want to get this thing over with. You see the hatred he's got for Putin. It's very tough for me to make a deal with that kind of hate. He's got tremendous hatred, and I understand that, but I can tell you the other side isn't exactly in love with, him either. So it's not a question of alignment. I'm aligned with the world. I want to get the thing set. I'm aligned with Europe. I want to see if we can get this thing done. You want me to be tough? I could be tougher than any human being you've ever seen. I'd be so tough. But you're never going to get a deal that way. So that's the way it goes. All right, one more question.
I want to respond to this. So look, for 4 years in the United States of America, we had a president who stood up at press conferences and talked tough about Vladimir Putin, and then Putin invaded Ukraine and destroyed a significant chunk of the country. The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending that the President of the United States' words mattered more than the President of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing.
Can I ask you?
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So he occupied our parts, big parts of Ukraine, part of East and Crimea. So he occupied it on 2014. So during a lot of years, so I'm not speaking about just Biden, but those time was Obama, then President Obama, then President Trump, then President Biden, now the President Trump, and God bless, now President Trump will stop him. But during 2014, nobody stopped him. He just occupied and took. He killed people. You know what the contact
2015.
2014 and
2014.
Yeah. So
I was not here.
Yeah, but
that's exactly right.
Yes, but during 2014 till 2022, the situation the same. The people have been dying on the contact line. Nobody stopped him. You know that we had conversations with him. A lot of conversation, my bilateral conversation, and we signed with him, me, like a new president. In 2019, I signed with him the deal. I signed with him, Macron and Merkel, we signed ceasefire. Ceasefire, all of them told me that he will never go. We signed with him gas contract, yes, but after that, he broken this ceasefire. He killed our people, and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the President for trying to bring an end to this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
I have been to.
Count one.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military? And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
First of all, during the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless.
You don't
God
know
bless.
that.
You will not have a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because you're in no position to dictate that. Remember this. You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good.
You will feel influence.
We're going to feel very good and very
You
strong.
will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position, and he happens to be right about it.
From the very beginning of the war.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards. Right now, you don't. You're playing cards. You're playing cards. You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country. That's back to you. Far more than a lot of people said they should have.
Have you said thank you once this entire meeting? No, in this entire meeting, have you said thank you? You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
Please, you think that if you will speak very loudly about the war, you can...
He's not speaking loudly. He's not speaking loudly. Your country's in big trouble.
Can I
Wait a
answer?
minute. No. You've done a lot of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not winning. You're not winning this. You have a damn good chance of coming out okay because of us.
Mr. President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks
you haven't
in
been
this
alone.
cabinet,
You
and
haven't
not
been
only
alone.
in this cabinet.
We gave you, through this stupid president, $350 billion.
You voted
we gave
for
you
your
military equipment, and your
voted
men
for
are
your
brave, but they had to use our military.
What about
if you didn't have our military equipment,
if
you didn't have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3 days, I heard it from Putin. In 3 days. This is something
Maybe
new.
less.
In 2 weeks. Of course, yes.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this. I tell you.
Just say thank you.
I said a lot of
except that there are disagreements, and let's go litigate those disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media when you're wrong. We know that you're wrong.
But you see, I think it's good for the American people to see what's going on.
I understand, sir.
I think it's very important. That's why I kept this going so long. You have to be thankful. You don't have the cards.
Thankful.
You're buried there. Your people are dying. You're running low on soldiers. Listen, you're running low on soldiers. It would be a damn good thing. And then you tell us, I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire. I want to go, and I want this. Look. If you could get a ceasefire right now, I tell you, you take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop getting killed.
Of course, we want to stop the war.
But you're saying you don't want a ceasefire.
But I said to you,
I want a ceasefire.
With guarantees.
Because you get a ceasefire faster than an agreement.
Ask our people about ceasefire, what they think.
That wasn't with me. That wasn't with me. That was with a guy named Biden, who was not a smart person. That was with Obama.
It was your president.
Excuse me. That was with Obama, who gave you sheets, and I gave you javelins.
Yes.
I gave you the javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama gave you sheets. In fact, the statement is Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. You got to be more thankful, because let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards. But without us, you don't have any cards.
One more question to Mr. Vice President. I'm sorry, here.
It's going to be a tough deal to make, because the attitudes have to change.
What if Russia breaks ceasefire? What if Russia breaks peace talks? What do you do then? I understand that it's a heated conversation right now.
What are you saying?
She's asking, what if Russia breaks the ceasefire?
What if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now? Okay? What if they broke it? I don't know. They broke it with Biden because Biden, they didn't respect him. They didn't respect Obama. They respect me. Let me tell you, Putin went through a hell of a lot with me. He went through a phony witch hunt where they used him and Russia. Russia. You ever hear of that deal? That was a phony Hunter Biden Joe Biden scam. Hillary Clinton, Shifty Adam Schiff. It was a Democrat scam. And he had to go through that. And he did go through it. We didn't end up in a war. And he went through it. He was accused of all that stuff. He had nothing to do with it. It came out of Hunter Biden's bathroom. It came out of Hunter Biden's bedroom. It was disgusting. And then they said, oh, the laptop from hell was made by Russia. The 51 agents. The whole thing was a scam. And he had to put up with that. He was being accused of all that stuff. All I can say is this. He might have broken deals with Obama and Bush, and he might have broken them with Biden. He did, maybe. Maybe he didn't. I don't know what happened. But he didn't break them with me. He wants to make a deal. I don't know if you can make a deal. The problem is I've empowered you to be a tough guy. And I don't think you'd be a tough guy without the United States. And your people are very brave. But you're either going to make a deal or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. I don't think it's going to be pretty, but you'll fight it out. But you don't have the cards. But once we sign that deal, you're in a much better position. But you're not acting at all thankful. And that's not a nice thing. I'll be honest, that's not a nice thing. All right, I think we've seen enough. What do you think? Huh? This is going to be great television, I will say that. All right. We'll see what we can do about putting it together.
Guys, come on, let's go.
We'll see. I don't know.
All right, guys, come on. Please. Hey, come on.
Yo. My president was pissed off. He was mad, y'all. Yeah. I had to watch this here over and over a few times. Yes. And each and every time I watched it, I was like, get him. See, you got to understand, you all, that you don't bring your little ass to another man's house and disrespect him. Especially if you asking for some money, if you're looking for his money, huh? If you're looking for peace, huh? Yeah, you don't go to another man's house being disrespectful. And like President Trump said, you don't have the cards, Zelensky. You don't have the cards. So let's make the deal or we're out. Okay? President Trump wants peace. But this little munchkin, Zelensky, kept on running his old raggedy behind mouth. Yeah. He just kept right on running. And I was like, will you just shut up? Just shut up, boo. Just shut up. Okay? Let President Trump say what he gonna have to say, okay? Because what Trump gonna do is tag that ass. I said, Trump gonna tag that ass. Yes. He gonna take your little ass out, Beppo. You better leave President Trump alone. It was so bad. My father was listening to it on the radio. And all of a sudden, he pulled up in the driveway, just dropping by the house, just rolled by the house, and he just pulled up and he said, I'm just coming by to see if you packing your little stuff to going up there to help President Trump out, because you know how down in the silk was, y'all. You don't mess with President Donald J. Trump and think you're going to get away with it. It don't roll like that. Yes. Because see, to me, when I looked at President Trump, it looked like President Trump was going to just, not, like, you know how you take, there's a little irritable net that keeps this all around your ears and different things. Yeah. Then all of a sudden you just swap it like this right here. Just swap it. Yeah. I was looking for President Trump to just like this right here, huh? Because you was talking and run off at your mouth about nothing. Yes. And see, when Zelensky said, but you have a nice ocean. He said, but you have, but you have nice ocean. And don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. Okay, that's what he said. That's how he sounded to me, y'all, when he said it. But I said, did this mofo just say this? Did this little mofo just say this, huh? Is this a threat? Is he trying to threaten America? Is he trying to threaten our ocean? Huh? Do he know something? Is it something underneath the ocean that can just take and create some type of either tsunami or earthquake, huh? Yeah. What is he talking about? Then President Trump, y'all, stopped this little mofo in his tracks. He stopped him. And see what I said when President Trump stopped him, boy, I said, you just picked the wrong fight with the right guy, baby. Yes, 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 yes. You picked the wrong fight with the right one, baby. That's what you just did. Yeah. See, someone needs to put this little punk Zelensky in his place, and that's what President Trump did. That's what President Trump did. Yes. And that's Trump. Yeah. Said to Zelensky, you are not in the position to dictate what we're going to feel. See, Zelensky, you got it all twisted, baby. You may be a dictator in your own country, but you don't come to our country think you're going to dictate anything around here. No. It don't work like that in America with President Donald J. Trump at the head of the whim. It don't work like that right here in America. Yeah. See, Zelensky, you all, he's been under Obama and Biden. All right. He's been underneath them and coming up here, getting our money, our American tax dollars for a very, 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 very long time. But see, you can't do that bull crap under President Donald J. Trump, Zelensky. You don't have the cars, baby. You don't have what is needed. And you're gambling with World War III. And you're arrogant too, Zelensky. Yes. Zelensky is arrogant. And he's too arrogant to realize that President Trump is trying to help him. That's all President Trump is doing, is trying to help him. How you in all of these wars, all of your men's getting killed, everybody getting killed, and you running around here like a little pimp, pimping out yourself to have these different countries send their soldiers to Ukraine, to your country, What, to get slaughtered? Because that's what it looked like. Yeah. Now, you all, after this exchange with President Donald J. Trump, Vice President Vance, guess what? Trump kicks Zelensky ass right on out of the White House. Yes. For being disrespectful. Yeah, for being disrespectful. And I don't fault President Donald J. Trump, because if someone came into your house right now and they were being disrespectful, what would you do? What would you do? You will shut them right on down. You will kick their behind right on out. Now, you had a lot of Democrats that was upset with because President Trump called this shyster right on out. You also had pro-Ukraine protesters targeting Vice President J.D. Vance's family. Yes. To the point that they had to move them to an undisclosed location. I don't know if you all knew that, but that's what had to happen. Now, I want people to understand that's here in America that's doing all of this stuff, even down to the Democrats, the deep state snake Republicans. Yeah, all of you all. I want you to understand that if you are pro-Ukraine, yep. If you are pro-Ukraine, then that's what you need. You need to move to Ukraine. All right? If you are pro-Ukraine, then you need to move to Ukraine. If you are pro-war, then you need to be there on the front lines in Ukraine fighting their war. Okay? Not here in America. No. We don't want that junk here in America. That's right. And for the ones who feel like America should keep dishing out billions of dollars, all right, to be wasted, guess what? How about you open up your checkbook? You open up your checkbook and start funding this stuff, Drain your bank accounts. Hell, you done stole a lot of money from Americans anyway, Drain your bank account and start funding this. Send your little elite children, send them over there to be on the front lines, is what you do, okay? If y'all want to continue on with this, yes. That's what you do. But see, like this little bastard right here, pimped out Zelensky, he don't get one damn dime, not one red cent from America. No, and no. Yes. Now answer me this. What did this little mofo do for America? With all of the billions of dollars that this little bastard done got over the course of years, you all, what have he done for America? How have he repaid that money back to us? Then you have these Democrats and these deep state snakes, Republicans, you all, that want to do their best to, they do what they do best is blame Trump. Blame Trump for this. Oh, he was this. Oh, he was that. Yeah. It's what they love to do. But I love how this political strategist, Malik Abdul, I love how he put this and what he had to say. Producer, please play clip 2.
Republicans are pretty happy what happened. Let's not make sure we don't have the revisionist history. Donald Trump was responding to a reporter's question asking about whether or not, Putin. Donald Trump responded to that. He said, next question, one more question. J.D. Vance then piggybacked off of what Donald Trump was saying, and he was talking about the importance of diplomacy. And what he specifically was saying is that negotiating with one side, which is what the United States and Europe has done this entire time, not inviting Putin to the negotiating table, J.D. Vance was talking about that's how Donald Trump views diplomacy. It was Zelensky then who then turned to J.D. Vance and said, J.D., not Vice President Vance, J.D., to ask him a question. There wasn't a reason for him to ask J.D. Vance anything. I thought that Donald Trump and J.D. Vance did exactly what they needed to do in that moment because he was surely disrespectful and he responded to it. I thought that they did exactly what they should have done. Bravo to Donald Trump and J.D. Vance.
Yeah. See, he had to sit there and explain that to them dumb Democrats sitting there that want to put blame on President Trump. Now, according to sources, Zelensky is the one who wanted the media in the room. He wanted the cameras in the room. Yep. And President Trump and Vice President Vance, they agreed to it, you all. And I'm so glad. I'm so glad that we all got to see what be happening behind closed doors with these foreign dictators and how they operate. Yes. Because if this was behind closed doors, just listen, pay attention. If it was behind closed doors and there was no cameras around, do you know that the left wing and some on the right wing media, they would now be able to spin the narrative, you all, and tell us a bunch of lies, huh? But see, with the cameras being there, we got to see who was really, truly unhinged, huh? We got to see what was really, truly going on. The media, they can't come out with a narrative because we got to see it. And we need to see a lot more of that, what's going on. Because our American tax dollars have been blown, okay? It's been squandered. And when they're having those type of meetings, we need to know, so we can know, is it a deal or no deal? Which one is it? Yeah. We need to know that, But see, the media, they just have to sit there, and just put blame everywhere else. Yeah. Because it's hard to put it on Trump because the American people already saw it all go down. And you have people, you all, that's still on the Democrat plantation said, wait a minute, they just had a wake-up call. Hold up. Why are we giving this little mofo here all of our money like this here? We need a President Donald J. Trump. Yes. We need somebody like Trump because they did not see this go down in during the Biden regime. They did not see this. See, Zelensky, he the one shouldn't have been arrogant. He was the one that was unhinged and ungrateful. Yeah. He the one that started all of this because all he had to do was shut the hell up. That's all he had to do. You in another man's house. And that's all he had to do. Now, ask yourself, why did Zelensky want the media in the room in the first place? Why? Yeah. Who was in Zelensky's ear? Who was pimping out Zelensky to act like a pit bull? When he ain't nothing but a little chihuahua. Yeah. Who was pimping him out? All bark and no bite. Yeah. Who was pimping out Zelensky? Now, my intuition tells me that it was all a setup, nothing but merely a setup to embarrass President Trump in the eyes of the public, you all, and it all backfired on Zelensky and the shadow government. That's what my spirit tells me. And as this commentator said, don't be gaslight. Like Zelensky broke protocol and decided to debate Vance on President Trump's diplomatic worldview. Okay, that's how it all started. All right, so Zelensky started it and President Trump finished it. Yes, yes, yes. And Zelensky, basically, like I said, just basically being pimped out. It backfired on you, Bo. Yeah, and you got pimped out. Because see, it's somebody else in your ear as far as I am concerned. Now, I got one more minute, you all. I want you all to hear what Secretary Bassett had to say about this. Please play clip 3.
President Trump sent me there to, again, we were supposed to bring the Ukrainian people closer to the U.S. people, send a strong signal to Russian leadership that they had not only shared values, but now shared economic interest, and also have a strong signal for the American people that their tax dollars were actually going to work. Instead, President Zelensky and I had a very tough 45-minute meeting at a very loud decibel level, and I kept telling him, Mr. President, the purpose of this is to show the Russians there is no daylight between us. And at the end of the meeting, he said, well, I'm not signing this. And I said, at the end of the meeting, I said to him, what do you want to go out and tell the press? I said, because I don't want to go out and show the Russians that there's daylight in between us. And he said, well, I'm going to go out and say I'll sign it in Munich. Then he got to Munich, and he ran into Vice President Vance and Secretary Rubio, very different than Vice President Harris and Secretary Blinken, but he didn't sign the agreement. So finally, we were supposed to have the signing today. It was supposed to be a great day, and this is one of the biggest own goals in diplomatic history.
So you all pay attention. Secretary Bassett confirms that this was the third time Zelensky had agreed to the terms of the mineral deal only to back out of it, okay? Yes, because he wanted this here to be staged in front of the media, all right? All right, this was the third time. But did you all know about Zelensky backdoor deal with the UK? Did you all know about that? So let me break this down right quick, you all, okay? Zelensky had a backdoor deal. They made a backdoor deal with the UK. So Europe was basically pretending to be mad about Trump, okay? When all along, they were trying to trick the United States into signing up for protection and get cheated out of the minerals. It was such a dirty game that these people basically went ahead and played. And Trump and then his team found out about all of this, you all. Yeah. So while they were playing checkers, President Trump was playing 3D chess. Yeah. Because Trump already, when they were sitting there in the meeting, Trump already knew what Zelensky had already did. Yeah. He already knew that. So this is a dirty ass game that Zelensky and NATO have been playing with President Donald J. Trump. It's time for America to be pulled out of NATO. Yes. Because what they want is us in the middle of funding a war. They want us there. Yes. They want us there. So pull out of NATO and let these warmongers fight Russia themselves is what's going to have to happen. Yeah. Because America, we're not interested in funding or fighting wars. All right. See, this little mofo, Zelensky, went and made a backdoor deal, and then they turned around to try to get America involved in the middle of this bull crap so we can be funding it, playing like we want to protect some people and all of this stuff, because that's what we done signed up for inadvertently. Yeah. This here was basically fraud with what they was trying to pull over on President Donald J. Trump. And Trump said right there, look, either it's my deal or it's no deal. Okay? That's basically, you all, what's been going on and what basically went down. And what happened to this other little mofo, Zelensky, he just got checked. All right? Checkmate, boo. Checkmate. Now listen, don't forget, you all, every day at 11:21 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we stop what we're doing and we pray. I pray for you. You pray for me. We pray for each other. Pray for President Donald J. Trump. Pray for the Vice President. Pray for his family, you all. Pray for their family. And pray for God to heal the land. So in the meantime and in between time, I look forward to seeing you next time right here on Diamond and Soul Chit Chat Live. Bye-bye.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
And we will make America great again.
Well, hello, brothers and sisters, and welcome to our program. We are here today with a very special guest who has been a longtime friend and ally and leader in the cause of life, of religious freedom, of America. And it is Ambassador Sam Brownback. Ambassador, welcome to the program.
Oh, thank you, Father Frank. I appreciate it. And it's so good to see you again. You've been in this fight for so many years. I know I'm in the right place if Father Pavone's there. So
yeah, and we've been together in so many occasions, and many in our audience, of course, know you already. But to give a little extra background, and tell me if I am incorrect on any of these things, but you were elected first to the United States Congress back in '94 as a representing, of course, Kansas, where you're from, and then you served there, and then in '96 you were elected to the Senate. And I know that we visited with you when you were a senator and served in the Senate until 2011, at which time then you became governor of Kansas. And I remember coming out to see you there, and you were there until 2018, and then you became, at the invitation of the Trump administration, United States Ambassador at Large for International Religious Freedom, and you served there for several years. Did I get that correct?
you got it all perfect. You got it all perfect. God's blessed me with a number of different positions, and I've been honored to hold them.
It has been wonderful, and I want to base our conversation on some of those different stages of your work, and then have you give us your thoughts about where we go from here in terms of fighting for life and freedom. But I want to go back, Ambassador, as a story that I often tell. One of the visits that I had with you when you were a senator, really struck me when you said this to me. You said, Father Frank, the difference here in the United States Senate, the battle we deal with every day, is not necessarily between Republican and Democrat. What you said to me at that moment was, it's between those who acknowledge God and those who don't. And that always stuck with me. And I think since then, that has only become more and more clear. What are your thoughts on that?
To me, it's an unfortunate reality, but it's true. And we've never divided in this country on the issue of God before. We divide on taxes. We divide on, we had a huge fight on slavery. We divided on unions, insurance policy, you name it. You got a whole bunch of different things, but we've never divided about God. And now increasingly the division is about whether or not you acknowledge that there is a God of the universe and we should fear him and follow his ways or not. And that's really kind of boiled down to be the central division of our day. Unfortunately, I don't think it should be that way. And it's not exclusively that way, but most of the time, if you've got people that honor God and fear him, they're pro-life.
Yes, it's true. And, I often say, if Jesus is Lord, then we aren't, the parent isn't, the doctor isn't, the government isn't. Only he is Lord of human life. And of course, our founders understood that, didn't they? That it's precisely the acknowledgement of God that becomes the foundation of our freedom, because then that means none of us can be God. No monarch can pretend to be God. And so this faith in God is really, it's not optional, is it? It's essential to our preserving of freedom.
It's essential to Western civilization. That's the thing that I don't even think people put it in quite as big a picture as it actually is. But I just came from a meeting, Association Responsible Citizenship, ARC, which terrible name for an organization, but what it's about is getting Western civilization back to its Judeo-Christian roots, because that thought coming through from Jesus to when the Roman Empire becomes Christianized, to the Holy Roman Empire that's Germany and Central Europe, to England and France, and now the United States, was that this is about really seeing in action the belief that God puts forward in our hearts, that all men are created equal, that we have this incredible human dignity that is beyond any worth imaginable, each and every one of us at each and every stage. And that dignity then entitles us to be able to vote for our leaders, that entitles us to have human rights, to be able to have religious freedom. And it's that essential piece of Western civilization that's rooted in that Judeo-Christian ethic that's produced profound freedoms in the world, profound growth, profound economic opportunities based on just this basic view of the world. And the Western civilization really, is at a turning point. Are we going to continue to value that rooted system? Or are we going to become like cut flowers, where you're going to see the glory fade and it pass to somebody else because we forgot the animating force, the animating ideas that made us who we are?
I think often, and it's in my office, hanging among other plaques and certificates. You gave me, and this now we fast forward to your time as governor in Kansas. I have a framed copy of a law that you signed, which was quite historic. And you invited me to come to one of several signing ceremonies that you had around the state. And that was the first law of its kind in the country, protecting babies in the womb from dismemberment abortion procedures. Can you remind our audience about that particular accomplishment of your administration?
What it was about, I'm opposed to abortion. I think this is killing of a purely innocent human life. But one of the things that we have to do, it seems like in our societies, we got to convince people that what you're talking about is true. And this bill was a bill to ban this particular late-term abortion procedure called dismemberment abortions, where you actually have to dismember the child to pull the child out of the womb. And it's gruesome. It's horrific. And often in social movements, you've got to show people the gruesomeness of what we're doing for them to have a revulsion to it and to say, well, we shouldn't do that. We wouldn't do that to a dog. Why are we doing it to a human? And so I put forward, and the legislature passed, and I signed into law a bill banning dismemberment abortions in the state of Kansas. And that got tested. And unfortunately, the Kansas Supreme Court found a constitutional right to abortion in the Kansas Constitution, and it's not there. But they found that, and they said, okay, these are going to be overturned because of this constitutional right to an abortion that women have. But it was really to showcase and to tell people the graphic details of this horrific procedure that is legal and is practiced still. It's a late-term abortion procedure that's practiced in the United States. And it did have that effect on some people. When they would take the time to look at it, they would say, this is gruesome. It's similar to what William Wilberforce did when he was trying to convince England to stop the slave trade. He took boats of people out to slave ships to smell them and the stench. He took shackles in, and shackles for children in, to show them this is what we British put people in. And they kind of, well, we're civilized. We don't do things like that. So yes, we do. And we've got to stop it. And that's what we've got to do, I think, in this movement as well.
I think that, and this year, by the way, one of the projects we're doing at Priests for Life is going to focus even more on late-term abortion, because that law that you signed and so many other efforts within the pro-life movement have been based on a simple conviction that to educate and move the public on abortion, we've got to start with what's most obvious. You go from the obvious to the less obvious. And for most Americans, it's like we know from the polling, right, that most Americans oppose abortion in the later stages of pregnancy. Even those who call themselves pro-choice, call themselves Democrats or whatever it might be, you get later into the pregnancy, and to them, it's more obvious that this is a baby. Obviously, it's a baby from fertilization, but it's more obvious to them that these babies are in fact one of us and should be protected. And then when we start talking about the science about how they feel pain, it's even more persuasive to the public that these babies should be protected. So we're going to keep pushing on this, and I think we have, and I like your comments on this in terms of strategy going forward. I know that we've got the public opinion with us when it comes to late-term abortion. And I know that many members of Congress currently would be of the same mind. And of course, even President Trump has spoken a lot about late-term abortion. He makes the distinction there, and he says, "Oh yeah, this is horrible." And even RFK Jr. recently made reference to that. He said, "Late-term abortion. This is a horrible thing." And of course, we are, as a country, in a very, very tiny minority of countries that would allow abortion into the late second and even third trimesters of the pregnancy. So what are your thoughts in terms of the value right now? And of course, it's not a moral compromise. We're not saying, when we focus on late-term abortion, we're not saying that the earlier abortions are okay. We're just trying to lead people from where they are to where we need to go. What is your thinking on that?
I think we have to do it. We've got to convince the public that this is wrong, and the best and the easiest way to do it is on these things like late-term abortions, when it's so obvious this is a child, and in some cases this child could survive outside of the womb. So we just can't do it. The other thing I think we need to do is I think we really need to start going at some of these categories of abortions that we way over the number of percentages get aborted, like Down syndrome children. A Down syndrome child treated with decent care can live to retirement age and are now. Yet 90+% of them get aborted in the womb. I ask people, how many Down syndrome children have you seen recently? And they're not here. We kill them. They're killed in the womb. And I think we should start setting numerical targets, like we want to reduce the number of Down syndrome abortions by 50% over 5 years, and do it by state or community. That we want to do that in the state of Kansas, reduce these by 50%. And if people say, look, I'm all for you, I can't handle a special needs child, I'm not capable of it. Great. We've got adoption agencies and groups that will adopt Down syndrome children. Don't kill them. Give them to us. We'll take them, like Mother Teresa said. I think we really need to start targeting in on some of those categories and numerically say, this is what we're going to do with big press conferences. Do it state of Texas, state of New York, other states, that this is going to be our target. And people may react initially going, yeah, well, wait a minute. And we've got to assure people we've got folks that will adopt them, because we do. But I think we need to move forward in those categories as well.
If you're just joining us, we are talking with Ambassador Sam Brownback. He has also, over the years, been known as Senator Sam Brownback, Governor of Kansas, and Ambassador for Religious Freedom. Ambassador, I want to go into that particular phase of your service now. In the Trump administration, you served, the first Trump administration, a U.S. Ambassador at large for international religious freedom. Explain to our audience, what is an ambassador at large, and then what were you tasked to do in terms of religious freedom?
Ambassador at Large covers the world, so I would travel all over the world in that position. I was promoting religious freedom. It was actually a position that was created by Congress when I was in the Congress, and I never thought I'd occupy that position, but I did later on. And I would travel all over the world promoting and pushing religious freedom. We held ministerials at State Department where we would bring in foreign ministers from around the world and talk to them about this fundamental human right of religious freedom. We would showcase to them that this is not only just a fundamental human right, it's a cornerstone human right. You get this one right, you can build your other liberties off of it, and you get it wrong, and those other liberties decline. And that's why you're seeing so many authoritarian governments, particularly like China, Russia, North Korea, Cuba, really go at religious leaders, because those are the ones that can actually threaten their regime. And so they view religious freedom as an existential threat to their future. And we look at it as a fundamental human right. Complete different worldviews that we have on that right.
President Trump did so much in his administration the first time. He's already done so much in the second term. And I remember, for example, orders that he was issuing in terms of even training people training people from the United States who work internationally to be attuned to signs of religious persecution, and so that if they're trained to be sensitive to that, they can take steps or notify the administration in appropriate ways of what's going on in some of these other countries that they serve in, and it's so basic. I mean, it's a constitutional right in our own Constitution, precisely because, like you just said, it's a human right, the human right given to us by God to seek Him, to believe in Him, to hold to that belief as we see it, and then to profess it and live according to it. All of this is part of religious freedom. I think a lot of people feel like, or they might have just this basic notion that, oh, well, it's the right to be of whatever religion you want and to worship in church on Sunday or any other day that you want to go. Okay, that obviously includes that. But isn't a lot of the battle also in the arena of, okay, if I'm of a particular religion and my religion teaches me that certain things are right or wrong, I have to be able to live accordingly in the way I conduct my business, in how I educate my children, even in what I do in terms of my leisure activities, how I'm able to travel, how I'm able to spend money. In other words, religious freedom really is freedom in every aspect of life, isn't it?
It really is. And look how much enriched we've been as a country because we've honored this. We have Orthodox Jews that practice a different way, and yet you're kind of going, great, God bless you that you want to do that. We've got Amish. We've got a number of Amish in the state of Kansas that drive horse and buggy down our highways on the shoulders. And we've always found a way in the past to accommodate people of deeply held religious convictions because it's a very religious, spiritual country. And we prosper based upon people really bringing their passions and living them out in the public square. What you're seeing in so many countries is this is getting thwarted. It's people getting killed. In Congo, you had 70 Christians slaughtered last week, 10 days ago, by a militant Islamic group. And that's not an unusual thing, unfortunately, anymore for Christians to get slaughtered in different places, particularly in that contested area of Africa. But yeah, it's the right to practice your faith. What you see in the West is this effort to suffocate religious freedom. Like I helped form a group, National Committee for Religious Freedom, and we got debanked within 2 months of forming the organization. The large multinational bank said, yeah, we're closing your account down. You'll see people get deplatformed, de-insurance, debanked. I saw a crisis pregnancy center get de-insurance. They just said, well, we're not going to give you insurance anymore to your directors and officers, even though they'd never had a claim filed against them. What we've got to push against here in the West is really this effort to suffocate people of deeply held religious convictions. And we're pushing back strong against that.
Ambassador Brownback, all of these different arenas, we have been side by side in fighting for truth, values, life, freedom. Going forward, what final thought? What is most important for people to keep in mind, and what are some of the key things you're working on today and into the months and years to come?
Well, I do a lot of work on religious freedom, but I tell you, Father Pavone, we just cannot get away from this fight for life. This is just so central. God's the author of life. He is the author of life. And us taking this has dire consequences on us as a nation and on us as a people. We've got to win this fight for life. Now, it's changed since Roe was overturned. It's gone hand to hand. We've got to really take this out to our local communities and our states. We've got to set goals. I think we also have to be a part of bigger pictures. Like we've got a demographic winter coming in the West because we're not having babies. We need to become a part of that movement to change those trend lines. We need to bring back the nobility of motherhood, of all things. But we do. We need to bring back that this is a noble thing and you can do it and have a career. But it's noble. This is a noble thing to do. And I think we've got a lot of work to do. And I think that as we started with, we've got to get back to our foundational rootedness in this Judeo-Christian ethic of the incredible dignity of each and every human being from the very beginning to the very end is priceless. This person is priceless, and we've got to protect them.
Amen to that. And I think it's appropriate, as we've spoken so much about God and life and freedom. Let's conclude in prayer. Father, we ask your blessing upon the world, upon your people in every nation, that they might be free to seek you and to worship you and to welcome your gift of life. We thank you for our nation, founded so deeply on these principles. And we thank you for those who lead and who defend these truths, including our guests today. We ask you to bless Sam Brownback and his family and his team and all his activities. Lord, give fruit, increase the fruit of all the work he has done over these years in so many different positions of leadership, and continue to increase his strength and vision for the work that you still have for him to do in the years to come. Thank you, Lord, for these partnerships. Thank you for these collaborations with such great people. And give us always your protection. And Lord, as we fight these terrible evils in the world, let us always experience your peace and joy, which surpass all understanding, which you alone can give us, and which no one can take away. We make these prayers with great confidence through the one who is the author of our freedom, who is the author of life, and who is the conqueror of death, Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen.
Amen.
Ambassador Brownback, thank you for joining us on the program, and we'll talk offline, but God bless you and all your work, and I'm sure we'll see you soon.
Thanks, Father Pavone. God bless you and your listeners.
Hello, I'm Evangelist Alveda King with Priest for Life. The voices of women who have had abortions, those who have found forgiveness and healing, and are willing to share their stories are very important in the pro-life movement. I am one of those women, and that's why I'm a member of the Silent No More Awareness Campaign. Started by Janet Morana of Priest for Life and Georgette Forney of Anglicans for Life, this movement is helping people around the world to share their stories of pain, of hope, and of healing. The Silent No More campaign gives us a chance to inform others that abortion is not a solution to their problems, and to invite those who have already made that mistake to seek repentance and healing. I, along with all the members of Silent No More, ask you to share our stories as well. Go to silentnomore.com to see our testimonies and to join the movement. Again, that's silentnomore.com.
Follow him, Father Frank Pavone, Fr. Frank Pavone. He is the National Director of Priests for Life. Please go to priestsforlife.org.
Frank Pavone. Frank, thank you very much.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed, so join us and be part of the right side of history.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. And I'd like to start by saying that our country is doing very well. Things are, as you can see, doing quite well. Please sit down. Before we begin, I just want to announce that I signed a proclamation a few moments ago honoring the 250th anniversary of Patrick Henry's famous speech to the Second Virginia Convention, in which he declared very well-known, very famous words, "Give me liberty or give me death." Has anyone heard the phrase? I think most of you have. And moments ago, I also signed an executive order to dramatically increase production of critical minerals and rare earths. It's a big thing in this country, and as you know, we're also signing agreements in various locations to unlock rare earths and minerals and lots of other things all over the world, but in particular Ukraine. We're doing very well with regard to Ukraine and Russia, and one of the things we are doing is signing a deal very shortly with respect to rare earths with Ukraine, which they have tremendous value in rare earth, and we appreciate that. And we spoke yesterday with, as you know, President Putin and President Zelensky, and we would love to see that come to an end, and I think we're doing pretty well in that regard. So hopefully we can save thousands of people a week from dying. That's what it's all about. They're dying so unnecessarily, and I believe we'll get it done. We'll see what happens, but I believe we'll get it done. Today we take a very historic action that was 45 years in the making. In a few moments, I will sign an executive order to begin eliminating the Federal Department of Education once and for all. And it sounds strange, doesn't it? Department of Education, we're going to eliminate it. And everybody knows it's right. And the Democrats know it's right, and I hope they're going to be voting for it, because ultimately it may come before them, but everybody knows it's right, and we have to get our children educated. We're not doing well with the world of education in this country, and we haven't for a long time. And we're pleased to be joined today by the woman who I chose because she's an extraordinary person. And hopefully she will be our last Secretary of Education, Linda McMahon. Linda, thank you. Thank you very much. That's another interesting statement. It's an interesting opening, right? but it's true, and people, it's been amazing how popular this has been. I tell people that this is what I'm doing today, and they say, oh, it's about time. Everybody says it. Republicans and Democrats have said it. They're all saying it. Also with us are some terrific people. Governors Greg Abbott. Greg, thank you very much. Governor Ron DeSantis, thank you very much, Ron. Mike Braun, congratulations on your victory, Mike. That was a big one. Mike DeWine, thank you very much, Mike. Jeff Landry. Jeff, thank you very much, Jeff. Bill Lee, thank you. Governors, all governors. Brad Little. Brad, thank you very much. Where are you, Brad? Hi, Brad. Jim Pilan, thank you very much, Jim. And Kim Reynolds. These are all people very interested in education. And I even see Dan Patrick over there, my friend Dan Patrick. We're joined also by Representatives Tim Walberg and Virginia Fox, Rick Allen, Michael Rulli, and again, Dan Patrick. Thank you very much, Dan. You've been a great friend of ours. And State Attorneys General Ken Paxton. Ken, I see you there. Andrew Bailey. Andrew, what a job you've done, Andrew. You have some good cases going. You've done a great job. Thank you very much. And co-founder of Moms for Liberty, Tiffany Justice. She's been a hard worker. Thank you. Thank you, Tiffany. When President Carter created the Federal Education Department in 1979, it was opposed by members of his own cabinet, as well as the American Federation of Teachers, the New York Times editorial board, and the famed Democrat Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan. History has proven them right, absolutely right. After 45 years, the United States spends more money on education by far than any other country, and spends likewise by far more money per pupil than any country, and it's not even close. But yet we rank near the bottom of the list in terms of success. It's an amazing stat. Those are two stats you don't want. The most money spent per pupil, and you're at the bottom of the list. And that's where we are, like it or not. And we've been there for a long time. 70% of 8th graders are not proficient in either reading or in math. 70%. 40% of 4th graders lack even basic reading skills, can't read. Students in our public elementary and middle schools score worse in reading today than when the department opened by a lot. In Baltimore, 40% of the high schools have 0 students who can do basic mathematics. Not even the very simplest of mathematics. I said, give me your definition of basic, and they're talking about like adding a few numbers together. Despite these breathtaking failures, the department's discretionary budget has exploded by 600% in a very short period of time, and it employs bureaucrats in buildings all over Washington, D.C. And as a former real estate person, I will tell you, I ride through the streets of Washington and it says Department of Education, Department of Education. I said, how do you fill those buildings? It's crazy what's happened over the years. I'm pleased to report that after offering these federal employees 2 generous buyout options, and they were very generous, and they're good people, but they were very generous. My administration has initiated a reduction in force, and we're already cutting numbers that were really surprising to a lot, that we were able to do it so successfully. And we've cut the number of bureaucrats in half. 50% have taken office, which is great. Thank you. Under the action I'm taking today, a small handful of Democrats and others that we have employed for a long time, and there are some Republicans, but not too many, I have to be honest with you. But the department's useful functions, and such as, and they're in charge of them, Pell Grants, Title I funding, resources for children with disabilities and special needs will be preserved, fully preserved. They're all going to be so. If you look at the Pell Grants, it's supposed to be a very good program. Title I funding, and resources for children with special disabilities and special needs. They're going to be preserved in full and redistributed to various other agencies and departments that will take very good care of them. And it's very important to Linda, I know, and it's very important to all of us. But beyond these core necessities, my administration will take all lawful steps to shut down the department. We're going to shut it down and shut it down as quickly as possible. It's doing us no good. We want to return our students to the states where just some of the governors here are so happy about this. They want education to come back to them, to come back to the states, and they're going to do a phenomenal job. You know, if you look, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, I have to tell you, I give them a lot of credit. China's top 10. And so we can't now say that bigness is making it impossible to educate, because China is very big. But you have countries that do a very good job in education. And I really believe, like some of the governors here today, from states that run very, very well, including a big state like Texas, but states that run very well are going to have education that will be as good as Norway, Denmark, Sweden, and those top, Finland, those top countries that do so well with education. I think they'll do every bit as well. And what do you think about that, Governor? Do you agree? I think so. Ron, do you agree? I think so. Florida? Iowa? That's right. I really believe that. They'll be as good as any of them. And then you'll have some laggards, and we'll work with them. And we can all tell you who the laggards will be right now, probably, but let's not get into that. But we'll work with them, and we're going to make them, they'll do a job. I think they'll do a job, and they'll go to sections of the state. For instance, New York, you'll have a Manhattan, and you'll have a Suffolk County, and you'll have Nassau County, and you'll have Westchester County. You'll do 4 or 5 or 6 of them. You have upstate New York, and those counties, I think, are going to do very well. And I think ultimately Manhattan should do very well. But we'll break it down into sections, and I think it'll be really, really good. And they're going to be probably the tougher ones, but I think they have a chance to do really well. But we're going to be returning education very simply back to the states where it belongs. And this is a very popular thing to do, but much more importantly, it's a common sense thing to do, and it's going to work. Absolutely, it's going to work. And I can tell you from dealing with the governors and others in the state, they want it so badly. They want to take their children back and really teach their children individually. Probably the cost will be half, and the education will be maybe many, many times better. So we look forward to this. I want to just make one little personal statement. Teachers, to me, are among the most important people in this country, and we're going to take care of our teachers. And I don't care if they're in the union or not in the union. That doesn't matter. But we're going to take care of our teachers, and I believe the states will take actually better care of them than they are taken care of right now. They'll work all sorts of systems and even merit systems. Those great teachers are going to be maybe a little bit better rewarded, or maybe that's the way it should be, but the states are going to make that decision. But we're going to love and cherish our teachers along with our children, and they're going to work with the parents, and they're going to work with everybody else, and it's going to be an amazing thing to watch, and it's really going to be something special. And Linda, you're presiding over something that's so important, and you're going to do a fantastic job, just like you have your whole life. I know your whole life I've been watching you. I've been watching you for a long time. She's had nothing but success. So it's tremendous to have you, and hopefully you won't be there too long, but we're going to find something else for you, Linda, okay? So this will conclude what we are talking about with respect to our most cherished group of people, and that's our children. We want to have our children well educated. We want them to love going to school. We have examples of it. Look at those beautiful, bright-eyed faces. They are so smart. They're so smart. And with that, I'm going to come down, and we're going to sign a very important document, and we're going to be on our way. People have wanted to do this for many, many years, for many, many decades. And I don't know, no president ever got around to doing it, but I'm getting around to doing it, so thank you very much. document that turned out to be very good for the country, and I said, let's use that same pen. I don't know, is anybody superstitious? Ron, are you superstitious? Let's use that same pen.
You're still looking good.
I'm still feeling good. You know, I've got all your MyPillow products. Mattress topper, bed sheets, MyPillows, towels, slippers, blankets.
I'm interrupting this commercial to do something I've never done before. Get 2 MyPillows absolutely free on orders of $100 or more. I can't do this forever, so get on board with this great sale today. Our best-selling 6-piece bath towel sets or kitchen towel sets, just $29.98. Our famous standard MyPillows only $14.98. Queens $18.98. King size only $1 more. Body pillows $29.98. Multi-use MyPillow 2.0s with pillowcase $9.98. Save $40 on our Spring Percale and Giza Dream bed sheet sets. Any size, any color. So go to MyPillow.com or call that number on your screen. Use your promo code to save up to 80% on all MyPillow products. And when you spend $100 or more, get 2 standard MyPillows absolutely free.
And I won't back down.
Hey everybody, thanks so much for joining us right here on The Right View. We got some tea tonight and we are joined by political commentator Sabrina Kosmas, as well as host of Underreported Stories with Chrissy Clark. Of course, Chrissy Clark, thank you ladies for coming on today. We're excited to chat with you, and I'm excited because tonight is a big night. They call it, Chrissy, a joint session of Congress, although we might as well just call it the State of the Union, because most of the time, a president a month into his first, month in office is not really prepared to give a State of the Union address. They haven't had enough time to get very much done. So they call it a joint session of Congress, and the president is going to address this joint session. I'm calling this a State of the Union address because I feel like so much has happened with Donald Trump and his administration during his first month in office that we can appropriately probably call it that tonight. What do you think?
Absolutely. I was just going to say, I'm thinking from everything from the immigration crisis that's been curtailed to the economy, already seeing upticks in the economy and the tariff implementation that we happened today. I actually think that hearing from the president the day that those tariffs go into action will probably ease a lot of the minds of people at home. Couple that with what we've seen with foreign affairs and the media trying to skew what happened between Trump and Zelensky. Again, hearing straight from the president's mouth what his plans are and ensuring a peace deal over there. Plus, I mean, Donald Trump is just the perfect person to exemplify restoring common sense. We know yesterday that the Senate did not pass the Protecting Women in Sports Act that was going through in the Senate. And so to hear him kind of call out people who are prioritizing men over women in sports spaces, I just think all of that is going to come to a culmination tonight. It's going to be very interesting to watch and hear from his mouth, not the media's.
Yeah, no, it's Sabrina, I can't believe they didn't pass this, the bill that Chrissy's talking about yesterday. And maybe Donald Trump ought to get up there tonight and just one by one go through every name of every Democrat who voted against protecting women in sports and allowing men to compete against women in sports. The whole thing is kind of insane that we've even found ourselves in this place. But what are your expectations tonight? Because I think that for me, as a person who obviously was RNC co-chair, so I was very intimately involved with the campaign. Obviously, I'm a family member, but I've gotten an opportunity to see like the ramp up into Donald Trump being inaugurated, and he really hit the ground running. I feel like he was actually doing so much and setting things up so that day one, whenever he walked in that Oval Office, he could start executing things. And I actually feel like tonight, I really expect him to give us a State of the Union address. I think a lot of it will probably be on the economy. I think people are getting a little worked up and they're saying, oh, well, prices haven't come down, very quickly. When is that going to start happening? I mean, people have to remember, Sabrina, we are still dealing with the ramifications of the past 4 years. And it's not like you can just rip a Band-Aid off and everything is going to be set back on the up and up again. It's going to take a little while for our country to feel the impact of Donald Trump from an economy standpoint, at least. But I think he's going to give us a lot of information tonight. And I think he's very excited to deliver what I will call a State of the Union address this evening.
Absolutely. I mean, most presidents require at least 100 days before instituting a State of the Union, whereas President Donald Trump has done so much already in his first, month and a half in office. Yeah. So I think that he's definitely going to talk about his success, with the border, the fact that we have a record number of crossings that have been stopped, the successful deportation of so many violent criminals. I think, as you mentioned, he is probably going to touch on the economy in terms of we have to be a little patient. There are things that are going to take time. It's not as quick as stopping what's happening at the border. So I know that while a lot of people are very anxious because, grocery prices have not dropped significantly quite yet, we have to remember it's been a month and a half. I have full confidence that if anyone can do it, it's President Trump. And as Chrissy mentioned, I have a strong feeling that on a cultural level, he is going to talk about so many Democrats that have just put the kibosh on keeping men out of women's sports, especially when you have 80% of the country agrees with keeping them out of women's sports. So I don't understand how not a single one of them has woken up to what their constituents want.
Yeah, it's rather shocking. Just to go back for a second to the economy, I was thinking about it earlier today, and obviously I'm a person who is very interested in physical fitness, and I'm into the gym as often as I can be. Sometimes I don't always get the time I want, but when, I think about people who kind of go from 0, but they want to get to 100. Somebody who just one day wakes up and they say, you know what, I want to get in shape today. There's no quick way to just snap your fingers and get in good shape. Guess what? It takes time. You go to the gym one day, you're not going to see results from one day in the gym. You start eating more consciously, you're not going to see results from that. It takes time for all of that to actually culminate in your body changing and you seeing the results you want. And I'm going to go ahead and say that I think our country as a whole is a bit like that. Whether you're looking at the fact that you have regulations being rolled back, I do think the tariffs, that although people are very split on the tariffs, the intent is to encourage growth here in our country, business growth in our country, small businesses. I think if we can see interest rates start to come down, that's a very positive thing. And I think the energy dominance that I think America will once again see is going to help exponentially. The more expensive it is to transport things and produce things in this country, the more expensive all the goods are in this country, right? So everybody's got to remember, it's not going to happen overnight. It's been just over a month so far. We will get there. It's not going to happen in the snap of our fingers. But Chrissy, I want to go to something you just touched on, which is Zelensky in the White House with Donald Trump on Friday of last week. people were a little worked up on this one, and I thought it was absolutely fantastic. It was very interesting to see all of this play out in real time and to be able to witness something that I think was so big and so much bigger than that moment for our country. We've just lived through 4 years of complete weakness on the world stage. Zelensky, as far as I'm concerned, thought he was going to walk in that office, that Donald Trump and JD Vance would have a blank check set out on the desk. He was going to sign it and say, like, what number do you want me to fill in here for you? What can we do for you? Because that's essentially, Chrissy, what he was getting with Joe Biden in the White House. I mean, I don't even know if Joe knew what was really going on, but man, they were just happy to just fork the cash over whatever they needed, whatever Zelensky needed. And he showed up there with a bit of a chip on his shoulder, it seemed like. He's a little pompous. He came dressed, I don't know, if you're going to ask for billions of dollars from the American people and you walk in the White House, maybe show up with a modicum of respect for that house and, you know, what it means. Here's what Donald Trump said, Chrissy. He said, "We had a very meaningful meeting in the White House today. Much was learned that could never be understood without conversation under such fire and pressure. It's amazing what comes out through emotion, and I have determined that President Zelensky is not ready for peace if America is involved because he feels our involvement gives him a big advantage in negotiations. I don't want an advantage. I want peace. He disrespected the United States of America in its cherished Oval Office. He can come back when he's ready for peace." Mic drop, Chrissy. Go ahead.
I love it. I think the key word you said there was conversation. And what everybody in social media gets is a snippet of a really long conversation. Laura, I don't know if you've seen this video, but this is happening time and time again. There's actually a video of Elon Musk walking off stage with X. And in the video, in one video that's gone very viral, it's X walking down the stairs by himself and Elon Musk, you know, a couple steps ahead.
Yeah.
And in that context, he looks like an awful dad. Like he just left his son on the side of the stage. But if you watch the full video, you know, you add 30 seconds, 15 seconds on the front end, 15 seconds at the back end, you actually see Elon Musk, you know, coaxing his son. "Oh, hey, come on this way, babe."
Yeah, he goes back up and he's like, "Hey, come on."
Yep. And he turns right back around. He gets him. Yeah. He's with his son at every second. They've just caught the 10 seconds where it looks off. And I think that's exactly what happened in the same vein with the Trump-Zelensky meeting is we snipped the part that was the most dramatic and steamy, and if you weren't part of the MAGA base, you kind of saw it as you were questioning the intentions of what was happening, but you watched that entire 40-minute interview, which is worth everybody's time. But of course, I know time is valuable and not everybody's going to be watching that. As somebody that has seen it, Zelensky started that. Zelensky picked a fight, and he intentionally picked a fight in front of the American media because he thought he could get morons on TikTok that stand with Ukraine. I don't know if you guys have seen the video of the girl cutting her hair and turning herself in makeup into Zelensky to honor Ukraine. It's a real thing. He was trying to market to those people to get them to sow disbelief in this country. And I think that the Russia disinformation campaigns that happen here are real. Russia tries to sow disbelief and doubt in the American public. What Zelensky is doing is no different.
Wow. It's so true. You know what? And I love that you brought up the fact that the people get all hysterical over these like snippet videos. I'll take everybody back for a moment to the Very Fine People hoax. If anyone forgot about that, let me go ahead and remind you. That was Donald Trump's first term in office when there was this horrific situation in Charlottesville, Virginia. And Donald Trump came out and he said, here's exactly what he said. He said, there were very fine people on both sides. That's where the media cuts it. And they're like, Donald Trump thinks Nazis and white supremacists are great people. But what he really said is there are very fine people on both sides, except the neo-Nazis and white nationalists who I condemn totally and who should be condemned totally. That's what he said, but they cut it out, Sabrina, because they're dishonest and they want everybody hysterical and they were desperate to get people to hate Donald Trump. You know, instead of respectfully kind of showing up to the White House and giving the respect to the American people, because it's not just about Donald Trump and JD Vance. And I think, you know, President Trump in his statement that I just read there alluded to that. This is the people's house, the White House. When you come to the people's house, after we've given you $200 billion to ask us for more, and you start arguing in front of the media with the president and the vice president of the United States, I just don't know what he thought was going to happen, Sabrina. And it was a good thing in that I think, look, for this situation, I'm sure he's got to come back, right? They can't do this without the United States, and they need our help. And we do want peace. At least most people want peace, unless you're part of the industrial war complex who loves perpetual wars. But most people want peace. And most people look at that and they say, all right, he's got to come back to the table, and he's got to be serious about this. And he's got to sit down with America and really make a deal with Russia. But overall, Sabrina, for the optics from the Oval Office, from the leader of the free world, to be able to see the president of the United States in a moment say, you know what, you're not going to come in here and you're not going to do this to our people. You're going to start respecting America again. That wasn't just for Zelensky. That was for everyone in the entire world, our allies and our adversaries alike, because everybody was watching that. And I think it was probably a good note for them to take from that meeting.
I totally agree. I mean, the moment that President Trump, you could tell the tide turned with how he was going to speak and defend our country, was the moment that a lot of people are clipping out, especially the mainstream media, which was Zelensky threatening the U.S., essentially saying, well, you know, this could happen here. And I was so proud of our president to stand up and at that point be like, we are done. You are not going to sit on a world stage where we have all these other countries watching and disrespect us. That may have worked the last 4 years. It's no longer happening. And I think a lot of people seem to forget that, of course, while Russia is definitely a threat to the U.S., Zelensky himself was a paid actor who is essentially a puppeteer for one of the most corrupt governments in the entire world. Ukraine ranks as one of the top 10 corrupt governments in the world, has for a very long time. And all these Democrats and people that are standing with him over our own country, these traitors, seem to forget that. He has completely abolished any opposing media in Ukraine. He is literally picking up military-aged men off the street in order to ship them off to war. And I truly wonder what his intent is. It almost seems like he does not want peace, because otherwise you'd think he'd be more willing to speak to President Trump with a little bit of respect and a little bit of decency in order to bring peace to his people. But it's very hard to watch. But at the same time, Friday, I think, was a monumental moment for the administration.
I think so too. Yeah, don't forget, Ukraine is the place, Chrissy, that Hunter Biden got, remember Joe went over there and he said he wanted them to fire the prosecutor. They're not going to get the $1 million or whatever it was, all that. That was Ukraine. Sure, just remind everybody about that. Here was a funny one that came out of Friday. Harris Fight Fund, which I don't know why they're still raising money. For Kamala Harris, it's using the Trump-Zelensky clash to fundraise. They're fundraising. What are they raising money for, Chrissy? Is Kamala Harris still going to run for something? I mean, some people say Governor of California. I don't know, but the Harris Fight Fund called it a disgrace, even though we're describing a meeting, and again, identifying the fact that this was so different from the previous administration, who just let every other country walk all over us. Thanks to Doge, we're finding out the billions and billions of taxpayer dollars that were just being spent everywhere but in America and for American causes. And somehow they feel like at the Harris Fight Fund that event on Friday was, as they call it, a disgrace. Hey everybody, Lara Trump here. Imagine you or your loved ones facing a threat. Your instinct might be to use lethal force, but considering a safer and less lethal alternative first avoids legal complications associated with firearms. As a gun owner, I advocate for having options, and Byrna is a leading choice in less lethal self-defense. Proudly assembled in Fort Wayne, Indiana, Byrna's less lethal pistol launcher, loaded with tear gas and kinetic ammunition, can incapacitate an attacker for up to 40 minutes. This gives you plenty of time to escape or seek help while minimizing the chances of permanent harm. Byrna isn't just about averting tragedy. It actively saves lives without the repercussions of lethal force. Legal in all 50 states and requiring no background checks, Byrna has sold over 500,000 units, and it can be shipped directly to your door. After personally testing the Byrna pistol, I was honestly impressed by its power and its total ease of use, prompting me to purchase units for my own family and friends. Visit Byrna.com/Lara for 10% off my specially curated bundles. That's BYRNA.com/LARA. Stay safe, America. For years, customers have been asking if MyPillow sells cross necklaces like the one Mike Lindell proudly wears every day. Well, guess what? You're in luck. They are excited to announce that Mike has partnered with a jeweler right here in the USA to create beautiful sterling silver My Crosses. You can save 30% today using promo code TRUMP at mypillow.com and click on the radio podcast square or call 800-624-3945 and be sure to use promo code TRUMP. You can choose from the women's or men's style and make sure you do it soon because this amazing offer won't last long. Just go to mypillow.com and click on the radio podcast square or call 800-624-3945 and use promo code TRUMP.
The Democratic Party reminds me so much of a bunch of 22-year-old girls coming out of college and dating the same awful men and wondering why the consequences of their actions are, being in relationships with crappy men. It's because you do the same thing over and over and over again. And I think the American people elected Donald Trump to do something different. We have tried to just have peace negotiations, alleged peace negotiations with Ukraine and write them blank checks for years and years and years. And all it did was perpetuate a war. The idea that somebody would come in and try to bring in both parties to the fold to get some sort of concessions and negotiations and ultimate peace deal, and that's seen as controversial. No, I think it's far more controversial to engage in the exact same tactics and expect a different outcome. That's quite literally the definition of insanity. We're not calling Democrats insane because it's like funny conservative talking point. They're freaking insane.
Yeah.
And they're even more insane for thinking that Kamala Harris is going to win anything. Like, that is just truly nuts.
Let her try it again. You know what I say? Let her try it again. I would be A-okay with that. Yeah, I still will say I will stand by this forever. And I feel like one day if Kamala Harris ever wants to come on My View on Fox, I'm just saying, or right here on The Right View, I would love to have her. And I would really love to truly ask her, did you ever really want this? Because I still feel like the whole time she was terrified that like they were going to push her through and somehow she was going to end up winning. And then you're the president of the United States. And she was like, oh my God, like, then I'm the president, and then what? I mean, she couldn't even do the job of vice president. She did nothing. Couldn't even be bothered to go down to the border as the borders are. Are you kidding me? Absolutely not. So let her run again. Let her have another crack at it. In the idea that there's a lot of crazy stuff out there. Jake Tapper wrote a book. It's not out yet, but it is supposedly going to tell us, Jake Tapper, again, I'm going to reiterate that, is going to tell us that there was a big cover-up of Biden's cognitive decline. There's a video that I guess has gone kind of viral, Sabrina. It's of me and Jake Tapper when I went on his show, October of 2020, I believe it was, in the heat of the 2020 election. And at a time when so many people were like, what's going on with Joe Biden? And why are they keeping him in the basement? Why is it that every interview he does is from a basement and he can't like get out there in front of people? What is this? And there were a lot of people who were trying to say like there's something wrong with Joe Biden. But if you did that, Serena, they either took down your social media account. At the same time, I'll remind everybody too, it's a Hunter Biden laptop story that we were all told was fake, which was actually real. You got kicked off of sites like Twitter if you talked about that at all or tried to insinuate that was accurate or legitimate. So Jake Tapper is now writing this book, and he wants to take us through play by play as to what happened with the cover up for Joe Biden. And Jake Tapper, Sabrina, was part of that cover up for Joe Biden. What do you think?
I was going to say, it feels like just yesterday he was trying to shame you on national television for mocking Joe Biden's stutter, but really you were just stating the obvious, that he had obvious mental decline. Anyone with 2 eyes and 2 ears could have seen it. But Jake Tapper is the ultimate grifter. He was able to monetize covering for Joe Biden for 4 years. And the second he can't monetize that anymore, here he is trying to make a quick buck off a book, acting like he knew all along, or at least, finally admitting that he knew all along. It's crazy.
Yeah, the thing that gets me too about it, Chrissy, is it would be one thing if like we had 4 years of a guy who was just kind of silly and we kind of laughed about it and there wasn't anything that really like detrimentally happened to America. We barely survived 4 years of Joe Biden in the White House. And honestly, I hope at some point we get clarity on who was calling the shots, who was making the big decisions in the White House. I think most people say there's no way that it was Joe Biden. Most of us do not believe that he had the ability to do that. Certainly not towards the end. The last 2 years, last half of his 4 years in office, I don't think that was even feasible that he was making those decisions. But these people out there who covered it up, and I'm talking about folks in the legacy media, I'm talking about folks in the White House themselves, and the people in the Democrat Party who, had a very clear view of Joe Biden and the issues. Jill Biden, you have Nancy Pelosi, Barack Obama, all these people ought to be ashamed of themselves. Look at what happened to our country. People barely made it. You had this embarrassing exit from Afghanistan. You have 2 wars that broke out under Joe Biden's tenure as president, an open southern border, fentanyl deaths skyrocketing in this country. It doesn't feel safe in most places in America. Crime is on the rise. You have foreign gangs on American soil now. There was so much that happened in 4 years that was so bad for this country. And these people who covered it up are the reason.
The problem is that it's not just Jake Tapper. It's a great example, but this is something that happens time and time again in the media. Remember when Politico, we all kind of heard this story that Politico was getting money from the federal government in terms of subscriptions. And at the same time, 2 journalists, it was like the week before, I'm just going to give myself a little pat on the back, because the week before that Politico subscription story came out, there were 2 journalists that were kind of complaining about the fact that they had their stories covered up when they worked at Politico when it came to the Hunter Biden laptop story. And I said, I wonder if the government was paying off Politico the way that the government was paying off, X and Facebook and all these organizations to kind of play hush hush on this story. Turns out that the way Politico went about covering this up was having one of their reporters write a book on the Hunter Biden laptop story a year later, as if Politico wasn't directly engaged in the cover-up. So anytime these reporters put out a book saying like, hey, look at us, we're doing a wider view on all the things that happened under Biden's administration, they're usually part and parcel of a story, because history is written. It's far less oral. It is written in modern day America. And so they think that if they can write it out, they can rewrite and change history, because they don't understand the way that the digital media will stay with us long term. And the evidence that, we have of you and Jake Tapper getting into it, they think that their book is going to circumvent that. And it just showcases not only how dumb they are, but how dumb they think the American people are.
Yeah, they thought we were so dumb that 60 Minutes tried to fully edit a real car crash of an interview for Kamala Harris. And when even the edited version, I think we were all like, wait, what is she even talking about here? That is egregious in the midst of a presidential election to take responses from one of the 2 candidates and alter them. And she's not even actually answering the question she was asked by the reporter. It's crazy that this is where we've landed in America, but thank God we're going to expose all of it. I'll tell you what else we're exposing. We don't even have to try. The Democrats, as we're kind of acknowledging, do it themselves every single day. Gavin Newsom, I know everybody's talking about this podcast. It's called This is Gavin Newsom, Sabrina, and I got to just wonder, you have just had your state ravaged by wildfires. You have people who lost everything. People died. This was a horrible situation. And so much of it seems like it was probably preventable had a few measures been put in place. I don't know, like forest management, like Donald Trump showed up in California several years ago talking about, and of course was mocked over. Like, I don't know, making sure that whenever a fire department hooks up to a fire hydrant, you got water there. You generally want a mayor of a major American city around when there's a crisis situation, those sort of things. But instead, Gavin is starting this podcast. So what do you think? It's kind of shocking.
Well, first, I want to thank you for having me on today, because as someone who fled California and was born and raised there, talking smack about Gavin Newsom is my love language. This man just seems to always top himself somehow. And what a lot of people don't realize is that this is not his only podcast. He's actually had a podcast for about a year with Marshawn Lynch, and Marshawn Lynch's manager, who is his old buddy. I don't know if it's from back in college, but back in the day. So how is it that this governor of California, your state has just been completely destroyed by so many catastrophic wildfires. You have time for not 1, but 2 podcasts. It's obscene. And it's honestly amazing, though, because over the last couple of months, I've seen so many people I know back home in California who are apolitical or left-leaning who are done with Gavin Newsom, with Karen Bass, with all of these Democrats that have been in positions for far too long. So I think he is completely squandering any chance he has at running for president in 2028. So I love to see him do this stuff. Every time I see a Gavin headline, I'm like, great, this is just making the case so much easier for why he should not run in 2028.
Like, yeah, I'm getting ready. Chrissy, it kind of, to me though, it feels like that this is an indication he wants to run for president. I mean, look, this is a party I want to talk in a minute about Chicago. You had Rahm Emanuel, who was a former mayor of Chicago, who was, of course, chief of staff to Obama, came out and was talking about what a disaster Democrat cities have with crime. And you want to know what Brandon Johnson, the current mayor of Chicago's approval rating is? I could have never even guessed it could get this low. 6% is his approval rating. It's crazy. But I think that Gavin Newsom sees there is no rising star in the Democrat Party. They are just destitute. I mean, they have hit rock bottom. And he's like, you know what? I'm going to get my name out there a little bit. I'm going to let these people know who I am. This is Gavin Newsom. I think it means he wants to run for president. No?
Oh, absolutely. I will also push back a little bit, though. I don't know if you guys know who Big Gretch is. Gretchen Whitmer, the governor of Michigan. Yeah. I do think as somebody that lived in Michigan, my husband's from Michigan, his whole family's from Michigan. It's crazy the fact that she won re-election. It showcases some sort of star power that pulls people towards her in a way that simply is mystifying to people on the right. I don't get it, but at the same time, I can't deny that it exists. So I think Big Gretch is a contender. But other than that, yeah, Gavin Newsom is absolutely, it's very clear. To me, what this showcases, though, is, it's Gavin Newsom, it's Andrew Cuomo, it's Meghan Markle. Stop hiring PR people, okay, guys? Like, stop. The PR people would be doing you a good service to tell you, I don't think a podcast is a good idea. I don't think a line of jams when the whole country hates you is a good idea. I don't think running for the mayor of New York is a good idea. No one likes you. Like, go sit down. That's what a good PR agency would tell you, but they don't do that. They tell you to start a podcast. A second one, right, Sabrina? A second.
Well, maybe these PR agencies are actually leading them down the wrong path. Because guess who doesn't have a PR agency? Right here. I don't have one. Guess who else doesn't have one? Donald Trump. Nobody in our family has a PR agency. Nobody told us any of this stuff. You gotta be like a little bit real. Common sense about things. Yeah, and a little bit real. I'm glad you brought up Andrew Cuomo, though. He had a 17-minute announcement video to announce that he was going to run for mayor of New York. And he acknowledges, Sabrina, that he says he made mistakes in the past and he's learned from them. What do we think? Is Andrew Cuomo, he's got good name recognition, and it is a bit of a disaster in New York City, so I know they're looking for something new, but are people just going to forget about everything that happened during COVID, do you think? Where do we think Andrew Cuomo ends up in all this?
I mean, I don't know if I'd say he has good name recognition, but he definitely has name recognition.
It is, yes, touche.
Yeah, I wish I had half the delusional confidence of people like Gavin Newsom and Andrew Cuomo. Yes. It is pretty wild. Like, we didn't forget that he kept all of these elderly people locked in to retirement homes where they got sick and died alone during COVID for way too long. I mean, I know that New York is in a bad place, but it's one of the most populated cities in the entire world. There's no one else that can run for office there. What is this?
I don't know. And by the way, I'm really curious what's going to happen with Eric Adams. He seems like he's getting slightly more common sense. He's realized, Chrissy, that it was a complete disaster to be a sanctuary city. That, it's cost, I think, the city of New York $12 billion throughout the course of Joe Biden's time in office. All these illegal immigrants coming in and having to house them and having to take care of them, giving them the debit cards with $5,000 a pop on them, all of those things. So Eric Adams is kind of like, we don't want this anymore. We don't want to be a sanctuary city anymore, and we've got to get a handle on this. In my mind, there's some space where Eric Adams is toying with the idea of running for mayor of New York again as a Republican, and that would be quite a situation. And I will say, as we're getting off the California topic, I'm going to reiterate, California, I believe, is poised to have a Republican governor back in office. But what do you think? Would Eric Adams ever become a Republican, do you think, Chrissy?
I don't know. It's one of those things like Rick Caruso when he was running for mayor of LA. He was still running as a Democrat, but for all intents and purposes, he was the Republican on the ticket. And I think Adams is doing the same thing. When you actually look at just like the political analysis of Adams versus Cuomo, if that was going to be the two in the primary or after the primary, you know, they both have a tick in their column. So I don't think people are going to be voting based on personality if those are the two that end up being there. They're going to be voting more so based on policy. And yeah, I mean, unless Andrew Cuomo can somehow get to the right of Eric Adams in this race, which would actually make him a lot more palatable to, I think, a lot of people in New York City, I could absolutely see Adams winning again.
It is one of those things where, you know, there's some places in America where, you know, the people who are running are Republicans. And I won't call out anybody, but there's somebody in our area down here in Florida who does it. But they say, I have to run as a Democrat. Jim Justice, by the way, who is a senator from West Virginia, was a governor of West Virginia for a long time. And he was a Democrat for a long time. And it was one of those things where he's like, well, I'm basically a Republican, but, you know, I have to run as a Democrat because otherwise no one will vote for me because it's always been a Democrat, you know, area and state and whatever. But hopefully those times are changing because it is cool to be a Republican. And just to wrap us up today, and the idea that we've got nobody that we can foresee as a real shining star in the Democrat Party. Turns out Tim Walz thinks differently. He may be considering, guys, running for president in 2028. Tampon Tim. Sabrina, does he have a shot?
If you can't even win your own home county while you're running for VP in one of the most crazy elections in modern history, I think it's looking a little bleak. Maybe he does need a PR person. I will give him unsolicited PR advice all day. Please do not run. Spare yourself the embarrassment. Go back home, eat your little hot dogs at the fair, and call it a day. Like, why would he even want this at this point? Was this last election run not embarrassing enough? I don't know.
I kind of feel, see, that's the thing with Tim Walz, is I kind of am always like, like, I don't want to be mean to him because I kind of feel like sad for him. Like they pushed him into this and they were like, no, you got this, Tim. You get out there. You and your wife get out there on that campaign trail. And
Pose with
everybody
your
was kind
gun
of like, right? I mean, Christy, not a
Well,
shot.
No, my husband last night was so funny. He said, I told him the story, and he was like, Tim Kaine has a higher chance of winning than Tim Walz because at least no one knows who Tim Kaine is. Tim Walz is now famous for being stupid. And I was like, do you want to go on Lara Trump's show tomorrow? Because you just crushed it.
I like the analysis. By the way, that is a good, Tim Kaine has a better shot than Tim Walz. Bless his heart, as we say in my home state of North Carolina. Ladies, thank you so much. As always, you guys are so fun, Sabrina and Chrissy. Thanks for joining us here for some ladies' tea here at The Right View. Always a great time. To everybody at home, make sure you like, subscribe, share, and follow. And we'll see you back here next time for more of The Right View.
And I won't back down. Hey, baby, there ain't no easy way out.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live Show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Hey yo, drop that beat. Trump's your president. He's your president. He's your president. Trump's your president. He's your president. He's your president. Just so you know, the storm is already over. This is the United States, not the divided states.
That's right.
And in these states, all of our lives matter.
Including yours.
We are one race, and that's the human race. And the only color President Trump sees is green. And he wants you to have some of it. Trump's your president. He's your president. He's your president. Trump's your president. He's your president. He's your president. Trump's your president. So get over it. Stop crying like a baby He's your president. Trump's your president. He's your president. He's your president. Now you can go around acting like that Trump. Take a look in the mirror. You just got stormed. So you take a pen and draw a line in the sand to make the truth between you and him like you the man. So let me tell you something that you really need to know. A lot of your fans vote for Trump, so maybe you need to go. So tell the NFL they should stand up and still a kneeling on the flag trying to pull us up. And they can take a knee and kneel during halftime, but don't do it on our watch time or our time. It's sad that you had to use racism to make a connect, but with our rhyme, we're just keeping you in check. Ooh, y'all. Trump's your president. He's your president. He's your president. Trump's your president. He's your president. He's your president. In your diamond, part 2.
Good evening and welcome to RSBN Live. I'm Matthew Alvarez on this Friday, March 28th. Thanks so much for streaming in as we get ready to go to Western Florida, Southwestern Florida to be exact, Bonita Springs. We'll tell you more about that event coming up in just a second as the common sense winning continues in Washington, D.C. President Trump has actually signed 107 executive orders in 67 days. In office. 67 days he's been in office and doing quite the job as we see time and time again, promises made, promises kept on various campaign promises. And we're just tracking all of the different things going on. And of course, we still want to see certain files, MLK files and RFK files, Epstein files. We want to see the details as the president and the team are truth and transparency people, and they're sharing all this information with us. We're also monitoring pretty much everything going on, seeing the southern border doing fabulous right now when it comes to the decrease of the amount of illegal aliens coming across our border. So there's just a lot going on. We're covering it all here at Right Side Broadcasting Network as it's full steam ahead. Recently, the president endorsed Byron Donalds for Florida governor for the 2026 race. The governor now, Ron DeSantis, his term ends in January of 2027. So basically next year, he's out of the governor position there. So we'll see what happens. But we do know that Byron Donalds is endorsed by President Trump. We'll be headed to Sugar Shack. It's a live music venue and restaurant in downtown Bonita Springs as Byron Donalds holds a hometown kickoff rally for the Florida governor's race. So it's a campaign stop there in the Sunshine State. Looking forward to that. All right, so Byron Donalds posted a message today on X saying, quote, 14 years ago, I was a local Tea Party activist giving my first political speech from a truck bed to friends and neighbors. I took this activism to the State House, Capitol Hill, and across the nation. Tonight, I stand before these same friends and neighbors as candidate for governor. He actually also posted a video on X, and as soon as that's ready, we'll go to that coming up here at 6:03 Eastern Time. Again, Friday, March 28th. Quite the video that you see from 14 years ago with Byron Donalds speaking there as a part of the Tea Party movement and now running for governor of Florida, of course, a great congressman of that state and a great friend of President Trump and endorsed by President Trump. Just to rewind just a little bit to what I was saying at the beginning of the broadcast of the different files that are out there. Well, we know that Representative Ana Paulina Luna said that there is a declassification task force, which has to do with the JFK files, which have been released, MLK, and of course RFK, and other files as well, including 9/11, Epstein, COVID, on and on and on. This is words that she spoke. So as that information is released, we'll share that with you here at the network. But outside of that, we're just seeing a lot of accomplishments by President Trump and the White House and the Pentagon and the State Department. We're actually going to interview a brigadier general in the U.S. Army to give you a southern border mission update coming up at about 6:15 Eastern. But back to tonight's coverage, which we'll be going to Bonita Springs here in a little bit to see this rally with Byron Donalds there running for governor of Florida. This was from 14 years ago when Byron Donalds was on the truck bed talking to neighbors and friends about the Tea Party movement. Take a listen.
Ladies and gentlemen, the political war ahead of us is going to be a series of uphill battles where the left has already taken the high ground. For the past 15 months, we have become active and we have organized like never before. The first battle for our future comes in 1 month when we take the first step to restoring America to its founding principles. As conservatives and as Americans, we cannot afford to lose this battle, but we will win because we are on the right side of history, because we conservatives are the majority, because our resolve will not be broken, and because, and most importantly, we will remember in November. Don't back down. Don't give up. This is the right place. And this is the right time to restore America to that shining city in all its glory. God bless you all, and God bless the United States of America.
How awesome was that? That was 14 years ago. Byron Donalds there at that Naples Tea Party movement meeting. He said, quote, again on X, 14 years ago I was a local Tea Party activist, giving my first political speech from a truck bed to friends and neighbors. I took this activism to the State House, Capitol Hill, and across the nation. Tonight, I stand before these same friends and neighbors as candidate for governor. That's what we're going to see together tonight in Bonita Springs, Florida. We'll be taking you there as soon as we get that live feed, and we'll be showing you that rally in its entirety. And how awesome is that? That's 14 years ago. That's somebody that was so already on point, talking about the right side of history. That's something we say here at the network all the time, as this network started in 2015. So going on 10 years this summer. Can you believe it? 10 years. And there's something we're going to show you here on the network that's pretty awesome that reminds us of Trump rallies. It's the large crowd of MAGA patriots and people that support Byron Donalds, people that support President Trump. President Trump, of course, endorsing Byron Donalds for the next governor of Florida. And we may have some of that video, but the point is there's these long lines of people that are just waiting to get into this rally tonight. I believe the doors have opened, so we may be able to show you that. But here at the end of the day, we'll get a live feed from the actual event. It'll be quite awesome to see all of the people there getting ready to cheer on Byron Donalds. And it's not just to cheer on somebody because they just like their personality or like the way they speak. Their actions are all about being based in America First policies and the agenda, which is very simple: common sense, the Constitution, all the basics that our country was founded on, but restoring that, keeping that, and then growing from that in success. So winning is something that Washington did not have very many wins over the past 4 years, but right out of the gate and through the next 4 years and beyond within Washington, D.C. and across our land, and in places like Florida with a governor like Byron Donalds, if he wins that thing, which it looks like he definitely would win, in my opinion, looking at any of the situation there, is he's going to be entering the race officially. He did on some of the Truth Social and social media and that kind of thing, but President Trump recently endorsing him as well as already someone that's successful as a congressman. Now you take a look at this video. This is not a replay. We're live right now. That video is a replay, but it's just from a few minutes ago in Bonita Springs, Florida, in Southwest Florida. Does this not remind you of rally after rally after rally for so many years right here on this network? It feels good, to be honest with you, to see this again right here on the right side of your screen. These are all of our people, our patriots, the people that say, you know what, it's common sense to want to have someone as my governor or as my president that stands for the Constitution, stands for America First, stands for peace and prosperity and success, peace through strength, all of the things that we've grown accustomed to and have grown to love here in this country since we saw a real president outside of the great ones from way in the past: George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Abraham Lincoln, William McKinley, and Ronald Reagan. And then we see in 2015 President Trump. So, it's been a while since we've had this kind of American revival in our country, and we're really seeing it. We saw it, of course, November of last year. We see it now, and we're going to continue to see it because at the end of the day, we want our freedom here. We want peace through strength, and we want greatness. Who doesn't want to be great? Make America great again. A great slogan, a great motto, a political slogan that is the most popular political slogan that we've ever seen so far when it comes to this side of heaven. So at the end of the day, it's quite awesome to see all of those people. Again, that's Bonita Springs. Now, this is going to be happening in just a few minutes. We'll be tossing it out there to Florida for this event. We also are going to touch on a couple other news stories while we await the beginning of this great rally there in Florida. One is today's news. The vice president and Usha Vance, of course, were in Greenland President Trump also posted a video about Greenland on Truth Social. We're going to replay that one in just a second about the need for Greenland in the sense of acquiring that country as America stands with Greenland. This is something that we saw from President Trump and the Vice President earlier today. We'll play that video. And then in about 4 minutes from now, we're going to get a quick update from the southern border mission. I spoke with a U.S. Army Brigadier General out of Arizona who's there and based there doing great work for our southern border. So we're going to touch on Greenland and the southern border, and then we'll bring it right back to the start from Bonita Springs, Florida for the great Byron Donalds. So let's go with the Greenland video that President Trump posted earlier today.
In the cold silence of the tundra, a bond was born, not from treaties or trade, but from blood and bravery. While Germany controlled Europe, the Nazis set their sights on the Arctic. Greenland became an unwitting combatant, and the United States stepped in, not to conquer, but to protect. In 1943, nearly 1,000 American soldiers with 4 chaplains set sail from New York to Greenland, carrying with them hope, duty, and a quiet fear. But their ship was torpedoed by a Nazi U-boat, and the frigid waters of the North Atlantic became a grave. Those 4 chaplains gave up their life vests, giving their lives so that others might live, to protect America and Greenland. Their sacrifices helped win our freedom, and we will never forget. Together, Americans and Greenlanders stood as sentinels at the top of the world. But today, Greenland faces new threats from Russian aggression and Chinese expansion. Our shared legacy lives on in every joint mission, every Arctic patrol, every partnership forged in the shadow of melting ice and rising tensions. This is not just history, it is destiny. Now is the time to stand together again. For peace, for security, for the future, America stands with Greenland.
Quite an awesome video there posted by President Trump earlier today on Truth Social and on his X account. So we're seeing that the talks there continue with Greenland. Of course, the Vice President there and his wife Usha just over the past few days. So we'll monitor any developments there. And in the meantime, as we get ready to go to the next item of today's newscast, we're going to go, of course, to Bonita Springs here in just a bit, as we will see the great hopeful governor, Byron Donalds of Florida. He'll be kicking off his campaign at an official rally today. And we're going to show you again, after this interview we're about to show you, some of the video of the people in line, and maybe even show you again this part of 14 years ago when Byron Donalds first started in politics as a Tea Party member in Naples, Florida. We'll be showing you that as well. So thanks so much for streaming in with us. Let's go to mypillow.com/RSBN, a great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. More than 2,000 products. They're all great. I know you guys have a lot of them, but let's get some more. And also, you're supporting MyPillow, Mike Lindell, and indirectly supporting us when you use that RSBN promo code as well. So mypillow.com/RSBN for all of the great deals there, up to 50% off. mypillow.com/RSBN. At 6:14 here on Friday, March 28th. Hopefully it's beautiful and sunny where you are right now. If it's not, if it's cloudy or cold, thanks for streaming in with us. We're going to watch some great things happening in Bonita Springs, Florida in just a second. Let's go quickly now to the southern border mission in Arizona. I caught up with a U.S. Army Brigadier General a bit earlier, so we're going to go to that video in just a second. As soon as that video ends, we will then take you back down to Bonita Springs and show you some more of what's going on there in Florida. So here's a southern border update. Joining us now is U.S. Army Brigadier General Joseph Descondone. Sir, thank you so much for joining us on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Absolutely. It's great to be here. Great to take the time to talk with you about this mission.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a lot of people looking at this southern border mission. I see a lot of the videos from the DOD. We're seeing great things. You know, a lot of people like what they see down there. Can you give us an update on the southern border mission?
Well, I think probably the best place to start is Joint Task Force Southern Border was established, just only a few weeks ago. 10th Mountain Division is the core, the CORE of the Joint Task Force. So we deployed down here in February to Fort Huachuca. We established, basically command and control, and then we started bringing in a number of force elements from across the Army, the Marine Corps, and other services here to form the JTF. And once we got our headquarters established, then we began to realign forces along the border. And again, we've got more forces in than we had previously. And we've aligned those forces throughout California, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, and in alignment with the 9 border patrol sectors that encompass the border. And so that alignment, or that force alignment, is now pretty much complete. And we are fully engaged in our primary mission, which is to support the Border Patrol, primarily with detection and monitoring capabilities, but also other key tasks that enable them to do their mission.
Exactly. So what I've been seeing with some of the videos and photos there, between, I believe it's the U.S. Army and the Marines, putting up the metal wiring, shoring up that border there, but also the patrols that we're seeing on foot, but now with some of the other military vehicles. Can you talk to us a little bit about that process that I believe just started on March 20th?
Yes, absolutely. So to the first point, I think some of the first force elements that you saw in here were the U.S. Marines, known as Task Force Sapper in California, in the San Diego area or south of there. That is one of the tasks that we have associated with supporting the Border Patrol, and that is providing some general engineering. So what you're seeing is you are seeing them basically strengthen the border wall or fence with concertina wire, so that obviously folks can't get through there and pass through into the United States illegally. So that has been I think a great value to the Border Patrol. And in terms of the patrolling, you noted that we just started doing that. Our primary mission, again, is to help the Border Patrol with their detection and monitoring effort. That is one of the ways that we can do that. And really, that also helps or enables the Border Patrol to kind of come off of some of the duties that are support in nature, and gets them out doing their mission, which is the law enforcement aspect of what they do.
A lot of people, again, are supporting, of course, the work that the military is doing down there. What is it like to be a part of the United States military and doing something that we, the people, the majority of this country, voted for, and voting for President Trump to really stop the illegal influx of illegal aliens, fentanyl, drugs, and other crimes?
Well, regardless of what the actual mission may be, at least over the span of my career, it's always great to be associated with a mission that is aimed at helping secure our national defense, helping to protect American citizens. And so it's it's an exciting time to be part of this mission, especially as again, we've put quite a bit of large force on the border in order to help enable the Border Patrol. So it's exciting, and I think all the soldiers, Marines, airmen, and sailors that are here are excited to do it as well.
It seems as if, too, just seeing military in uniform on the United States side of the border is a massive, massive deterrent to anybody even trying to cross. And then on top of that, possibly the drug cartels. They're probably backing off, a bit concerned right now. I mean, would you agree?
Well, I would say that, it's probably been quite a while, at least, going back maybe 100 years or so since we've had this much military force arrayed along the border. And obviously we have seen some benefits or some effects from that. I think there's no doubt about that. But I don't want to discount what our forces have been doing. Before JTF Southern Border came in. We did have forces along the border. I think over the last 23 years, 19 of those we've had U.S. military forces helping to secure the border in support of the Border Patrol. But I do think, yes, we have seen some positive effects from our mission, and we're going to continue to make adjustments in order to help the security.
Also, with the border wall, do you know any details about the reconstruction or the construction of President Trump's wall that he said he wants the whole thing to be finished? Do you know details about that?
Yeah, I would defer any of those questions to Department of Homeland Security or Department of Defense. I think they're probably better postured to answer what the future plans are for that. Right now our mission is just, again, to help strengthen the border wall that is here, and that's largely through an engineering effort.
And finally, sir, thank you again for joining us, and thank you for your service to our country. Again, we the people are on the team of the military because you guys are protecting us, especially at that southern border right now. But when it comes to the U.S. Army strikers that we've seen, through some of the DoD video out there, that's a little bit more of a show of force that, the Secretary of Defense, Hegseth, initiated just a few days ago. Is that something that, in general, is something a move to make just to have a deterrent for people to come across the border, or is that just a new move happening right now?
Well, I think the Stryker Brigade combat team that deployed down here provides us an incredible, capability. They bring the Stryker vehicle, as well as other vehicles like the Joint Light Tactical Vehicle. The Stryker platform provides us a level of mobility to move forces around. Again, we can move those forces to certain areas where, we see we may need to help improve the security along the border. And that also, again, enables the Border Patrol enables their mission, helps them move into sectors that they need to focus on as well. So it's a great mobility platform, as is any vehicle that we would bring down here, not just Strykers. Additionally, the Strykers have, some great sensors on them, optical sensors, which help enable and enhance what the Border Patrol already has through their mobile sensor capabilities.
What is it like to see that the U.S. Army is there, the Marines, you're seeing the Navy out in the waters with various flights, tracking, what's going on the southern border, the U.S. Coast Guard, and on top of Customs and Border Protection and ICE and everybody. I mean, this is a full team effort. What is that like to be a part of that, sir?
Well, it's great. And of course, like I said, it's great to be part of any mission, when your country calls, to deploy to wherever you're going to deploy to, and to get the job done that your country is asking you to do. It's especially special, not the best phrasing there, when you're doing that as part of a joint team with sailors, soldiers, airmen, Marines, Coast Guardsmen, as well as the interagency. Over the last, several weeks that we've been here, we've really formed some incredible bonds with the Border Patrol. And I think we are seeing the effects. The capabilities that we bring have just really enhanced their ability to do their mission. And it's a great partnership.
Yeah, and I'm sure the agents are so glad to see the people on the same team, in the military down there helping them out, right?
Absolutely.
Awesome. United States Army Brigadier General Joseph Escandón, thank you so much again for joining us on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Thank you. My pleasure.
So a bit of a update there from the southern border in Arizona. So if you're just joining us right now and you missed any of that, you can always scrub back or watch the replay a little bit later after the event in Florida. As you see in the top right of your screen, that is from Bonita Springs, Florida. That is from the hometown of Byron Donalds. So this is a hometown kickoff campaign rally for Byron Donalds for governor of Florida. Ron DeSantis' term ends next year. Specifically, it's January 2027, but we'll see who the next governor is. And we know that Byron Donalds has been endorsed by President Trump. A lot of popularity. As you can tell, this looks like video from a Trump rally, but it's actually video from within the past couple hours there in Bonita Springs of people waiting to get into a rally in Florida. And it's going to be awesome to bring you there live as we get the feed. Also, bottom right, of course, the White House there, President Trump leaving earlier today and is in Florida as well on the other side of the state at Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach. So if you know Florida geography at all, then you're looking at about 3 hours, 15 minutes from the east side of the state all the way to the southwest there in Bonita Springs. Wishful thinking is that President Trump somehow was going to be at this event tonight, but maybe he'll call in, or still at the end of the day, he already endorsed Byron Donalds for the governor position there in Florida. So again, this is a kickoff campaign rally, an official one right there where you see a lot of people in line. The doors have opened, and that's the video of that part of it. All video from the congressman, his page on X as well. So legit right there, seeing just great amount of people. And again, it reminds me and it reminds us here at Right Side of all of those rallies when we saw people in line for as long as the eye could see, literally all across the country, around blocks, around city blocks, up streets, up hills. I remember being in Johnstown, Pennsylvania one time, and it was, you kept turning another corner and you, as far as the eye could see up a hill, there was a line of people waiting just to get into the event. And that is unprecedented. And it's great to have an unprecedented president in the Oval Office. And he's really set the bar really high for whoever's going to be running next time around. Many say J.D. Vance, other people say other people, it is what it is. But the point is, anybody that's an outsider, or anybody that is really has we the people in their mind and their heart, and that's really what they're running for, we the people now know more information than ever before with the information age and with all of the great reporting done by conservative media, and also through President Trump and his whole team just uncovering so much junk over the past years of what really happened. We saw the actions from the left, and we realized, man, we're in a actual fight here. But we know that President Trump said fight, 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 and that's what we're doing. And we did that through prayer and hard work and voting. And here we are with a victory, and we continue on in that vein. But also, it's not really against the whole left of every Democrat across this country, because it's not about the actual people, we the people part. The people that are not really liking our Constitution. How about those, some elitists on the left, and some of those, in Congress or Senate. Also, some of the people that are in the woke mind virus aspect of things. That's a small number of people that are that radical. But the point is, we're just glad to see our country back on the right track and the right side of history. And that reminds me of a video from Byron Donalds about 14 years ago. He posted this earlier. We played it at the top of the broadcast. We'll play it again for you, where he was starting his political career at a Tea Party event. You remember the Tea Party? Who doesn't, right? Here's that video from just about 14 years ago, as he is going to be running for governor now in Florida.
Ladies and gentlemen, the political war ahead of us is going to be a series of uphill battles, where the left has already taken the high ground. For the past 15 months, we have become active and we have organized like never before. The first battle for our future comes in 1 month, when we take the first step to restoring America to its founding principles. As conservatives and as Americans, we cannot afford to lose this battle, but we will win, because we are on the right side of history, because we conservatives are the majority, because our resolve will not be broken, and because, and most importantly, we will remember in November. Don't back down. Don't give up. This is the right place, and this is the right time to restore America to that shining city in all its glory. God bless you all, and God bless the United States of America.
That was 14 years ago. 14 years ago when Byron Donalds started his political career, and now you have a packed house there at the Sugar Shack. It's a live music venue and restaurant in downtown Bonita Springs. You're seeing long lines of people. You see them there. You saw another piece of video as well, looking like a Trump rally with the amount of people going into Byron Donalds' rally here. Again, endorsed by President Trump, and we know through the actions and words of Byron Donalds that he is a MAGA patriot. The things that he says lines up with exactly what we the people believe in, and the actions that he has done as a congressman, and overall, all these different speeches, we know that he is on the right side of history, and he was talking about the right side of history back 14 years ago. You know, what were you and I doing 14 years ago? You know, I was working in mainstream media. I was not seeing a lot of conservative media out there. I'm glad there is now, but holy smokes. I mean, it's so great to see so many conservative industries on the rise. And it's all about God, faith, family, freedom, friends, all of that good stuff, and our country. So wonderful to be a part of it. Glad you're here streaming in on this Friday at 6:31 Eastern Time, Friday, March 28th. We might be able to show you a video if we can't get to it on this broadcast. Tim Burchett, he's a congressman from Tennessee, and he was leaving the Capitol earlier today, and a leftist type reporter came up to him and with his phone asking questions to him. And let's just say Tim Burchett had one of the greatest responses I ever heard from a representative or someone in politics. Of course, President Trump can shut someone down really good. We know that. But it was quite comical as well with Tim Burchett from Tennessee. So if we get that uploaded and we could show it to you, great. If not, all you have to do is go to his X page, Tim Burchett, and check that out and see some comedy in action there, shutting down a reporter trying to bug him about some ridiculous question that has no truth in it, just another leftist type question thrown at him. So, all right, so what we do know is that President Trump has signed 107 executive orders in 67 days, in his 67 days in office. Of course, this is his second administration. He's in for less than 70 days and 107 executive orders. So many that are promises made, promises kept. A lot of wins. We see a lot of wins in the win column, right? And we're covering them here at the network every day. And if you don't see us here live on the channel, you can see us, of course, on X or on Truth Social, on our app, our RSBN app, or rsbnetwork.com for more information on everything Right Side Broadcasting Network and also the things that we're covering. And as you guys have grown accustomed to, of course, we covered the rallies for a very long time. And we're covering another rally today, Byron Donalds' rally for governor, his official kickoff hometown rally in Bonita Springs, Florida, beautiful Southwest Florida, just north of Naples, south of Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte, south of Sarasota, of course, alongside the Gulf of America. Florida, a beautiful part of the world, of course. And anywhere you're watching from right now, I mean, I personally have traveled in a lot of the states out there. I've seen a lot of rallies, campaign events, and personal travel with family and that kind of thing. We have a beautiful country. I just wish there was one state, though, that would get their act together within government. It's called Colorado. Holy smokes, that place needs to get its mind out of the sand there and head out of the sand, because it's such a beautiful, beautiful state. And there's some great people in Colorado, but the government there is bass-ackwards, as they say. All right, so that there is the hometown kickoff rally, Byron Donalds for governor in Bonita Springs, Florida. We are seeing the stream start there, so as soon as we see a live picture from the beautiful Sunshine State, we will send it there to Florida to see Byron Donalds, and I'm sure he'll have some other speakers prior to it, as this is a rally that is about to start. It would be great. Of course, I know he's endorsed by President Trump. Maybe there's a phone call coming in from the president. I don't know. I haven't heard anything about that. That's just mere speculation, but it's just something that I'm interested to see if it does happen, or maybe a message from the president. But regardless, the president already on Truth Social and on X has endorsed Byron Donalds. We know the two are great friends. We know the two are on the same side of history, the right side of history. So it's quite awesome to see that as we await this rally to start. Again, this is a kickoff campaign rally for Byron Donalds, the congressman of Florida, but now shifting over for the gubernatorial race coming up in 2026 as Ron DeSantis' term is ending next year, officially January 2027. So we will bring you this live coverage as we get more information from Bonita Springs. And of course, earlier, we know that we saw the video of the amount of people waiting in line for this event. It's very similar, again, to any rally that you may have been to or campaign event. But when it has to do with the real, authentic and genuine part of our country, when it comes to, are you going to go right or are you going to go left? Are you going to go to the right side of history and be aligned with truth, or are you going to go with what the left wing has been lying to us about over the decades, especially the mainstream media? And so it's great to see politicians and people that are America First patriots who are politicians. You know, Byron Donalds, and President Trump sometimes jokes, he's like, I guess I have to be called a politician. But the point is having people that are genuinely keeping us in mind, because they represent us, of course. So as long as the people are in the right positions and corruption's getting taken away and getting more of the great things happening in our country, from law and order to the southern border being secured, to fentanyl stopping from coming into our country. We saw the U.S. Coast Guard, a photo recently actually, of the Coast Guard, some of the law enforcement within the Coast Guard out there in the Pacific Ocean, trying to intercept vessels, illegal alien vessels, anything with narcotics, fentanyl included. So we're seeing everybody work hard to get this country cleaned up, and that's specific in every department out there as well. And this is part of it, having a governor of a state like Byron Donalds, who already is pro the Constitution, pro our country, pro President Trump, pro MAGA. And I really wish there wasn't such a rift with the whole MAGA thing when it comes to the left side of the aisle. Making America great again, that's all it means. And so we know that the woke mind virus, though, really messes with people's minds. So hopefully they'll get some awareness and get out of that and get on the right side of history. I mean, we've interviewed a number of Democrats here on this network, whether it was live in Ottumwa, Iowa. I remember interviewing a lady there. And then just the other day on Right Side right here with Robert McNeely, we were interviewing someone that used to be a Democrat, used to believe all of the lies of the left, and they woke up through various ways. So great to see a lot of that happening. And as soon as we see this live feed from Bonita Springs, Florida, we will take you there. In the meantime, this was from earlier today. President Trump exiting the White House on the way to Marine One. Of course, on his way there from Marine One to Joint Base Andrews, and then the flight from Air Force One down to Palm Beach, Florida. That's the trek on the weekends to the southern White House. As we know, President Trump, I mean, if he plays a couple rounds of golf, do you remember the other day he was initiating the strike against the Houthis on the weekend? So this isn't a president that's going to, I don't think you'll ever see the president, to be honest, because of what Biden did with the beach. I don't think you're ever going to see President Trump at the beach just sitting there reading a book. I don't think it's going to happen. Maybe that'll happen after the presidency, but he's just someone that's always worked hard. We've seen that through his real estate career, his entertainment career with The Apprentice. Always on point, always getting the job done, always on the right side of history. So there he goes into Marine One. That was earlier today. And you can check out all of these different clips too. That's what's awesome about our network, Right Side Broadcasting Network, as you see RFK Jr. and Howard Lutnick there as well. But you know that we show you these clips all over the place, whether it's on the network right now or on X or on Truth Social. We're just really covering the president, but also seeing the great RFK Jr. and Howard Lutnick, the Secretary of Commerce there and the Secretary of the Health and Human Services, walk to Marine One as they get ready to go to Florida this weekend. We know that this is a time of historic coverage, unprecedented coverage, because of the greatest political comeback of all time. We just saw it with President Trump. And we saw that an entire nation, the majority of the country, rallied around President Trump, and he's back, and here we are. We're seeing him there at the White House. And sometimes you almost have to pinch yourself and say, he really won. It really happened again, and it was too big to rig, and God protected him, and we're seeing some awesome things happen in our country. This as we await the kickoff to Byron Donalds for governor, again endorsed by President Donald Trump. Pretty awesome to have that endorsement. That endorsement, of course, goes a long way. And also a lot of name recognition as well. I mean, when you see the videos that we've been playing here on the network over the past 40 minutes or so, you see a lot of people in line, a lot of people going to this rally tonight in Florida to cheer on Byron Donalds for governor. And it's something that we know that the free state of Florida is already bright red. We know that a lot of states are bright red out there. Oklahoma, I mean, every county voted for him. How about West Virginia? Same thing. But there's other bright red parts of our country all over the place. We saw the map, the electoral map. How beautiful is it to see all of that? And then every county, every state shifting toward the right anyway. So it was quite obvious who we wanted in the White House and who we want in that Marine One right there from earlier today. It is none other than Donald J. Trump. So that's the beautiful Marine One taking off here from the south lawn of the White House from earlier today. Again, that said, it says moments ago up on the right corner. So just letting you know that's not a live picture, but it's just showing what we have video of from earlier as he and some of his staff, the great cabinet that he has, heading over to Joint Base Andrews to board beautiful Air Force One on the way down to Palm Beach, Florida. All right, so 107 executive orders in 67 days for the president, and we're going to get ready as well to go from the federal government to more of a state government rally coming up, as we are going to see Byron Donalds here shortly get ready to share a speech with the American people in Bonita Springs. Earlier today as well, if you caught any of the news here on Right Side, a lot of talk about Greenland. President Trump also putting out a video about the country. This was on the heels of a speech in Greenland by the Vice President, J.D. Vance. So we'll see what happens there with that country, if that's something that's going to be quick in the sense of acquiring that land. That's a lot of land right there. So for military purposes and shipping purposes and other various things that the team wants to take care of there. So yeah, so we'll see as there is a U.S. Space Force base in Greenland. How awesome is that? As the Space Force going on now 5 years, helping out everything in space when it comes to all sorts of communications, all sorts of objects in space, and all the tracking and radar and everything. It's quite awesome to see that we have a United States Space Force as well. And then on top of that, to see someone like Elon Musk, where he keeps putting these Starlinks up into orbit. It's just all fascinating stuff, as you guys know, and I'm sure appreciate here. But back down to earth right now, if you just missed it, I interviewed an Army Brigadier General, of course with our U.S. Army, talking about the Southern Border Mission. Posted it on my Truth Social at Matthew Alvarez if you'd like to check it out. Or after this broadcast, if you want to replay this one or just kind of scrub back and check it out. It's nice to hear a good update from the Southern Border Mission. We do know things are looking good in the sense of the amount of illegal aliens not coming across the border any longer. The border is getting sealed. It is sealed. And also, we see that when you have Army Stryker vehicles and our military along the border patrolling now, it's showing the other side in Mexico, this is not to be messed with. And also the Coast Guard and the Navy taking care of getting rid of any fentanyl or drugs that are found intercepting illegal alien vessels and the like. So there's a lot going on as well. Now, Secretary Bessent was part of that trip there. So Secretary Bessent, Scott Bessent, with RFK Jr. and a number of other great people as well. Howard Lutnick, the Secretary of Commerce, along with the President, all on that Marine One from a bit earlier today on the way to Joint Base Andrews. And if you've ever been to the Jefferson Memorial, you can see Marine One flying, back and forth and that kind of thing. So it's pretty awesome to be right there near the Washington Monument, the Jefferson Memorial in Washington, D.C., and you see Marine One fly by. It's pretty awesome stuff, and a great city to visit as President Trump is wanting to bring back Washington, D.C. and make it the greatest capital of the entire world. So We know that, of course, okay, it looks like we are hearing that the Florida event is starting. So we're getting ready to go to Bonita Springs for a live event, as you're seeing Marine One fly over to Joint Base Andrews. And let's go there now to Bonita Springs for this Byron Donalds gubernatorial event.
Over his support staff, his campaign staff, all of those that are in support of this campaign, Father God, we pray over them for strength that they need in this moment, Father God, this momentous moment. God, we pray, like the Apostle Paul writes in Ephesians, for wisdom and revelation knowledge for Byron Donalds and his family, Father God. We pray protection over them, as you write in Psalm 91, Lord, that they're protected everywhere that they go, God. In Proverbs, you say that we make our plans, but you direct our steps. So, God, we pray over Byron Donalds, his team, Erica Donalds and their family, God, that all of the plans that they make, God,